Welcome into William. Boys are back in town. Welcome in. Now we got the raid. Let me play the raid clip real quick. Welcome in, everyone from the Bears. Hope he's had a good show. Well, what am I saying? Hope he's had a good show. Easy always puts on a good show. Because we all know Easy is logical. You know what I'm saying?
Hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the 3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you
bro.
want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, shit?
Shout out to Dart. Thank you very kindly for the 5 gifted. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one. Welcome into everybody, Creative Witch. We got Tiny Pink Nuggets as well. And we got a new tip from Shante as well on the Ko-Fi. We haven't even got ready yet. Oh, man. Shante with the massive 10. One sec. I gotta play. I gotta play the clip. I gotta play the clip.
You remind me of what I really
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Absolute mic drop and a half. Absolute mic drop and a half. And then they do the whole like, oh, you're a meanie. You'd never say that with your wife and all this kind of shit. Well, folks, ladies and gentlemen, we have the one and only Rachel Wilson. Let's get into it, folks.
Of the human race.
Yep.
You should be producing the next generation and you should be living your life in a way that is best for them, not for you. That's what I believe.
I do that. However, I see fit that
you
that
don't
would work
do
out.
that. You don't
Yes.
do that at all.
You know how I am doing that? By making sure that I have the right conditions to have children so that I don't give them a family that's going to be broken up in the future. I know you have experience with
I'm
that,
trying
and it's
to avoid
very
talking about you because
and-
I don't want to make this about you and your
It is-
whether you're having children, because listen,
It is about the individual at the end of the day. And yes, we do benefit as a society if people fill different roles that need to be filled. But again, you are trying to put individuals into boxes based on gender roles, and gender roles do exist, and there's certain things that women are
It's just
naturally good at.
It's like so over your head. It's like
and
you
are
just
naturally
won't
good at.
compute for
But
some
for
reason.
example, some women are just
If
not,
you die
some women- some
tomorrow,
women
they're
are
just going to fill your job. Some other blonde chick who looks good in a ball gown is going to
Some-
go to the political dinner and take pictures.
That's
okay,
not what I do.
You're not doing anything that's gonna
funny.
leave a legacy after you're gone.
okay.
You're not having an impact on society
Fantastic.
in that way.
Do you think every woman should be a mother?
Yes,
I
unless
disagree.
There's a
I
few
think that
a
depends
few
on the
instances.
person's character.
There's
Some
a
women
few,
are just not motherly.
There's a few
period.
outliers. Listen, we can't talk about things on an individual level because there's
Yes,
always
we
outliers.
can.
No, we can't, because you're the type of woman who goes, well, I would say men on average are taller than women. You go, well, I'm taller than my friend Bob. He's
That's
5'4" and
not
I'm
the
5'6".
example that I'm giving.
That's what you do
Nope.
endlessly through this
Nope.
whole debate. You go, but
Nope.
what about this outlier? What about this person? It's like, are there a small subset
You're-
of women who are not cut out for motherhood?
You've gone from denying.
Are you going to just yap the whole time and
You've-
just talk about
we're gonna-
but my individual rights,
we're
and
gonna
I think
be-
we should all ride
we're gonna be here for
unicorns
5
down
hours.
rainbows because I
Are
think
you
that would be
okay?
best. And
They would lobotomize you for hysteria just a few years back, Rachel. But
I don't think so. I don't think it would be me who would be having the trouble.
But again,
I think
now
it
we've
would be
gone,
you.
Rachel. Now we've gone from I don't think women should vote, even though I do and I will. I don't believe women.
Yeah,
should
that's
have
not
financial rights.
hypocritical.
And now
We
we're-
already
and
established
now-
that's
and
not
now,
hypocritical.
On top, cherry on top, women should primarily be mothers because I
Yes.
say so.
No,
and
because
not-
it's their duty. It's,
and not.
Do you want to know why? Are you going to let me tell you why? Or you're just
Let
going
me
to
finish. 'cause
Yeah,
you've
okay. Just
spoken
going to
a lot.
endlessly yap about nothing. And you've just been repeating your same 5 talking points for 4 hours.
And you've been doing exactly the same thing. But
Here, make
again,
You've been doing the exact same thing. Like, totally. But again, I think a pause at the perfect moment as well. Like, Rachel is like so done with this fake ass shit. The fake teeth, the fake hair color, all this shit. Do you know what I mean? This bitch is like a walking fucking lying sign. You know what I'm saying? It's unbelievable. But this is what, like I said, like, it's like with all the shit that I've covered on this channel and all the worrying things that we've spotted throughout, like going through like the history of and all this kind of shit. It's unbelievable the amount of shit that like you're kind of like trying to keep in your head, but then also stay sane. You know what I mean? That like this shit ain't crazy, all this kind of stuff. And one of the things I was worried about was this whole subversion game that gets played was you were going to see a lot of people like bend the knee and all this kind of shit. Like what I talk about with like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, all this kind of shit, the fact that like not only are they like going against Trump, but now they're going against Nick Shirley and all this kind of shit. I'm like, oh fuck. This whole thing of like when you look at like the manosphere or the red pill or whatever the fuck they call themselves nowadays, where it's like all the top influencers are like all Muslims or like they're all Jew haters. I'm like, oh fuck, this is fucked. Do you know what I mean? The fact that like in England now they're banning dogs. They you have to kill dogs and all this kind of shit now. It's like I was kind of worried that people aren't going to see through this shit. Like the only reason why they're talking about banning dogs now in England is because of it's like Muslims hate dogs. You know what I mean? It was like this whole like Muslim subversion, all this kind of shit. But there is the Valkyrie fucking Rachel and Andrew as the fucking king coming in saying, not today, boys. Not today. Fuck these fake cunts.
Make a quick point,
Stop.
but I do need to get
again,
things moving a little
the
bit.
whole point is that now you're trying to prescribe to women as a gender what they should
Yes,
be
I am.
doing
Hold
with
on,
their
wait, Rachel, do
personal
let her
lives.
finish her point.
And I disagree with that. I think women can be multifaceted, multi-talented. They could be wives and mothers, and at the same time also contribute in other meaningful ways to society. That is reality, the same way men do it. Because imagine if I said, you know, we're going to divide men and women's roles from like what it used to be back in the Stone Ages or whatever. Women stayed home, cooked, cleaned, took care of the kids, and the men went and, you know, hunted woolly mammoths and whatnot. And right now, you know, the job that all men should be doing is going out and hunting woolly mammoths instead of using their creativity to I don't know, do different things that make modern life better. Again, you're trying to box people into certain things just based on what you believe in. And I disagree with that fundamentally. I am an individualist, and I think the more we allow people to be individuals, the more that they gift to society and helps us all advance, live better, have better relations between the sexes.
Let's do this.
That was
There will be
beautiful.
a little bit later on, there will be closing statements, so you
Yeah.
guys can each lay out your final closing statements, but
Well, I
we do
just
have
wanted
some-
to
we do have
clarify
some
one
chats.
thing. Can I say one thing before we go to chats?
Sure,
I'll make it brief.
sure.
No, I'm not an individualist, and the reason that I say women have a duty to have the next generation is because only we can. Men can't step in and have the babies. The reason we don't tell men, hey guys, we understand you don't want to do the dirty, dangerous, difficult jobs that could kill you. So, it's all about what you want, men. Just stay home and play World of Warcraft. Sorry, Brian. Just
Hey, I play World of Warcraft. What? Hey, what's up with these indirect shots? This is unbelievable. Okay, Rachel, I'll give you a pass. It is quite nerdy. I'm not gonna lie. World of Warcraft is quite nerdy, but there's kings in it. There's nobility. Okay, I'm just saying. Why you gotta bring WoW into this, Rachel? WoW nerds. W, Rachel. Hey, it is what it is. A W is a W. It is what it is.
Just, do whatever you want and follow your dreams. We do not say that to men. If men,
What do you mean?
if men don't step in,
we tell men to
Hold
follow.
on,
Let me
her-
talk.
Let her finish.
all the
Let her
time.
finish.
if
please.
you're walking down the street with your
No, we don't. We tell men, pick up that shovel, you cunt, and start digging.
boyfriend and a guy tries to mug you and he runs away, we as a society go, you coward, you piece of
She's
shit.
about to say,
we
oh, shit.
shame
You
the
flag
hell
it?
out of that guy and we go, you had a duty to protect her. If the politicians who are mainly men, if the president who's a man does not defend our country from foreign invaders, we say he sucks at his job, we fire him, we want someone else. We don't let men do what makes them feel good. We don't let men decide what they find fulfilling and follow their dreams. We only say that to women. We only say that to women. And we go, sweetie, you don't have to have a baby if you don't want to. You don't have to be a baby factory. And it's like, okay, if you're not going to, and all the other Taylor Swifts and all these girls are not going to, you think I'm going to do it by myself? You guys think that it's fine to go off and I'm going to have a glamorous career where I close the deal over brunch and some other lady out there can have all the babies. No.
Why can't you do both, Rachel? That's what I'm arguing.
Well, that's been my point. My point is I did that first for 25 years before doing this. And you're calling me a hypocrite for it. You're looking down on me for it. You're chastising me and calling me a hypocrite because you're like, well, you're out here promoting stuff. You're out here making money. You're out here doing things.
Because
Why are you
you're
doing
telling
that?
other women not to do what you did.
No, I'm telling them to do what I did. Do what I did. Have all your kids first, raise them into adulthood. And then when they're big and grown, I started at 20, which is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to start early in your 20s. And then by the time you're my age, 45, you're done having
Aren't
kids.
there risks?
Now you can go off and do other things because you fulfilled your duty to society as a woman. We say the same thing to men. We go, men, you have to protect and you have to provide and you have to do the manly things. And if you don't, we'll shame you into oblivion.
Okay, so you say that you did your duty as a woman to society by
Yes.
having kids early,
Yep.
starting at your 20s, and then, had 5 kids, right? What if, well, first of all, there's risks that come with that,
There's
right?
risks for everything.
I know, but let me finish.
There's risks
Let me
for
finish my point. You're prescribing women do this, but you're not telling them the negative things that happen from you doing that.
Oh,
And again,
everyone
this
else
isn't-
does. I don't
and
have
this
to
is
because the
not-
whole world
and this is not
fear-mongers women
to
about what could
get
go
personal
wrong.
or chastise you personally,
One
but
point of
of course
clarification,
you
negative
had
things of what?
she had 3 marriages,
No, I didn't have 3 marriages.
or two failed relationships,
Yes.
children from the first 2
But
relationships.
the negative things of what?
and the negative thing is
She's saying
having,
something could go wrong if you depend on a
Yeah.
man and have kids. You could
And-
turn out to be a
and
bad
it-
guy. And
and it-
Rachel, didn't that happen to
and
you?
then you have
yes, it
a
did.
family that is broken up, and now you have to deal with a broken family with people outside of your current relationship. And I think that ultimately that is worse than women that wait a little bit longer in life, establish themselves, and then find somebody that
But
they're
you're
more
acting,
compatible
You're acting
with-
like those are mutually exclusive. And what happened to me
That's just
what happened to
statistics.
me was not because I was young or the guy I was with was young. What happened to me happened because those guys believed in the shit you believe in. They were libertarians.
Now I remember what this bitch's whole thing was. The bitch on the right, her whole shtick was to just try and make it an ad-hom and just try to talk about Rachel and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? She wasn't actually here to actually debate a prompt because Rachel just demolished her on the prompt. So it's like, yeah, but let's talk about your situation, Rachel. It's basically all an ad-hom. Do you know what I mean? Exactly. Even Shantae sees it. It's just a bunch of fluff. Not a bunch of platitudes and oh, this would be nice and yay women and yay men and all this kind of shit. But no real solutions, no actual answers, none of that. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable.
They were like, oh,
you
marriage is just a contract, blah,
Yeah,
blah,
but
blah.
you picked
and they
having
wanted
children
what
with them.
That's true, but because I was ignorant and I thought that shit was correct too. I thought like you when I was young, and that's where I made the mistake. When I corrected the mistake was when I realized, oh, if I want a family, which is all I ever wanted, I was not interested in dating around until I'm 32. Like, no thanks. I wanted to get married and have kids. I realized if I want that life, I've got to pick a guy like Andrew, who is a strong leader, a patriarch, a guy who's super responsible, a guy who is strong, a guy who takes care of me.
And you
not a
develop-
guy
you
who wants
develop-
to split the bills.
you
I
developed-
picked those split the bills
Rachel, you
kind of
developed
guys.
these ideas when? At what point in your life?
About 24, 25.
Okay.
About 25.
So
I
not
was still pretty, I was still young enough
So-
to
Hold on.
save
Okay.
it, you
Let
know.
me- I- let
but
me-
most women aren't.
And
we
again,
do hold
that's-
on. We do have to get some chats
Yeah.
coming in here. So we have Airborne Animal. Thank you for your message, man. Love the live exposure of this undercover leftist, feminist as a grifting, self-centered, opportunistic liar. Like all leftists, she immediately goes to race. Keep exposing them for who they are, not one step back. From
that's what that
Airborne
means?
Animal. So he's
Is that
calling
a
you a
Gen Z
leftist,
thing?
feminist, blah, blah, et cetera, et cetera. Quick response to that, if you'd like.
You know, again, you guys can put whatever titles you want on people that don't disagree with you. It does not make them true. I think, again, facts literally don't care about your feelings. But getting back to my point,
Well,
you
hold on. There's
prescribing.
there are more chats here, so let's get through the chats, and then, time permitting, you guys can get back to it. I find it hilarious you say you're a conservative when you do the very thing liberal feminists do when they get into an argument debate. Bird hands peck.
I'm Cuban.
Convinced
we noticed that
women
as well,
are
chat.
impossible to please at this point. Base Thor, thank you very much for a message. Let's get through these red super chats here on the side. We have Alan Roach, thank you for the Australian 100. We are here to watch Rachel cook. Now, Driana, did I say it right?
Yep, for the 100th time.
You are fluent in Spanish, correct?
Claro que sí.
Is
Yes.
it your first language?
I think it's toe-to-toe with English. I was raised in Miami,
Can you
so.
translate all these super chats into Spanish for all the Spanish viewers of whatever?
Yes, I could, but I'm not going to because that'd be a waste of time. But
Well,
yes,
I mean,
could.
just to be considerate, like we're
Such a hater.
We're very inclusive
He's
here.
hating on your super chats,
Or
guys.
and
We're,
after this,
we're very inclusive.
after this
and
live is
diversity
over,
and whatever.
you can turn on
The auto-
captions. Yeah, the captions.
auto
translate, correct. Be very
See,
inclusive.
she won't even accept her
Wow.
duty to translate for the Spanish-speaking audience. Just,
I'm just trying
she's
to
an
be
individual and she
I'm trying
doesn't
to be
want to,
inclusive.
guys. You're out of luck.
We're trying to
Yeah.
bring it.
Any languages you guys speak outside of English?
¿Por qué?
I speak
Señorita, ¿por qué?
Poor French.
Oh, un peu de français aussi.
C'est bien ça. We have Jin Bob Smith. Thank you very much.
français.
If guns are the great equalizer, tell me why there are 0 women in special forces, para-rescue, MARSAC, Delta Force, SEALs. The gun is a tool. Men and men alone are the great equalizer.
Yeah.
I think
Men with guns cancel out women with guns. Sorry.
fantastic. That's true. That is true. But on one-on-one contact, that's
Yeah, it's
the-
all we've got. It's the only thing we've got.
That's-
So I'm a big gun advocate for women. I needed one at a certain time in my life for sure. So, but as groups, men with guns are always going to overtake women with guns. So it doesn't matter.
We have Josh here. Thank you for your super chat, Josh. The painful thing is the girl on the right doesn't understand the government allowed women to work to tax them.
That's exactly
She,
what I
she
advocate.
did
She
say
did say
that,
that,
but
to be
she
fair.
still wants us to do it for some reason.
And still doesn't know the Bible. This has been painful.
Still doesn't know the Bible. That's funny. I started off my argument, my opening statement with, pointing the finger at the government for what we're seeing today and taxing and putting women into the workforce to tax them. So that is incorrect. You should go back and watch the whole
But then why
live.
do you want them to do it? Why do you want to give the government more tax money? Why do you want?
I don't.
Why do you want a smaller native population and more taxes going to the government?
Who says that's the case?
If you're advocating for women to work, that's what you get.
I'm not advocating for women to work. I'm advocating for everybody to have a choice. And
Everybody always did
and
have
I'm
a choice,
advocating
though.
I'm advocating to make it more attractive for women to want to be stay-at-home wives full-time. And I'm advocating for actual solutions, creating the economy to permit that to be the case. We haven't
Yeah,
talked.
the only way you
we
can
haven't
do that
talked
is
about
to
that.
get mothers out of the workforce.
Haven't
That's how you
talked-
do that.
We haven't talked about that yet in the show, which is what are actual practical solutions to the current problem that we're seeing nowadays. And my prescription for that is men should take self-control of their lives, of their bodies, of their health.
Yeah, men don't give enough. That's the problem. The men don't give enough.
That's not what I
It's always more.
That's
There's
not what I said,
You just
Rachel.
always want more from the men,
That's
no
not what I
matter
said, Rachel. I want men to be happy and healthy, and right now they're not. They're depressed. I think a lot of that comes from
Them getting
having-
their asses handed to them in family court.
having access to pornography, which has never been the case.
Yeah, I
as
agree.
as we see,
We should outlaw that
nowadays.
shit and tell women they can't produce pornography and give it to men.
That's your
and sell it to
prescription.
men.
That's your
Yes.
prescription for it, Rachel. I think
It
that
would
it's-
work. Would it not work?
It would work, Rachel, but it's one, not going to happen. Two,
It is gonna.
two, Rachel, the onus.
You realize pornography
Rachel.
was illegal up until the 70s, right?
Rachel.
It was always illegal. So why would it never happen? You think that just because
Do you
things have
think
been this way for
prostitution-
40 or 50 years that
prostitution-
they'll never go back, and that's insane. It's
Prostitution?
gonna go back. It has to go back.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, then the onus is on the individual on whether they engage in these vices or not. Just like alcohol, right? Alcohol is available to everybody. Whether you engage in alcoholism is completely up to you, and
But
it is your choice.
That's different. Do you know
So-
how? Do you know how
so
that's
I'm-
different? There can be good beneficial uses for consuming alcohol. For example, at church celebrations, in the
That's not what I'm
sacraments.
talking about.
But
You
I'm
know-
saying pornography, there's never a good use for it. It's
Okay.
only bad. Therefore, you ban it. There's no such thing as like, oh, a good amount of pornography.
I agree with you.
Yeah, so
I agree
you
with
ban
you.
that shit.
Unfortunately, the reason why I wouldn't is because when somebody that disagrees with me comes to power, they will
You've said that 100
they will
times.
subjectively.
Do you think heroin should be illegal?
They would subjectively.
Do you wanna
decide-
legalize heroin?
Let me finish my statement.
Okay,
They
I'm
would-
just going to drag you back to the
They
question.
would subjectively decide what
Round
they
and
think
pound.
is evil or not.
I
and then
know.
we're in
You've said this
problems.
over and
You know, like at that point in like the UFC match where there's like it's like called the ground and pound, whereas like the dude basically has him on the ground and is beating the absolute living fuck out of him. That's what like Rachel's doing this bitch. It's like, yeah, you can get the ref to come over and like call this off, and then but we're just gonna end up in the same position of me just pounding my fist into your metaphorical face, bitch.
over. Now,
It is
should
just
heroin
logical.
be illegal?
I think heroin is bad, and yes, it should be illegal.
Why? Why?
But also.
But if we
again,
ban heroin, somebody else might come to power and then they might ban something else that we do want.
It's exactly actually what has happened. Anything that we've made illegal, there's been a black market for it.
Actually not
and,
true.
especially when it comes to the war on drugs.
Did you know that legalizing pornography increases human trafficking inflows into countries? So actually, when you legalize pornography and sex work, you end up with more human trafficking as well.
Okay.
There is no good, healthy amount of
I agree.
sex work or pornography. There's no reason
I
not to
agree.
ban it.
I
If
agree,
you think think we should ban narcotics, then you would have to be consistent and say we should also ban sex work and porn.
I agree, Rachel.
Okay, good.
Pornography, yes.
I
And
want to see you out there telling all the OnlyFans girls, stop it, you're not allowed. We're getting rid of it.
yes.
Or banning it.
And I also agree, with the whole war on drugs thing. I'm more of somebody that believes that should be up to individuals, natural selection, which
Oh,
is
so you want to
terrible.
legalize drugs?
I think that ultimately people are always going to find a
Okay,
way
do
to
you
get these
want to
things.
make all drugs legal?
I think it's irrelevant because people
I
are
don't think
still
it's
gonna do
irrelevant
it.
at all. We're looking for consistency with
I think
you here.
it is irrelevant because
If you think
they have been illegal, period, for so many years, and still people are dying of overdoses.
murder is illegal, and some people still commit murder. Does that mean we shouldn't have murder be illegal? Should we just legalize murder? Because, well, you can't stop all the murders, so we might as well. Do you understand that
One-
you're like
one
not thinking it through?
No, one thing is you acting upon another individual. You consuming pornography or drugs only involves yourself.
No, it doesn't.
Do you see the
you just
distinction?
said.
Do you see the
you
distinction,
just,
Rachel?
Contradiction again. Another point for me. She
You
contradicted
killing
herself again.
somebody else is
You
having
just
an
said
effect
that
on
men.
somebody else.
You just said men consuming pornography has a negative effect on the birth rate and women. It has a negative effect on relationships. Women
but
don't want to marry
primarily-
these men. It's affecting all of us. So the men need to stop doing pornography.
And primarily on themselves,
Yes.
which is what I'm trying to get at.
But it also affects all of society. And it's the same thing. Heroin, yeah, some people are still going to do illegal drugs. However, when you legalize them, like Portugal and different places have, the problem gets exponentially worse. This whole idea, it's a libertarian idea, once again, that, oh, we just make everything legal and then, the idiots will just go die from heroin and the rest of us will live in a utopia. No, that's not what you find.
that's
What you
not
find
what
is
I'm
that in
arguing for
places
either.
that you legalize these vices, there's certain vices that maybe it could be good for some people sometimes, maybe it could be bad, so we permit them as like a necessary evil, maybe. Okay,
do you think
that's
that-
different than there
Okay.
is no good reason to have certain things be legal, like murder, like hardcore drugs, because heroin addicts don't just hurt themselves. That's a lie. They decay and destroy the rest of society. They steal from
agree.
people.
I agree
They
with
commit
that.
crimes.
You're preaching to the choir.
Then be consistent.
I
I
am.
want to see consistency from you.
I
You're
am
like
consistent
So
in
should we
telling-
legalize heroin or not?
I am consistent in telling you that if we ban pornography because I believe that it's bad.
That's
and it
not
is
why we're
immoral,
banning it. We're not
then-
banning it because Rachel doesn't like it. We're
then-
banning it because it's detrimental to all of society.
Yes, this is what conservatives believe. I agree. Liberals don't. And they will eventually come to power one day, right? We're not going to have
Well, yeah,
a
because we
monopoly.
keep letting women vote.
Okay.
That's how they get in every time.
Whatever, it's going to happen, Rachel. And then again, my whole argument is it sets the precedent on making things illegal, banning things, etc., that you don't subjectively like. That is why the
Well,
onus.
but that's not true also.
Rachel, that's why the
So
onus
that-
is the.
You're also wrong about
the
that.
onus is on the individual. I don't understand why you are arguing so much against the individual taking.
Because I don't believe in that
taking
libertarian bullshit anymore.
taking-
I grew up. I grew
Okay.
up and became a full adult. I have responsibilities to other human beings
Okay.
besides myself.
You're arguing
That's why.
against humans, men, women, whatever, not taking responsibility for their own actions.
No,
That's what you're arguing.
You still have to do that.
That's what you're
Okay.
arguing
If
against
I can just
with
have
me
a
right
minute
now.
to debunk this ridiculous claims that you just made. So you said
that
if we
he can't shut his laptop right now or phone and decide not to consume pornography. That's what you're arguing against. It's very easy to
I'm
do.
not saying that.
You're taking away-
Alcoholics can stop drinking tomorrow.
Yeah.
Why not? Fat people can just stop eating.
Yes.
Yes, that's
stop
true.
trying to take away responsibility
I'm
from the
not.
individual.
I'm not, because even when things are
and
illegal,
telling the government to do it.
even when things are illegal, you still have personal responsibility.
Yeah.
How? Because there's people probably in this town right now doing hardcore illegal drugs.
Especially in
If
California.
they get caught, they are going to go to jail. That's their personal choice. That actually increases individual responsibility. When we take something that we know has a major negative effect on society and we say this is not going to be permitted anymore. we are putting maximum responsibility on the individual. Because now we're saying, okay, if you do this, you get caught, there's consequences. You're going to jail, you're getting fines, you're going to have to go to rehab, whatever it is. In your libertarian utopia where we just go, it's up to you if you want to destroy all of society or not. It's up to you if you, because okay, to throw your argument back at you, if we say we have to give individuals the choice to look at pornography, why?
No, I'm not saying we have to give individuals.
You're saying
the
we have to keep
choice.
it legal.
I'm saying
You tried to say it was free speech.
I'm saying that the reason why we
You
can't
did actually
ban
say
it
that.
is because it sets a dangerous legal precedent. Rachel, that's the only.
That's not true.
That's the only
But that's not true.
argument
Demonstrate
that
it.
I'm making.
Demonstrate it.
Because if we, again, put our subjective morality as a reason for
My morality is
creating
not
laws,
subjective. Yours is.
No.
Yes.
We believe that pornography is bad. Perfect, great, fantastic. If I try to put this into law when somebody else is in power, they're going to put something that I don't agree with into law that is based on their subjective
That's
morality.
everyone, though. Okay, so if you make
This is why we don't set legal precedents like that, Rachel.
we do though. You're just
Like one?
You're
Like-
wrong.
like what?
Yeah. So let me give you an example.
Please go ahead.
If when Trump got into power this last round, and he said, "I'm going to say no more trans kid surgeries," okay? And I don't know if they've actually passed a law or not. I don't remember. But let's say we did. We banned trans hormones and surgeries for anyone under 18. You can't do them. You're saying we can't do that because then when Democrats come to power, they're going to go, well, you made something illegal, so now I'm going to take away something you like. That is not how things work. We have
I will
that's
break
why
that
you
down. I'll
that's
break
why
that
you
down.
do what I'm suggesting.
It's a bad example.
The reason you do what I'm suggesting is because I have a moral epistemology and a framework that means what's immoral today is immoral tomorrow and 100 years and 1,000 years from now. It doesn't change according to the culture or according to people's opinions. That's why I don't want democracy, because democracy by its nature has to be progressive. You can't have conservatism in a democracy. What are you going to conserve?
we
This is, again, like I said, Rachel, if you're listening in, the way to attack democracy is through intellect and ignorance, okay? If everybody gets a fucking vote, that means that you're putting the same value of intellect, the intellectual, as the same as the ignorant. And in terms of like intellect versus ignorance, like we're just talking about like people who have information or people who are well informed in politics versus people who literally couldn't even tell you a single fucking congressman's name, right? You're putting them in the same, they have the same value or the same fucking power in terms of the system. And because we know for a fact that ignorance is far more common than logic or reason, that's a lot more fucking rare. Because again, these bitches, like this bitch is about to deny the fucking laws of logic. You know what I'm saying? And she has a right to vote. Are you fucking kidding me? You know what I'm saying? That's how we attack democracy. Democracy is a dog shit system whereby the ignorant rule the intelligent. It's literally a retard supremacy movement. You know what I'm saying? That's how you fucking attack them on this. But then Rachel also brings up the whole kind of like biblical argument that they didn't have democracy back in those days. It was all like kings and queens and all this kind of shit. Nobility. You cannot have someone who's noble. You cannot call someone who's immoral noble. The mere definition of like nobility is a high character moral person. You know what I'm saying? It's unbelievable. But again, Rachel, if you're listening, that's how you attack democracy. You attack it based on like intelligence and ignorance. And before you go down that line, though, you make sure that they say, yes, intelligence is more valuable than ignorance. And then you show them the truth of democracy. That you're giving the ignorance the same value, if not more value, than the intelligence, because there's more ignorant people than there are intelligent people. You know?
have definitely had
We don't.
examples
What
of
have we conserved?
conservative
What have we conserved?
conservative values in a democracy.
We,
Yes, we've
you
had
can
that,
hold
for
them,
sure.
but you're not going to win, because the whole point of it is to be endlessly progressing, endlessly going somewhere, right? So what have we conserved?
endlessly evolving. Yes, that is the nature of humanity.
Then you're
We-
not conservative.
we
Then
evolve.
you are progressive. That
No.
is the progressive mindset.
I am a realist, and things evolve, and so we evolve with it. What doesn't change change our values. And for example, saying that trans kids
This is blowing my mind right now. This is blowing my mind that you're letting these words come out of your mouth and you don't see the contradiction.
Making a law saying that children cannot be mutilated, have their genitals mutilated, or have their hormones altered with as minors has absolutely nothing. It's not an equal example to anything that I was referring to. We are
So
just.
if we make
we're
pornography
just-
illegal, what do you think the Democrats are going to do?
You think the Democrats are going to force kids to have trans surgeries?
No,
Rachel?
you told me we can't.
Is that the equivalent? Rachel?
No, you're telling me, I'm doing an internal critique of your position. I'm saying your position is, well, we can't ban this thing just because we don't like it, which is not my argument. I'm not saying ban it because Rachel doesn't like it. I'm saying use a Christian moral objective framework that is universal for everyone and constant throughout the ages, regardless of the culture or anything else. It's unchanging foundation. You're saying, but Rachel, we can't do that because inevitably we're going to have a Democrat come to power and then they're going to get revenge on us by getting rid of something we like.
Not we like.
That's your position.
That is the
And
reality.
I'm saying
and
you-
I agree. And yes, that is the position that when you, yes, that's the only thing you've gotten right this whole time about what I've actually said. That yes.
Oh my god, she doesn't even know what a fucking steel man is. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think she genuinely believes like Rachel is now agreeing with her. You know what I mean? But it's like Rachel's whole point is, where is your justification for making a claim? What are they going to ban that we like? You know what I mean?
If we ban something we don't like because we morally disagree with it, then the left is going to do the same with us, and they are going to.
But your whole
and they're gonna
framing
ban our
is
free
we morally
speech.
disagree. I'm saying there's no disagreement. Right is right and wrong is wrong.
Yes.
There are a universal set of objective morals that
Yes.
Christians believe in. The reason I want Christians in power is because they will legislate based
want
on an
Christians in powers-
based on
in
an
power too,
unchanging universal standard. Well, if that happens, they're going to make pornography illegal. They're going to make sex work illegal. They're going to ban abortion. They're going to get rid of most of the drugs. They'll probably let you keep alcohol and maybe a little bit of weed.
The ones
Who
they
knows? No, just the
Based.
ones that can be good and can be bad. Alcohol can be used in certain contexts for bonding and social things. It's like been part of human celebration for a long time. The Bible itself says
Yeah, there's
that
alcohol
wine
and
is a
everything.
gift from God. Wine isn't bad. Misuse of wine is bad. You can't say pornography is good, but the misuse of pornography is bad. Pornography is just bad.
I'm not making that argument in any way,
Right.
shape,
I'm
or
saying
form.
you don't understand the difference between me
Yes,
saying
I
there's
do.
Sweetie,
some
you're not
things
even
that are
making
a
an
tool
argument.
that can be either used for good or bad, and
Yes, I'm not
the only
disagreeing
thing
with
that's
that.
bad is the misuse.
I'm
I'm
not
saying there are things that are just bad, like sex work. There's no upside to sex work, no matter how much libertarians want to argue it. There's
agree
no
with you on that.
upside, so you make it illegal.
Okay, Rachel, how? How are you going to, how? Actually,
What do you
yes.
mean? Prostitution is illegal. What do you mean how?
OnlyFans is not illegal.
You ban it. So where I live in
How,
Texas,
Rachel?
yeah, I'll tell you. I live
Are
in
you
Te-
out there knocking doors?
I live in Texas, where
telling
you can't
people-
access that stuff unless you can prove you're a certain age. And what that proves is that you can prevent people from accessing things the same way you make everything else illegal. If you have we shut down OnlyFans. We say you cannot operate in this country. There's other countries that have banned OnlyFans. And if we find a woman,
Which I think is good.
if we find a
Now
woman
let's see what
producing
happens.
pornography of herself, she's videotaping herself doing sex acts and putting it on the internet for people to buy, we put her in jail.
Okay.
That's how.
Would you, which, you know what, would be, let's say I agree with you on that. Would you be okay also if you catch a man consuming pornography, putting him in jail?
Yes. So
okay,
we
that is fair.
used to have this.
And that is valid.
We used to have a
But
set of
most
laws
people
called the
don't-
Comstock laws.
Okay, so, yes.
And if
Do you
you're
think
so
the men,
if you caught a man
Rachel, do
with
you
Hold
porn,
on, let Rachel
if you caught a
answer.
man with porn on his computer, he would have to face some kind of legal punishment as
What
well.
percentage
We'd
of the-
probably do what we did with drug dealers, though, which is the dealers get a much higher, a much stricter punishment, and the consumers of it get a lesser punishment, depending on how much.
what percentage do you think of the people that are watching, which are mostly male, do you think would go to jail or get punished for consuming
I think-
pornography despite
Sure.
them agreeing on the chat?
And again, this is another deceptive trick that these bitches do, where she's now going to try and get Rachel to go against the audience. You see what I'm doing? Or see what I'm saying? Like this is the common tactic where you basically try to get your opponent to actually go against the crowd, and basically it's typically seen in 2v2 is a lot more common, where they basically try to pit both of the teammates against each other on a disagreement or whatever kind of thing. You know what I mean? And like I said, this whole thing of her saying, "Oh, what do you think about the audience trying to turn the audience against her?" But notice, like this has been her whole shtick. Turn it into an ad hom, turn it into trying to talk poo-poo against her past life and all this kind of shit. Now she's trying to get the chat. This is basically like the reverse of like what I often tell you to do is that if your opponent is not actually engaging in the argument, just mute them and then just focus on making your case to the audience. You know what I mean? Again, I've done this against Trench multiple times where I basically just kind of say, fuck it, I'm just going to address the audience and not actually address Trench because he just keeps shouting over you, etc., etc., etc. Do you know what I mean? This is basically one of these deceptive things where it's like she's going to try to turn you against the audience, and the best way to do that is, again, just ignore that and bring her back to the ground and pound.
Ads and everything with most
Sure.
of what you're saying, but being hypocrites and actually consuming that kind of
Well,
stuff.
I'll tell you, I think that most of the men out there watching this, if they agree with me, there might be some that are like, nah, I think it should be illegal. But the ones who think it should be illegal, if this got passed through the Congress tomorrow and they said, look, within 90 days, we're banning all pornography if it goes above a topless photo, if it's more than that, or
I
if
would
it's a
celebrate.
or if it's a sex act.
I would
I think
celebrate, yeah.
a lot of those guys would actually be really happy to have their access to that cut off. Because then they wouldn't have to struggle as hard with having it in their face all the time. Because the problem with it now, 100 years ago, pornography was illegal, but it was so hard to get a hold of. It was not easy to get
Yeah,
porn.
now it's at our fingertips.
Now it's the average child is first seeing it at the age of 11. And I think a whole ton of people watching this would breathe a sigh of relief to know that if the government banned it and just shut down all those sites and you had to do a whole bunch of stuff, you had to work really hard to get your hands on it. It would keep a lot of people from ever getting addicted to it in the first place.
Sure.
It would keep children from seeing it. And
Why
it would
hasn't
make
it
men
happened?
who struggle with it and they don't want to be addicted, but they're struggling with it. It would make it easier
we
for
get,
them.
100%, Rachel, and shout out to Shante for the $5. We actually have a video, right, of a Nigerian prince who runs one of these porn companies. Shout out to you, Shante, for the $5, folks. We only need 5 more to avoid the grift break. Let's get her done, as they say. Let's get her done. But again, like I said, Rachel, masterclass here. You know what I'm saying? I'm basically just like sidestepping this whole thing of this games that this bitch wants to play of like trying to turn her against the thing, trying to put the audience against her. Seeing it with Easy as well, with that whole shtick, where it's like I'm just out to hurt you. So I'm going to do whatever I can. I'm going to like try to do ad homs. I'm going to try to do insults. I'm going to try to bring up your past. I'm going to bring up fucking like literally memes that like the Crucible memes about and all this kind of shit. I'm going to bring that up as if it's fact and all this kind of shit. Which again is just hilarious to see it from the Crucible point of view. They're laughing their bollocks off at it live when they're watching it. And like now this shit where it's like I'm going to try to turn your own audience against you and all this kind of shit. Very deceptive. Very bitch-like. You know what I'm saying?
according to you, we get our rights from men, right? Like what actually happens in society is
Men are
because
the guarantors.
it's
yes.
because
they're the enforcers.
men allow it or don't allow it. So
Yes, they enforce it.
if men, wanted to get rid of this pornography problem, they technically could. They
Yep.
have the numbers for it. Why has that not happened, Rachel?
Well, I'm glad you asked. It's the same reason that the 19th Amendment got passed. It's the same reason that the liberal and progressive agendas as a whole have passed. And I talked to Joe Rogan about this when I was on his show. It's the beta males. It's the simps.
Do you think so? Are you calling the audience beta
No.
males and simps?
Not
Because
the whatever
See?
audience. They
See? I fucking called it, didn't I, Cha? You're calling the audience simps. You're calling the audience thing. You see, Cha? She doesn't have your side. I've got your side, Cha. You see how this works? What a bitch. What a bitch. Wait, I'm playing the clip. This bitch is blind as a
It's
bat.
very offensive because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
That bitch is blind as a bat. I see this bitch coming from a mile away, Pachewin. Like, did I not call this shit? Did I not call this shit? You know what I'm saying? We got Shantae saying I'm a beta male simp. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Shantae. It's all men's fault and women are angels, men bad, women good. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? You got to be careful because even these dialogues here, you see a lot of fucking nasty shit that this bitch right here on the right's doing. You calling the whatever audience, all this kind of shit? Gaslighting, all this kind of shit because Rachel didn't fall for the trap. Rachel gracefully dodged the trap and I went on to make a point, and now she's trying to bring back that whole thing of that trap that she lays. Are you calling the whatever podcast a bunch of simps, all this kind of shit? Bitch, I have an Irish mother and an Irish sister. These tricks don't work on me. I see through these lies.
They wouldn't be
Because
watching.
They're
and
not
sending-
watching. Statistically speaking, you don't think a good percentage of them watch porn?
They might be, but I'll tell you, this is
So you're
you
calling
asked
them
why the
beta
men
males and
no,
simps?
no, I'm not,
Oh.
because you asked why are the men allowing it? The men who are in power, the men who are in charge, why are they allowing it?
Yeah.
Because it's a little thing called they're called sneaky fuckers, and they are men who, as a mating strategy, they don't do well with women naturally, so they have to be like, hey ladies, I'm on your side. I love women's rights. I think sex work is real work. And they take all these like left feminist positions, and it's a way of making themselves seem undangerous so they can get close to women, become friends with women, and then the hope is that eventually you'll break up with your boyfriend and have a bad night where you're drunk and let him hit it. That's the sneaky fucker strategy. And a lot of wealthy nerds, you know, during the progressive era, got a lot of power and a lot of money, and they wanted to tax women and all these things that we already talked about. And so they passed this agenda by pandering to women and pretending to be your
So
friend,
that's
pretending to
bad
care about you.
character of the men.
So
And those little rat cunts are the most dangerous. Like, they're the true misogynists and all this kind of shit. Because those cunts can't actually control their emotions. You know what I mean? So when they get into an argument, they start using force and lashing out to the woman and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? What Rachel's talking about here, like, I think Jordan Peterson talks about it as well. This little like rodent type behavior, whereas I'm just gonna sit on your shoulder and whisper you all the bad things that your boyfriend's doing, try to gain all information, all this kind of shit. Little rat cunts. That's what they are. You know what I mean? Well, I'll tell you who's not rat cunt. Our girl Shantae. One sec. Let me play the clip. Let me play. Shout out to Shantae, and unlike Rachel, I will call out the men in my audience. What the fuck is this? You're letting a woman pay your bills for you, cha? What's this? What's this? Thanks to Shantae, we got another hour of content before the grift break, okay? But gentlemen, what are you doing letting Shantae pay for it all? I know Dart done the 5 gifted members, but I know there's more of yous out there. You know what I'm saying? Get him in, because I don't know what you heard. I don't know what you heard, chat.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
You know what I'm saying? This show is not free. It is fan funded. You know what I'm saying? Think of the Christians.
How in the world is a dying, lost world ever going to hear the gospel if we don't have some Christians that's got some money in their pockets to propagate it?
Some propagation. And I know what you're saying, Teriak. You always talk about the Christians. What about the Jews? Don't worry, we got a clip for the Jews.
If you go into the old covenant, do you think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
No, sir. No, sir. And a lot of people say, Teriak, you don't really tend to talk that much shit against Jews and Christians. You only talk shit about the Muslims. So what about your Muslim clip? Don't worry, we got a Muslim clip as well.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar!
And I think that roughly translates to please kindly donate to Teriak. Again, my Arabic's not the best, so let me know if I got that wrong. Abe saying, and they will steal any good woman they can to ruin her, then run too. Exactly. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it. Think about it, gentlemen. You know? It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. There, you can play the clip. Yeah. What can I say, bro? What can I say? This bitch is blind as a
Very
bat.
offensive because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
William said to me, he said, that bitch is blind as a bat, Teriak. She does not see with her mind. She has forgotten the face of her father. Budget maxing. Hey, what can I say? What can I say, vintage? Rift maxing. You know what I mean? What's with all this maxing culture we see? It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Why do virtually all atheists endlessly defend men cornholing each other? It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, say Michael. But like I said, the thing to me is that they have no grounding. It was pointed out to me by Jim Bob first. This whole asked me like, why is it so important that you ground your morality in something? You know what I mean? Because otherwise, whatever you say, tomorrow is just going to change, or in 10 years is going to change. This is what Rachel keeps saying, universal, objective morality. It does not change. 100 years later, completely different culture. These principles do not change. This is the whole aspect of you saying that it's divine. When you're saying something is divine, you mean it's unchanging. You know what I mean?
Right now, what we have is, because of democracy, women are voting in a lot of these more progressive males, leftist males, and women. So now we've got a bunch of women in government. We've got a bunch of leftist men in government. So there is probably a lot of conservative Republican men who would ban and have tried to bring bills to the floor to ban OnlyFans, to restrict pornography. But they can't because the sneaky fuckers and the feminists go, that's not fair. You can't tell Sarah that she can't put her butthole on the internet for $5.99. You're denying her rights.
You think
they argue on the basis of rights?
Okay, you think that a majority of women would be against banning pornography when pornography causes infidelity?
No, I don't think a majority would.
And is the reason why a lot of relationships and marriages fail. I think most women would be in favor of banning pornography.
It'd probably be about a 50-50 split. It would
also because
it would probably be about a 50-50
also because it's a minority of the population that engages in producing it, less than 1% of the population. So most women have no stake in the game. They could quite literally just, vote against it.
Kids are texting me even when I'm here.
Same thing with men. If a majority of men actually were against this, they could, unite and ban it.
Yeah.
But the reality that we live in, unfortunately, is that people are not being accountable to themselves. And that is why they're not even going to go towards the next step, which is making things
You're wrong, and
illegal.
I can prove it. You're wrong, and I can prove it. So pornography was illegal until really recently, until like 50 years ago.
Yeah.
And Anthony Comstock was a conservative man in the government who passed the Comstock Act and the Comstock laws that made all that stuff illegal. Those people got pushed out of the government when we gave women the vote. When we gave women the vote, we got more leftists, more progressives, and females in government. And now in our government, we have a large majority of women, leftist, and moderate men and women who are going to argue against doing this, and we've shoved the actual masculine conservative men who would try to do this sort of thing off into the corner and told them, you can't do that because you're taking away women's rights.
Do you think men have do you think men's character is inherently good because of the fact that they are men, or that they should be respected because of the fact that they are men, or because of the way that they act?
Those are two totally different questions. So is men's character inherently good?
Why should women, respect men just as a result of them being men, when the majority of men don't respect themselves? And I'm saying majority because a majority of men do consume pornography voluntarily. So why would women trust these kinds of men to lead society, unfortunately, and make decisions that are, better for us? My argument is that, again, it comes back to the responsibility.
I know, but you asked me a question, so are you going to let me answer the question?
It goes back to the responsibility of the individual when it comes to all of these things. Because tomorrow they ban pornography, and the next day they're going to create some other kind of vice that people can go for.
That's
And
such
it
a
is up
bullshit.
to- and
That's
it's-
such bullshit
and it is
nonsense.
up to
Like
the-
what?
And it is up to the individual
You're
to
just
say no
going
to
on
it,
a
Rachel.
diatribe, and you're just okay.
No, Rachel.
You asked me a question. Can I
There's-
answer it? Or are you just gonna woman prattle the whole night?
That's what you've been
You're
doing.
just gonna
at a much higher
no.
tone,
You just
might
go,
I add.
My money's on the whole night.
I have a loud speaking voice. I'm very animated. You got me. I talk like this all. Anybody who's seen me on any podcast ever knows like this is just how I talk.
Hysterical.
It's not hysterical. I'm having fun. I'm winning. I'm having a great time. I wouldn't do this if I wasn't having fun. This is fun for me. I'm
Same.
having a great time. So no, I'm just enthusiastic. I'm passionate. That's not the you're crashing out, Rachel. You're hysterical.
I'm glad you're
Everybody
having fun.
can watch this and they can all see it. So you're not gonna.
I'm glad
convince
you're having
anybody of
fun.
that.
If it were just a few years back, somebody like
Totally
yourself,
untrue.
Somebody like yourself,
Somebody being excited and
would have
happy and
been-
passionate is going to
would
get a
have been-
lobotomy. Yeah, I know.
Yep, you
are
would have
are you
been
going to just
lobotomy.
keep repeating your same five
Yeah.
things? Okay.
Both
Can
of
I
us.
answer her question?
both
or-
of us, Rachel, both of
Let
us.
me
This is just
let
getting
some chats come
ridiculous.
in, but we are coming up here on the 4-hour mark.
Yeah.
I wanted to just
When
answer
are
her
we-
question.
Let me know when are we
But
closing.
really
out.
quick
Okay,
before
all
you
right.
you do that, because we are coming up on the 4-hour mark, are you guys wanting to get to closing, or we can continue on some more prompts? I'll leave it up to you guys. Ultimately.
I think that
Rachel?
we've discussed most of the
Pretty
things that we were,
Okay.
yeah.
So
gonna
let's do some chats. Let me let some chats come through. Rachel, if you can just keep that thought in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
And we can get to that. We have every guy here. We are depressed from women like you telling us we aren't worth anything.
That is
quick response to
That
that.
is very sad. That is not true. I'm
You're
telling
Rihanna.
you that the manosphere is telling you that you're not worth
What is
anything.
the manosphere?
Yeah.
People like the Myron Gaines shows, and they tell you, you need to be making $1 million
Yeah,
a
the
year to
Muslims.
have a family. Otherwise, you're a loser. as a
Myron
man.
doesn't say that.
And so
Hold on a minute. I know
disagree.
Myron, and he does not
I
say that.
disagree with that concept. I think men,
Well, you're disagreeing with a straw man because that's not the argument that Myron ever makes. He
Okay,
doesn't
there's
tell men
plenty-
that.
There's plenty of men in the manosphere that say, you have to be making $1 million to consider yourself
Wait,
a
what?
man. All I'm saying is that you have
Who says
worth.
that?
There's plenty.
She doesn't.
Is this cunt talking about Wes Huff? Because to be fair to Myron, like he's not even said this whole thing. You have to be earning $1 million, otherwise you're not a man. You know what I mean? And like this is the thing. Like even with like the whole Andrew Tate thing, like if you take Andrew Tate like unseriously, you know what I mean? Like if you look at him as purely just a comedian, dude's hilarious. You know what I mean? But if he's actually prescribing half the shit he's saying, then yeah, okay, there's a problem and all this kind of shit. But again, what I would like to remind, like the majority of like this like red pill manosphere, all this kind of shit, it's all like Muslim subversion. You know what I mean? So, like we can do the whole fucking like Twitter prowl and just like point out like all these Christians that are saying no, like we're against this, all this kind of shit. The fact that Andrew himself says he's not red pill, he's not manosphere, he's none of that kind of shit. All that gets discarded to the side, and it's because like dare Andrew be even on screen with another red pill, even if it's a debate against the motherfucker. What's the Rick Eisman or not? Richard something. There was like some manosphere dude that he basically debated, absolutely shattered him, all this kind of shit. Does that ever get brought up? No, I don't think so. It never does. It never does. But all these like outlandish claims like, oh, if you're not earning $1 million a year, then you're not a man. It's a load of bollocks. Do you want to play the clip that literally like Jim Bob was there too? Andrew's literally on stage saying it's like I haven't even got like fucking $7 in my pocket, brother. But money can only get you so far. It's about something more. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Halfwood saying Rachel's confidence compared to the other woman's shows. Rachel's the best. My man. The other girl actually she's confident, but she's really not. Yeah, no, she's literally shaking. You know what I mean? We were calling that out on the other stream where she's literally like she doesn't know how to react. She's like twitching and everything like that. We got Hugh saying Yaki loves a muzzy. This guy. Oh, you dick. Well, yeah, welcome in, Hugh. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. Grab a coffee. Maybe if you're still up, maybe something stronger, perhaps. You know what I'm saying? Lambos are what men drive. What color is your Bugatti, Hugh?
No, she's just heard. She's like totally heard it.
It's
Yes,
vibes a
actually.
little bit.
Yes, actually.
But
no.
Is Andrew Wilson in the Manosphere?
I don't watch his stuff, so I don't know
Wait,
exactly.
Andrew Wilson, you debated with him.
Yes, I know. I don't know what he says outside of like what we talked
Well, he's
about on the
Orthodox
on the
Christian.
whatever podcast.
Well, what do you, if you were leaning in one way or the other?
She said I was in the manosphere.
Is
So.
Rachel in the Manosphere?
I do believe so because again, she's,
Rachel.
Wow. I can tell you right
shit.
now, they,
It's actually-
they don't claim me. Okay,
it's actually,
they don't claim
it's actually
me.
just really you and that Pearl girl that
you as in
Oh
Rachel?
my
yeah,
god.
you, Rachel, Pearl. I think you two are really the only women I've seen on these red pill podcasts, basically agreeing.
What red pill podcast have I been on
agreeing with,
ever?
With most of the men's talking
Are
points.
you just gonna sit
But
here and
back on-
lie right to my face?
But
What
back-
red pill
Tell me
podcast have I
lies,
ever
tell
been
me
on?
sweet
Tell
But
me.
again,
little
back
lies.
to
Okay, she's just gonna lie.
I'll
Back
get
to what?
She's proving she doesn't know
Back to
anything
what, though?
about me at all.
again
so.
for the men watching this that think women are saying that men don't have inherent value. Not true. Again, make yourself.
She's
of
saying her
value.
inherent value is to do what she wants.
No, based on a man.
If you
of
were doing what
character.
women want, then you have
Yeah,
inherent
exactly,
value. But if
K-Dog.
not, then you're a bad man. You're not
Be
doing good enough.
somebody that
You need
leads.
to be better
Be
and do
somebody-
better.
be some-
And then the women would be better.
Be somebody that leads. Don't watch pornography. Take care of your health. That's all women want. Be a competent person. Be a responsible adult.
Might I
that's
ask
basically it.
Might I ask one clarifying question? You say be a man who leads.
Yeah.
Are you talking on the micro or the macro level?
On both, but it has to start individually
Well,
first. So yes, lead your own life.
So
Take
on the micro
control of
level.
your own life, and then you can
So
take.
should men lead the government?
She's gonna tell you
and
how
then
to
you
be a
can
real
take-
man.
And then you could
I
take
love it.
leadership roles in the
Should-
government. Yes, absolutely.
She's not a feminist,
And
but she's got
women-
a whole list of what she's going to tell you need to be doing as a man, but not a feminist.
If a man told me good things for me that just would be better, it doesn't matter if a man is telling me that.
Oh,
Do you
really?
get that, Rachel?
I have this
If a
sneaking
man-
suspicion that if Brian started rattling off to you a bunch of things he thought you needed to be doing better, you'd be like, who are you to be telling me? I'm not going to do this.
I know.
I'm pretty sure that's what we'd get.
If a man told me.
And like K-Dog brings up a good point here. Anyone that might be a long-time viewer of the whatever podcast would be able to tell you about Large Marge. Remember that? Large Marge. I'm not marrying a dude unless he makes 4 million. He's got 4 million in the bank. And Rachel and Andrew literally laughed her off the stage. Because the average man earns what, like 50K a year, if even? That's the average dude. You know? See, Hugh knows. You have no couth. You're so uncouth. You know what I mean? Like, these bitches get laughed off the stage. So if this is all about you're not a man unless you're in a million, all this kind of shit, they would be using Large Marge and say, see guys, even Large Marge expects you to earn $1 million. You're not a real man. Like that's what the conversation would be. But the conversation's not that. The conversation is laughing that goofy bitch off the stage. You know? Exactly, women. Good choice, William. Good choice.
This stupid.
That stupid bitch. You know what I mean? None of us could hold a candle to Large Marge. 100%, Shante, 100%.
Hey, you need to take care. This is all I'm saying. Take care of your physical health. Don't engage in any vices. Be chaste. Don't.
Like her whole thing, her whole spiel, like what she's taken like fucking like 5 minutes to say is, don't be bad, guys. Let's all be good. Okay, bitch. How? What precisely does that look like? Oh, just do thou's will and don't get in anyone else's way. Like, it's just platitudes and just bollocks and just like saying stuff but not actually saying anything of substance. You know what I mean? Yeah, good looks like good. If it looks like it's good, then it's good. You know what I mean? What is good to you? You know what I mean? like this whole aspect of morality, when we talk about morality, it gets bastardized and it gets turned into something that it's not. So that what these moral relativists and all this kind of shit are saying is that it's like, oh, well, cultures have different manners. They conflate manners and morality. They're not the same thing, right? Manners, yeah, it is subjective and it depends on the culture and et cetera, et cetera. Morality is something you can't get away from. So if you take like an innocent life, if you harm an innocent child, that's going to stay with the rest of your life, brother. That's morality. Like I pointed this out to the whole fucking like what the lefties do with the whole abortion argument is they'll deny that there's objective morality and all this kind of shit. And it's like, okay, well then just call abortion murdering children. Why can they not make the argument? Why do they have to shift the words and saying it? Well, it's removing a fetus. Why don't you just say that you're killing a baby? Because you know that no matter who you say that to, that shit's immoral. Yeah, you can't even bring yourself to say that what you're actually doing. It's immoral. It's not like manners. You know what I'm saying? Like this whole thing, like what they throw to Andrew, you're an immoral person because you drink and you smoke on camera. You could say he's lacking some manners, maybe, like with the vulgar language, like that's unmannerly, but it's not immoral. Manners and morals are two completely different fucking things. You could be a mannerly person, but be immoral. You could be a moral person, but be unmannerly. You know what I mean? And YouTube, yeah, bro, YouTube can fuck off about fucking 2 years ago when we found out that they're taking 30%, and then when we found out that these bastards are taking 51%. Golly, man. Holy. You know? Food looks like good, and I love that. See, I can be smart too. See? Shantae's got her little crayons out. You know what I'm saying? She's doing some science and shit. You know? Shout out to Shantae. Oh, God, I love the Pepe memes. Where would we be without the Pepe memes? You know what I mean? YouTube is definitely cracking down on stuff you can't say in chat anymore as well. And it's like, I can't do anything about it as well, Hugh. You know what I mean? Like, I literally have, not like the moderation's like unclicked, like the automated thing. It's all unclicked, and it's still clamping down on words. It's unbelievable, bro. Bunch of bastards, man.
Be sexually promiscuous. All of these are good things to prescribe for women as well as men. Why would I not listen to that? It doesn't matter who the messenger is. What's important is the message.
So if men tell you, look, I don't think you should be involved in politics because you can't defend the nation, you can't protect the borders, you can't do the things that people in the government have to necessarily do, so I think you shouldn't vote. You're going to be like, okay.
No,
you're not. You're going to do what you want because you're a strong woman and you don't have to, because some simp out there will come by and protect you from the bad man telling you what to do.
Because again, it's about the message, not the messenger, is my argument here, Rachel.
Can I ask you one question, though, just on the leading thing? If your argument is that both on the micro and the macro level, men should be leaders, what if within the purview of men's leadership, they make a determination, and this isn't my position, but Rachel was forwarding this, they make a determination that women shouldn't have the right to vote. Would you follow in said leadership?
No, because again.
So just to be clear,
there we go.
When men lead, you have veto power over their leadership.
Yes, if she doesn't like it. So lead me when I'm in the mood to be led.
A majority of people
If I agree with you, you can lead.
If a majority.
That makes you the leader. You realize that, right?
If a majority of people decide on one thing that is wrong, it doesn't make said thing right, Rachel.
Oh, so the majority decides what's moral.
No, that's exactly what I said is not the case. If a majority does not decide what is moral. So if a majority
Who decides what's moral?
That's what you and I disagree on. I think morality is something, or the understanding of what is right from wrong is inherent within humans. You disagree.
Clearly not.
You disagree
The fact that we have more people in prison than any country in the world would prove you wrong. If everybody just inherently understood right from wrong, we wouldn't have any of these problems.
I think people understand it. just because they choose to engage in things they know are wrong, that is a completely
So you
separate
think
argument.
that women who advocate
People
strongly
know-
for abortion
people
rights,
know theft
you
is
think they
wrong.
know abortion is wrong? They just won't admit it to
People know
themselves. You
theft
think that?
is wrong, but they still steal.
There,
People
no,
know-
there are legitimately people
We
who
disagree
think,
with that.
Okay,
because Mm-hmm.
but socialists, Marxists, communists think if you have more than you need and I don't, I am justified in stealing from you, and that is a large a lot of people.
Okay, that's
people who have run countries.
Yes, which I disagree with. But
We would both disagree.
My argument,
But
Rachel,
what-
is that people know that it's inherently wrong.
So
but
you think they know, but they just
but they just do what's convenient to them. Absolutely.
See, I believe people when they tell me who they are. And I think that
No.
communists do think, hey, you have a ton of money. You have a ton of money, and that's why I don't have money, and so I need to take it. Yes,
So
I think
this
they
is
do
just-
believe that.
Okay, this is just differing values. I think that they know
I
that
thought
it's
you
wrong.
talk to people all the time about
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
So you just think everybody secretly knows what's right and wrong, and the only reason they argue against it is
if it
because they're like
benefits them in certain cases. Yeah.
Oh, kind of like
absolutely.
you arguing in favor of feminism, even though you know it's wrong.
When have I argued in
This
front-
whole podcast
in favor of feminism?
You have argued for feminism this whole
No, I
podcast.
have not, Rachel.
Yes, you have.
Again, my only 2 points, Rachel. were
What do you
women-
think is feminism then?
Women-
And you said, I don't care about the definition, but I want you to define it. What's feminism?
I'll tell you what it's not.
How do you know you're not a feminist?
I'll tell you what it's not.
If you don't know what it
Rachel.
is.
Let me speak, Rachel. I'll tell you what it's not. Feminism is not wanting women to have a vote and financial equality.
Just more bullshit.
Financial equality. So again, for those that missed it, like earlier on, she was saying that like, I want women to be financially independent, but also build a family together. I want to be independent with you. How the fuck does that make sense? You know? And that's another good point as well, Shante. It's like, I'll tell you what it's not. You know what I mean? Tell me what democracy is. Well, it's not monarchy. What? What? You know what I mean? Haydock says, yeah, I watched this series about prison and interview a guy from a different country who couldn't understand what he did, which was grape, was wrong. No, like they know what's wrong. But they still choose to do it. And then they wonder why the fuck their mental state is fucked. Yeah, it's called morality, motherfuckers. Welcome to the truth. Cree says, I'm looking for that Turo user manual for product name. Can you give me comprehensive instructions on every aspect of its features and operations? Unbelievable. But again, like this whole thing of like, you want to be financially independent with me. No, you want to be financially independent from me. Independent is its own thing. If you're independent, you know what I mean? How are you with me? It's like saying that, like, I'm going to run in the US election as an independent with the Republicans. I'm independent with the Republicans. Do we not see where the problem is here? This is basic fucking language that these motherfuckers don't comprehend or don't understand. You know what I mean? And even to that point of the Marxists and all this kind of shit, they have to give themselves a whole mythology of why this is justified that we're taking the riches from the wealth and all this kind of shit. Because they're saying that the riches from the wealth are unearned. You know what I mean? And again, if objective morality is not a thing, why do you have to tell yourself a bunch of lies to justify an immoral act? Like, you never notice them saying, no, the rich actually deserve the wealth that they have, but we're going to take it anyway. They never make those arguments. They never make those arguments. We're not killing children. We're just extracting a fetus. Why don't you just call it the way it is? Why don't they just call it the way it is? Because of morality. Morality is subjective.
Just more
That is it, Rachel.
What is the
That is it,
what is
Rachel.
feminism?
90, would you say
What is feminism? If you're against feminism, what
Rachel,
is it that you're against?
Rachel, is everybody a
No,
feminist?
answer my question.
but you?
Don't ask me a question. Answer my question. Andrew knows. Don't ask me a question. Answer
women-
my question. What is feminism? If you
I
say
do
you're
think
not a
it's fair to
feminist,
answer the question.
you can't dodge
Okay,
that question.
say-
It's the heart of the debate.
What do I
material
think?
to the conversation.
Sure.
If you
What
can
do I
answer it.
think modern feminism is right now?
Oh my
It
God.
is promoting trans rights, just things
What
that have
the
nothing to
fuck?
do with equality between the sexes.
Okay, so feminism to her is like the trans thing. So then what's the whole trans movement? You see what I'm saying? This is a bunch of feminists who got pissed off that men were like dominating their own movement, and they're like, well, we're gonna go in and we're gonna infiltrate all the men went. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. You know what I mean? She really rubs that one little brains really hard for a whole lot of bullshit. 100%. 100%. It's unbelievable.
Sexes, but pushing things that give privileges to women above the sexes. So modern feminism argues for privileges for women, not for equality. Equality between the sexes is not feminism. Does
Okay.
that make sense to you? Does that answer your question?
So would you say you would be in favor of like
Hold up. Hold up. I do apologize. So she basically says that feminism's not about equality of the sexes. Because I don't know. I can't read too good. My mom took Tylenols. You know what I'm saying? So please be patient with me. But literally, the definition of feminism is the advocacy of women's rights on the basis of the equality of the sexes. So let's go back here and just double check.
For women, not for equality. Equality between the sexes is not feminism.
What? Did you guys hear that as well? Equality of the sexes is not feminism. Guys, I'm going to have to write a strongly worded letter to Google. Because they completely got feminism wrong, apparently. Fuck, bro. Like, thank fuck for this goofy bitch to come along and let us all know that we had feminism completely wrong, guys. You see what... Dude, God bless the house and family of Wilson.
Does that make sense to you? Does that answer your question?
So would you say you would be in favor of like first wave feminism then?
The only thing I agree with is voting rights. So legal equality, legal personhood. Is that so hard of a concept? Anything outside of that, I don't care for, don't agree with, and I think is you arguing for privileges in society, which I don't agree with, and I don't agree with feminism as a result. Most women, Democrat, Republican, whatever, agree with the concept that women should have the right to vote and equal financial
Okay, I
opportunity
understand all of that. You've told me all of that. So at least you gave me the
99% of the women are feminists. Everybody is a feminist but you,
Yes,
Rachel?
we have been no, not everybody but me.
Okay. You and Pearl are...
Anyone born... Okay, now let me answer your question. Anyone born after 1960 has been living and swimming in feminist water their whole life. They don't know anything else. It's the ethos. It's the air that we breathe.
I was raised in a Cuban household by immigrant parents that escaped communism, so no, I did not. But continue.
Well, but you live and were raised in and are part of this culture, and none of us completely escaped that. Everything you've said from your worldview here, you think it's equality, but let me posit this to you. Women, there was already equality before this political, feminism is just a political arm of like basically a spiritual movement. That's why I wrote the book. It has multiple meanings, but we had equality. The equality was this. Women have always been the gatekeepers of sex and who gets to reproduce. That's why every one of us alive today has twice as many female ancestors as we have male ancestors. The only thing you ever had to do historically in order to be picked and have kids, which at a base level, what we're trying to do is reproduce ourselves to get our DNA to continue on into the future. All you had to do as a woman to accomplish that is be fertile. Someone will fertilize you. That's all you had to do. It doesn't matter. You can be kind of ugly. You can be fat. You can be not so interesting. You don't have to do much. You just have to be there and have eggs. Men historically had to survive danger. They had to have respect, they had to have resources, they had to be picked, or at least be picked by the girl's father or
Didn't
something of that
take
nature.
that by force, actually. They didn't have to do any of that. They didn't have to be respectful.
Well, it depends. So, but
They could
then,
just
but even by force,
take
you're
that.
competing against all the other men. So that's why you had war brides historically. If the Vikings could come in and conquer your nation, they could take your women. So you as a man had to defend your nation from the invaders because you don't want them to take your women because then they take her eggs and now your people are their people. So this is like a fundamentally historical thing that has not gone away. And what we did with feminism was we gave women more power by letting them retain the gatekeeping to sex and the gatekeeping to reproduction, and women still have their sexual power, their spiritual power that they've always used.
You think they shouldn't have
and
that?
now they have political and legal power, and what they've done is stacked the deck against men, and in doing so, unwittingly stacked the deck against themselves and against humanity. Because now, look at what we have. We have no kids. We can't replace our own population. We have to import invaders from the outside world to
Which I
bolster. Wait, just let me
disagree
finish.
with.
Just let me
Uh-huh,
finish.
go.
We have to. We are forced. Like, this is where Republicans get it wrong. If you want to stop immigration, you've got to increase the birth rate, because we will not have a labor force if we don't do that. And you can't increase the labor force if you're telling women to delay childbirth and marriage in order to have a career. We are in a conundrum. It's a catch-22. And so that's why you don't focus on rights. You focus on duties and you focus on responsibilities. You say individual responsibility. That's part of it. But part of individual responsibility is also maintaining your tribe and your community and your culture and your society as a
Yes.
whole.
The
Because your
foundation is the-
individual rights will go away.
The foundation
We're
is
on
the
the edge
individual,
right
though.
now of this all falling apart. And then strong men will take back over and your women's rights will go bye-bye.
Okay. First, they need to get their testosterone levels up, because right now they are decreasing on average 1%.
You know why?
1% every year since
do you know why?
the 1980s. That's really bad.
Do you know why? Do you think men can just how do they just get their testosterone back up?
They have to focus on themselves as individuals, Rachel.
Oh,
is
I
what
see.
I'm trying to
Guys, just focus on
because-
yourself as an individual. Your
because-
testosterone will go through the roof.
Because
Yeah, let's all get together in a big circle jerk. You know what I'm saying? Do a bit of hum. We'll get Shiva to teach us, right? The hum. And then, just naturally, our testosterone is going to go back up. This is the most ludicrous shit I've ever heard in my entire life. I was like, no. Women aren't doing their duty because the men are failing. That's basically her whole shtick here. We would be mothers, but it's just these men. Do you know what I mean? But the men are protecting the borders. The men are doing the infrastructure. The men are building. The men are creating. Elon Musk is sending us to a fucking different planet. What more do you fucking want, bitch? Do you know what I mean? Well, your testosterone levels aren't quite up to... Okay, right. So we're just going to inject every fucking dude with a bunch of testosterone, right? Hear me out. And they're all going to have roid rage, and then everything's going to be fixed. Then you'll want to have kids. What the fuck are we talking about here?
now it is true that outside factors are affecting this. They're poisoning our food, they're poisoning our water, our environment. So let's focus, we can't really do anything about that ourselves as individuals. We can't fix the problem. We can only take care of ourselves. And by taking care of ourselves as individuals, we do help society as a whole. That is my argument.
Yeah, but what you just did is something else that you've been doing all night, which is conflating the problems of post-industrialization and technology with rights.
Where have I mentioned industrialization or technology?
You haven't mentioned it, but you don't understand that the problems you're putting on men and the problems you're putting on like gender inequality, that's not the root of those problems. The root of those problems is industrialization and technology, the same industrialization and technology that allows you to be a feminist.
Okay, and that's not going away anytime soon. Unfortunately or fortunately, it doesn't matter. It is reality, right? So what are you going to do other than...
Well, it's a reality
What
when
are you
you
gonna
don't
do?
like
Let
it.
me
But when I
finish- let
say
me-
what's a
let me
reality, then
finish-
you just go, no.
Let me finish
So-
talking on that point. It is a reality. So what are you going to do? Just sit there and complain that we can't go back to how things were? We can't do a
It's
time
not
machine?
about going back.
Because
It's
that
not.
is basically what you're prescribing.
Nope.
And again, everything that you have described still doesn't give any kind of solid argument as to why you believe, or not you believe, as to why women should not have the right to vote, which is my argument that, again, you're not going to convince
Yeah, but
me
you're
differently.
I know, because you're
for
stuck.
people
You're stuck in
watching.
a pair.
I'm telling you that argument against democracy, where you point out that democracy favors the ignorant and it lets the ignorant rule over the intellect. You know what I mean? That shit would break her fucking mind. You know what I mean? And when you cut straight down to that avenue, like this whole notion that every woman should have a right to vote just because she's a woman, that it just completely bodies that whole argumentation. Because then they can't accuse you of being a sexist. They can't accuse you of being a racist. They can't accuse you of doing any of this shit, because fundamentally you've already got them to commit that intellect is more valuable than ignorance, correct? And then they say yes, and then you point out with democracy and you say, well, democracy gives the same voting power to the ignorant as it does to the intelligent, and the intelligent are far fewer than the ignorant. You say, oh, well, the ignorance can still rule and for it to be okay. Okay, yeah, that's what the ancient Greeks believed, and those motherfuckers executed Socrates just for asking questions. What's next, bitch? You know what I mean? It's unbelievable. It's like, yeah, wouldn't that bring back a massive spike in toxic masculinity if we just roided everyone out? Abe's all for it. He's like, let's go! You know, he's got a gym pump on, you know what I'm saying? I don't believe masculinity was ever toxic. Controlling emotions is a good thing. Femininity, again, because I said this earlier, is toxic because it affects women and men negatively. But like, this is the whole thing. It's all like Mean Girls film. Like, that shit should be used as like a case study. You know what I mean? She doesn't like the idea of going back to how some things were. What is she conservative of? Exactly, K-Dog. You know what I mean? And she says the point that she bastardized, but what she's trying to point out is that it's like, if you just have traditionalism or conservatism, your state will ossify. There will be no kind of like incentives or kind of like push for like new things or technology or innovation and all this kind of shit. But Rachel's not even arguing for that. She's saying it's not about going back. It's about bringing good ideas from the past into the future. Modernizing, innovating on them. You know what I mean? That's the key distinction. But again, this goofy bitch on the right, all she wants to do is straw man, ad hom, and basically just try to turn the audience against the Wilsons. Which I ain't gonna let happen, bitch. You must have lost your goddamn mind. Oh, my bad. I wasn't saying anything about a clip. That's what it's about. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is, chat. And chat, you only have 20 minutes. Otherwise, we got to go on a grift break, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Conservative feminism. Yeah, I guess, you know, one could make the argument because it's so old at this stage that, yeah, she's basically like, yeah, she wants conservative feminism. You know what I mean? She's butthurt that the men came in and done feminism better than the women. And they had like all these dudes parading around with fucking hairy legs and dresses and it's ma'am and doing all this kind of shit. All these bitches are just jealous that men were able to play the role of a woman better than a woman. You know what I mean? And now she's like, okay, we're going to try remajigger feminism to a more like right-leaning audience. Nah, bitch, the Wilson's too smart for that shit. Andrew's been calling out the femcons and the Sound Circle Christians for fucking, years now at this stage? God damn. Shout out to the House and Family of Windsor. And gentlemen, we need to make that a thing. The House and Family of Windsor, the House and Family of Wilson. You know what I'm saying? This is the English have the House and Family of Windsor. The Americans need the House and Family of Wilson. We're going to make this a fucking a slogan or a chant or whatever. I'm telling you, we'll make it happen.
Paradigm where everyone votes. I'm saying if you take away this you don't have to start with the presupposition that everyone needs to be able to vote. We never did things that way except for the last 100 years. All of human history, nobody voted.
And we have
nobody needs to vote.
And we have a higher, despite all of our problems, we do have a higher quality of life right now.
But not because of voting.
than
This
we
is
did
what I'm saying.
many years back.
Life has improved.
So,
no,
yes.
life has improved because of technology, because of advancements in things like medical care, clean water, industry, and like globally being able to ship supplies to where they need to go. That's what's given us a better quality of life.
one
Not
aspect.
voting.
That's one
voting,
aspect.
letting women vote. How did women voting improve life for us? Tell me.
Rachel, you have a monocausal
No, I don't.
argument
You
as
do.
to why things are
No,
out of whack.
you have that.
No, you have a monocausal argument, which is women's voting is what destroyed modern
I've
society.
never said women's voting.
multifaceted,
Voting
bitch.
is a side issue to me.
Okay.
There's
It's
other
the main issue to me. And
to
most
you,
people,
but
and
it's not to me.
most
And you
people
keep
watching.
projecting that on me. Nobody gives a fuck about women voting. Why do you think that?
Women
care,
give a
no,
fuck about
we
women
care
voting,
about the
Rachel.
overall effects of artificially placing
Oh my
women
God.
in a strata of power that they have no business being in because it's deeply unnatural.
You may not feel comfortable with that, Rachel.
no, it's
But
unnatural
yes,
because
I
they're
do
only
believe-
we're
It may not be
we're
natural
blowing
for...
smoke up women's asses. They are only there because of a subset of men that go, yes, sweetie, you can be in the government. Go ahead. We'll do whatever you
I think
say.
that there's plenty of women in the government.
It's all an illusion.
For you, this is, again, personal opinion. There are plenty of intelligent, capable women in roles of government that are good at what they do, and we respect. In fact,
I'm not saying women can't be smart and use their brains and
And just to point out, K-Dog, right? The whole notion of the house and family, the House of Wilson, where they get the houses from, it's like, that's like royalty. That's how they do nobility. You know what I mean? So like the royal family, the House of Windsor, is known as the House and Family of Windsor. You know what I mean? So that's why it's like the House of Wilson. The House and Family of Wilson.
thing.
Yeah, in fact, most...
That has no bearing on the
let
fact.
me finish talking, God.
You'll never finish talking. You've been
neither
saying
would
the
you.
same thing for the last 5 hours,
there's
and
a
you
lot-
don't even understand what you're
There's
talking about.
A lot of women that work in the intelligence community because you know why? For a job like that, you have to have both
You don't need
intelligence-
voting rights.
Intelligence.
You don't need
and
voting rights.
Emotional intelligence.
Women can work in intelligence, and they don't need political power.
Your argument is that all women are emotional, all women are
No.
irrational, and they are not fit for
That's not
roles
why.
of
No.
leadership.
It's
or
because-
roles in government. You said that 30 seconds, a minute
it's
ago.
part of it.
And I disagree
You only
with
hear
you.
one thing because your mind can only think about one thing at a time.
No.
You're not very good at taking multiple variables and combining them.
No, you
No,
are
you're
actually
not.
just bad, again, at coping with the reality that women are not a monolith.
You're bad at coping with the reality that you only have any rights or have this illusion that you can do the things you can do because men have let you do it. Men have invented technology and granted you rights that let you do it. The reality is me. I'm the one that lives in reality and goes, oh, this is all an illusion. If the Wizard of Oz wants to take it away tomorrow, it's gone.
Okay,
So that's not, and it's not how
When
things
you-
have worked except for the last 100 years.
When you go back home,
You think
Rachel,
all of history was wrong except for the last century?
I think that not even the last century. I think at least until after they passed the Equal Credit
I
Opportunity Act in 1974, things were wrong
So-
because women didn't have financial opportunity.
So then
equal to
what are
men.
you trying to
So-
conserve? If
so-
everything we did before 1975 was wrong,
Not-
what do you want to
who said-
conserve?
wait, putting words in my mouth. Why did you say everything we did?
I
No.
just asked you, was all of
Not
history
everything.
conducted, things were just wrong
No, that was,
until 1975?
That one thing was wrong. Not letting women have financial freedom was wrong. That is the thing that's
we
actually,
let them though. It was, do you
I'm
not
not
understand
arguing-
that it wasn't that women were denied, it's that we didn't have technology, we didn't have industry. The natural state of things is that women cannot survive alone. We are not rugged individualists. We're meant to spend most of our life pregnant and breastfeeding and watching toddlers. That is what we're meant to do.
in your
No.
opinion,
What about birth control?
in your opinion, Rachel?
Prior to birth control, there was no option. There was no option. You ended up pregnant.
Who invented birth control? It was men, Rachel, to make women more accessible and disposable.
So you think we should take away birth control because the bad men created it?
I don't agree with the taking of hormonal birth control because it wreaks havoc on women's bodies. But again,
I agree with you.
You just brought up the
But
topic.
if you do that, you realize, well, what do you think will happen?
We need you here.
What
We
do you
need a
think will
man.
happen if
we need a man
We do need a man
on this table, Brian?
I got her.
To stop.
I got her, boys.
To stop the interruptions.
What?
You got it, boys. Like, what happens if we take away the birth control? Bunch of French bitches are gonna go braless and start walking through the fucking streets, saying shit like "Don't objectify me" and all this kind of shit. Don't take away my birth control. So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. You know what I mean? Let's keep drilling down on this key question. What the fuck are you trying to conserve, you goofy bitch?
What do you think happens if we take away hormonal birth
highly
control?
hysterical woman that can't control herself or her emotions
Oh,
or
that's beautiful. Cope for the girl who can't think past level 2 and has been getting her ass beat this whole debate. That's so cute.
Sure.
It's a good thing you're pretty.
Most rational people watching are going to disagree with that statement, but
we'll see.
Again,
we'll see.
Again, Rachel, you still can't make.
Okay, so we take away hormonal birth control. Where's your girl bossing gonna go then?
In taking back control of our cycles. Do you know?
Oh,
this is something that really pissed off Brian. in the
You
last-
think that these 22-year-old OnlyFans chicks and these promiscuous college girls that are getting
Are you
blackout
gonna-
drunk every weekend are gonna like take a break from that during their and they're gonna keep track of their cycle? Get the fuck out of here. That's
yes,
so
it's
ridiculous.
actually very easy.
Birth control is actually the main technology that has enabled feminism. And if you got rid of
So you're-
hormonal
so
birth
we're
control
both-
tomorrow, your feminism is gone, baby.
So we're both against hormonal birth control.
Fastest way to get rid of feminism. Fastest way to get rid of all this nonsense
I
of
agree.
pretending that women can run everything when they can't.
Look at that. We are agreeing on something towards the end of this episode, but we're agreeing for different reasons. You
don't understand the logical entailment of your
you are
position
arguing-
as usual.
You're arguing against it because it would end feminism, in your opinion. I argue
would.
against it because it is terrible. It's like giving people poison, basically.
Yeah, it's almost like
And we
trying to
should-
avoid getting pregnant
and
your
we
whole life
should.
so you can have sex is really bad.
Sure.
Seems like that's bad.
We agree on that same point.
Uh-huh.
And again, it all goes back to what, Rachel? Individual.
And so if all the women are
responsibility.
ending up pregnant, how
So-
many of them are going to be girl bossing? None.
So, okay, I'm sure. Great, fantastic. You'd love that.
Well, why do you think feminism?
Are we gonna do the whole?
why do you think feminism didn't come about
Do you want me
until
to put
50
a
years
timer
ago?
on my phone or?
No, I just want to ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
Why did feminism not come about until after the technology allowed it? Why wasn't there feminism 500 years ago? If women just were dying to get out of their situation, why didn't they do something about it 200, 500, 1,000 years ago?
The title may have existed only within recent historical concepts, but I think throughout human history, yes, there have been rowdy women advocating for rights.
Right, but
even if it's not.
But now feminism
even if
is
it's
dominant.
not documented as feminism, yes.
But now it's the dominant thing
that has
everywhere.
been the case.
Everywhere in the West, feminism is the dominant thing. Equal rights for women, women in politics, women in power, women in business, right? Why do you think they didn't do that until 50 years ago?
Rachel, I'm not, again, here to argue.
I don't know, and I don't care because I don't like thinking about things.
No,
I'll tell you
I
why.
don't,
Because
no.
we didn't have birth control. We didn't have technology.
Do I just tap this?
Well,
so
I'm tired of
we
just
can't-
listening to you endlessly prattle, so now I'm going to prattle back a little bit.
So you've been the one
We could
mostly.
do some chats.
Yeah, let's do some
We gotta do
chats.
some chats.
You've
Let's
been
do
the
some
one mostly
chats.
interrupting during this entire time because you don't.
I'm very
have good-
dominant.
Because you don't.
I'm a
have
very dominant
good
woman.
arguments.
I don't have good arguments.
No.
Oh, honey, I
and-
can't wait for you to read the comments.
And you don't want to listen to valid ones.
That's
so you
adorable.
try to.
That's
it's
so
called-
cute.
It's
from
ca-
somebody who went
it
to
is-
college for
it is
politics
called-
and doesn't know she's a libertarian.
It
That's
is-
cute.
It is called the heckler's veto. So you don't let people talk so that people can get their point across. That's what you've been doing.
Put a poll in the chat of who has
Rachel, do you
interrupted and
think-
prattled the most. It's not me. We got to the end and I was just like, fuck it, I'm just going to talk over her at this point.
We actually did do a poll.
so you did,
Wait, really
finally.
quick. We did do a poll because I think you had asked, or there was a discussion between the both of you as to who would be most likely to get lobotomized. And the results
from your
I think it was skewing
Mostly.
quite heavily towards you being the one
I am
to get
so
lobotomized.
surprised. I'm so
Base.
surprised by those results from this audience, guys.
Can you get an elective?
Why are you such a hater? Why do you got to hate on millions of people that watch this show? Are they all incels?
If a lot of them
Jonte?
are, I'm here to try to help them not be. And
thank God.
And what you
What
are
would we do without your help?
And what you are prescribing them.
Here, we got chats. We got chats.
And what
we got
you are
chats.
prescribing them is going to keep them as incels for much longer, Rachel.
Oh my
so you're
God,
not doing
who
them
the
any kind of
hell
favor.
Right?
I doubt this, but okay. We have base Justin here. So men should lead the government based on what the women who voted them into power want. Define leadership, please. And of course, your husband can only lead if you completely agree. Got it. TikTok. Quick response to this, but then I need to get through the rest of the chats.
That that whole argument just doesn't make any sense to me. Period.
Well, it was, I think, on the back of the question I asked you, if you believe that men should lead both on the micro and the macro level.
Primarily-
You agreed to that.
Yeah, and
But what
primarily on the
happens
micro
when
level themselves.
when a singular woman or women, plural, disagree with men's leadership? Do you defer to their leadership despite disagreeing with their decision, or do you veto their leadership?
I think that right is right, and wrong is wrong, and
Who's the arbiter of that?
facts, right? Facts don't care about your feelings. If a man
Facts determine what's right and wrong.
It's just all platitudes. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Facts don't care about your feelings. Holy. This is platitudes. Like, who the fuck is sitting there and funding this bitch? I'm gonna, like, you know, cut the veil and like be like talk real talk and all this kind of shit. Like, we've seen it with like all this, like, this influence and all this kind of stuff, and like we have the Bibi Netanyahu speech that everyone points to, all the juice burgers. They see he's paying influencers. Yeah, what do you think Iran's been doing with all these fucking bot farms? You know what I mean? A certain particular guy puts out a tweet, and next thing you know, he's got 4,000 reshares, 20,000 likes, all in the space of 2 minutes. You know what I mean? So my question is, who the fuck is backing this bitch? Same way, like, because this bitch is the same as Dean, is the same as that whole crew on the left. They actually can't discuss. They actually can't show that they can critically think for themselves. They just take whatever fucking dogma or axiom as this is where we're starting from. So the starting point for this bitch is democracy is great, and we will never question democracy. Even though, like I keep pointing out, it literally is retard supremacy. Right? Someone is propping this bitch up. And this is why, like, I go out of my way to make sure we review this types of shit. Who is pushing this infiltration? Who is trying to jam feminism down right-wingers' throats? Because all this bitch can do is just do the lines, the script. She's done it multiple times now where she can't actually engage in the argument, so she just says, right is right, wrong is wrong, facts don't care about your feelings, like a bunch of fucking slogans from 10 years ago. Food for thought, chat. Food for thought. And speaking, you already have 5 minutes left, chat. We need $15. Continue the show, otherwise it will be going on a grift break. Make sure you send your PayPal and your Ko-Fi donations. Thanking you kindly, folks. Ko-Fi is really easy to use. You don't need to create an account or none of that. You just click the link pinned. Ko-Fi link. You just type in the amount and bada bing, bada boom. Is beautiful. Bellissimo. You know what I'm saying? Definitely isn't Muslim funny because she's probably riding Sasha to get the... They don't care about that shit. They don't care. They'll buy off whoever is willing to read the script. They will put them in front of the camera and push them. They'll put them on Piers Morgan. They'll put them on this. They'll put them on that. You know what I mean? Charlie wasn't like this whatsoever. Charlie could sit down with a bunch of college students, they'd throw all fucking zingers and all this kind of shit at him. And he'd be there like fucking like Neo from the Matrix. Do you know what I mean? Doing them the whole like jujitsu with one hand while drinking a bottle of water with the other hand. You know what I'm saying? But this bitch is just a script reader. She's like a news anchor. They're just reading a teleprompter. They're not actually understanding what's actually being said. You know what I mean? William is giving you the 2-minute warning, folks. Let me play the... Oh, sure, I don't have that anymore. Can I do this? Nah, fuck. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. But, gentlemen, you have 2 minutes remaining. Otherwise, we'll be going... Oh, we have 1 minute now. You only have 60 seconds, chat. I'm spamming refresh on my mailbox to see if there's any PayPals as well. Because, unfortunately, I don't have a notification or a bot to alert me about the PayPal. But we do have one for the Ko-Fi as well. But if you do pay on PayPal, just let me know in chat. Like I said, just to be 100%. 100%.
If a man, says, because of the fact that I am a man, I determined this, but this is just wrong, then it's wrong.
Could it be established by consensus?
It has to be verifiable fact, right? So if a man says, I don't even know what example to
how about this?
To come up with.
What if all the women were in favor of open borders and men were against it? And because you might have people on the left, for example, I mean, you're both conservative. You have people on, or at least right wing.
It's wrong to allow open borders,
right,
whether the man wants it, whether the woman wants it.
But leftists will forward arguments about how, well, there's...
She even gets that wrong. She's not even a libertarian. Holy fuck, dude. Because Milton Friedman says that technically you can have open borders, but you need to get rid of every single fucking like social benefit and like benefit that the government has. If you get rid of all that shit, and let's say you went with the 10% flat tax for everybody, right? And that literally just covers your military and your policing, right? If that was the case, and there's no government handouts, then you've no issue with the open borders. You literally have no issue. But it's because you have a massive social benefits program, that's where you get the massive problem. You know what I mean? Ladies and gentlemen, William has called it. He says, time for a fourth script break. We need $15 on PayPal or Ko-Fi. Folks, I'll see you in a little bit.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
Shout out to Shantae for the $5. Getting us back to the show. Appreciate you kind of Shantae. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one. Appreciate you kindly. And gentlemen, what's up? You're getting Shantae to do all the work for you. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, chat. Shantae single-handedly down in the trenches, keeping the show going. Unbelievable. And to the men in chat, I have one thing to say.
My disappointment is immeasurable. And my day is ruined.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Memes aside, putting the memes aside, let's get back to the roast of this bitch.
Actually, economic benefits to having immigration to this level.
Well, then we'd have to bring out little notes and facts and show how it's not. In fact, there's plenty of, not just studies, this is just facts from the government, how migration is a net detriment to society. Pretty much migrants.
But people
from
have other
everywhere.
facts
No,
contrary
there's no
to that.
such thing. There's no such thing as different facts in that
Liberals
case.
and leftists will forward
In that
contrary
case,
facts.
they can pull
Because
studies.
there's
they
no
can
such
pull-
thing as brute facts. It always
can
depends
pull-
on framing.
No.
It always depends on context and framing. Yes, this is why I say you're not capable
So
of
are we-
thinking past like level 1.
So, for example, Rachel,
crazy
when it
to
comes
me.
to the argument that Brian
Facts are just
when
facts.
it comes to the argument that Brian just mentioned, they took a sample of migrants that were in the country for 30 years, and they broke it up into their nationality that they come from, and they saw that no matter the nationality, they were a net tax burden on society, i.e.
Are women a net tax burden on society?
No, I think you pulled that up last time and showed that that was not the case.
I think it did show that it
Okay,
was
but
the case.
I would love to chime in on that if I can.
Really quick though, really quick.
But-
Here, let's
but
do this.
that
Let me
is-
let
that is a
few-
fact,
Let me
for
let a few more chats come through. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video. What are we on likes? I think we just hit 4,000 likes. I would love, we still have about 9,000 people viewing just here on whatever. We have another 1,000 on Twitch, a couple hundred on Kick, and then I think there's like 5,000-6,000 watching on the Crucible. Guys, can we get the likes to 5,000 likes? We're at 4,000 likes. Let's get it to 5,000. Let me let a few chats come through. We do have Doofus here. That's his name. Doofus. All right, woman. Come change my toilet and fix my washer and then grill, then provide for the family. That is from Doofus. Thank you, Doofus. And he has a follow-up which reads, she doesn't even know, it's coming in just a moment, she doesn't even know what a straw man is. That's his follow-up there.
So he gave $200 to just write that? It's
Yes.
crazy.
He
It's a
did.
very
Could
good
have taken
point,
a lady.
though.
Could have taken a lady out on.
Super chats are now creepy, apparently. See how this works? Oh, that just gives me the ick. You know what I mean? Like, there's like this is the beautiful thing about debate is that like you cannot debate with an ego. You cannot debate with an ego. And what I mean by that is, like, if you take everything personally, you'll never actually be able to argue the points because, like, you're taking everything personally. You're basically, no matter what your opponent is saying to you, you're just going to take it as an ad hom and get upset and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Deal with the actual points. And I would argue as well that it's like you don't want to. Your focus should not be to win the debate. Your focus should be on the truth. You know? That's the thing, Shantae. It's just all just like insults, ad homs. It's what I point out with the likes of Destiny, all this kind of like trope that they do. It's like they basically worship at the altar of optics. If it appears as though optically you might have won, well then that's all that matters. Do you know what I mean? Which is why I always go against this whole thing. I'm not here to win a debate. I'm here to actually ascertain the truth. Now, there is some debates that you take where you know that like you're justified and all this kind of shit. And that turns into a bit of a fun kind of like, you know, back and forth, all this kind of shit. But in terms of the facts of the matter, you know what I mean? When you're going in there and you're putting it all on the line, the best way to go about that is like, if I can get it, like Andrew even talks about this as well. He automatically assumes he's going to lose the debate and anything he can get out of his extra. My whole thing is that it's like, if you're genuine pursuing the truth, sometimes your opponent in the debate can give you ammunition you never even thought of. You know what I mean? But when you got an ego like this goofy bitch, all that goes to the wayside. And all you have is your script, and you're sticking to your script. And we've seen her multiple times. She gets called on her bullshit, and then she's there doing the Twitch, and then she's like, right is right and wrong is wrong. And like all this kind of like, you know, facts don't care about your feelings. Like all these platitudes and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? You know? Oh, 100%. But like to do the whole thing of like, they're pandering to people who've already drank the Kool-Aid. You know what I mean? So like, for example, I'm pretty sure like one of the clips that she tried to push was this whole thing where she got Rachel to admit she's against democracy. Like, they think that that's a gotcha. They think that that's like, optically, this is my victory. You know what I mean? But then they hear the case. This is why they get so like railroaded in debates and they look like such retards when they actually get confronted by likes like Andrew or Rachel in a sit down in a live debate where they can't like, you know, mute. They don't have power over the mute button. They can't do the whole thing of where they're like getting the chat to start arguing for them and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Can't play those games. Truth should stand on its own merit. You know what I mean? And that's all you get is just the platitudes, the script, and all this kind of shit. And it's like, you're not a critical thinker. What are you doing in a debate if you don't think critically? You know what I mean? She's a paid stooge.
A date for that amount of money and
could you tell us how we get
Could do both.
how do we get an ought from an is?
What if he's gay,
Because
though?
that's what he was addressing. You're saying facts are just facts, and I have facts. Okay, you have facts. How do the facts tell us what we should or ought do?
So it takes rational people coming to having a discussion and presenting the facts. What are you trying to argue?
You should look up Hume's guillotine when you get home. I know you don't do philosophy, but there is no way to get there is no way to get an ought from an is. You can't say this is the case. So like if you said somebody on the show said this recently, they were talking about this, like
specific example. Yeah.
You know, it's cold outside, therefore you ought fix your refrigerator. Like you can't take something that is the case and then extrapolate a moral ought from it. So if you say,
that's a terrible example, I'm sure.
It's probably a terrible example, but how do you jump from saying this is the fact of the matter to this is what we ought do about it? Because everyone's going to have different ideas about what we ought do about it, which is something you said yourself. You're like, Democrats will get into office and they'll have a totally different view and they'll say we ought to do this instead.
Yes, it doesn't change. Again, it doesn't change facts behind it, right? So Democrats are going to say, oh, we ought to allow open borders. The facts are that negatively impacts our country, whether they do it or not.
He's so retarded.
It doesn't change
But
the
as
fact
Brian said,
that it's detrimental.
But then they'll
to us
just,
as a
so
country.
you'll say, here's the reasons we think it's bad. And they'll say, here's the reasons we think it's good.
They have no good logical reasons
But
other
the
than
facts don't tell.
Other than, oh, cultural enrichment.
Like this bitch, like the typical example that Hume gives is like, man has always eaten animal. Ergo, man should eat meat. Do you know what I'm saying? And a lot of people will think, oh, that logically follows, but it doesn't. Just because we've always eaten meat doesn't mean we should always eat meat. You know what I mean? You think it goes both ways, but it doesn't. You see, senorita? You know what I'm saying? But what the fuck is she saying here? She's basically trying to say it's like, oh no, but the facts dictate it, and then they say that she's like putting the should before the is. It makes no sense. She's literally shooting herself in the foot right here.
or diversity.
We do have a
gonna get it.
response
Sorry.
from
She's not gonna get
Doofus
it.
here. He says he is a man and he can afford to because he's worked for a living.
Good. That's $300 now that could have gone to something more productive.
To a woman?
To a woman.
To a
Than
woman.
this.
Should he have spent it
Or-
on OnlyFans instead of this?
He probably does that as well. I would
How
bet
would you?
money
What
on it.
evidence would you have for that?
I would bet money on that too. Or some kind of pornography. But again, just
Men should spend more money on a date than be a patron of a podcast.
again,
that is-
coming totally understand the point of self-interest there. So I get it.
Right. Well, in any case, we have. Let me get through the rest of the chats. Red Fox 11, FemCon, are you a good example for women?
Where's the FemCon? Are they sitting back there? or-
I think it's
That's
you.
you.
It
You
might
sure?
be you.
Oh, it's definitely not me. I'm like trying to look for her FemCon.
Yeah.
Look, you can say you're not a feminist, but the facts demonstrate that you are. The fact is that all of your positions are feminist and classical liberal, and you are. The fact is you're not a conservative,
Sure.
and you're a feminist.
Sure.
You're a libertarian, left-leaning feminist based on the facts.
Absolutely wild. Again, I think that people watching this that have two brain cells will determine the opposite of that. I think that you just
I
come from a
don't think they
position
will. I think you are. I think you grossly
think you come
underestimate
from a position
your.
of
You grossly
self-condescension.
overestimate your intelligence, and you grossly underestimate
It's
the
a-
intelligence of normal people to
I
understand
think
what
you
just happened here.
grossly mischaracterize people's intelligence and your own
No,
mind,
just yours.
and it makes you
Just yours. Look, I can't explain the is-ought gap to you. You don't understand it, and I don't know
yes.
how to fix that
Yes,
for you.
I
You don't
I do,
understand that
Rachel.
there's no such thing as brute facts that don't have context, and you don't understand that you can't take an or an ought prescription for what we should do in a moral quandary from a brute fact. I don't know why you don't get that, but you don't.
I get what you're saying, Rachel. You're the one making the ought argument. We ought
No,
to.
you
not-
are. You're
to
saying
not
we
allow,
ought to grant rights. We
we
ought to give
ought to
women
not-
this. We ought to.
not allow women to vote.
She doesn't even understand that this whole
is-
time she's just been asserting ought claims. The whole time she's just been going, we
Rachel,
ought to
the
have rights. We ought to let women do. The whole time has just been you asserting ought claims.
Rachel,
And
the
when I
entire
say,
time.
what do you base that on? What's your epistemology? Where do you get that from? You just say, I just think, and you said
just think.
the closest you got to was naturalism. But
Natural laws,
naturalism,
yes.
natural law would dictate patriarchy. Patriarchy would be natural law.
Too much.
And you
Okay.
reject
Overdid it a
patriarchy.
little bit.
You want equality. Equality is not natural. The natural world does not have any concept of equality.
Yes, and
you don't get
legal
it.
framework. Legal
Hold on, wait,
framework
I'm
is
sorry,
not
I gotta-
determined.
Legal
on,
I gotta let the
framework is
chat
not
go through.
naturalism.
Driana.
Oh my
is not-
gosh.
is not determined
Driana.
on
Can't believe you
different
have
kinds.
Driana, I gotta let
college
this.
degrees.
Facts don't care about
okay.
feelings. Rachel, why do you have a joint bank account with Andrew? Don't you trust?
Yeah, look at the sisterhood now. Yeah, facts don't care about feelings. And like this bitch has been saying facts all night. You know what I mean? Like, oh, the facts are feeling. Like, notice how the script. You know what I mean? How the script people are taking themselves. Rachel, why don't you have a joint bank account? Why'd you have a joint bank account with Andrew? Don't you trust your husband to manage all finances by himself? The man will never take rights away from the woman. So who cares if they can? You know what I'm saying? The definition of an ad-hom, the whole like, oh, you're a hypocrite, Rachel. That's not an argument. Fallacious logic. You know what I mean? I could be a meth head junkie, and still like my arguments for why you should not do meth could still be sound and valid. The mere fact that I'm a hypocrite has nothing got to do with the argument that's being made. Shanti says, I still don't get how she thinks she's conservative. These people make me feel retarded. It is what it is. That's why I keep saying my mom took Tylenol. It's unbelievable, Shanti. Unbelievable.
Trust your husband to manage all finances by himself. The men will never take rights from the women, so who cares if they can?
What? They're asking why I have a joint bank. I said I don't
Pull up
have
again.
bank accounts in my own name.
Yeah, she said, why do you even have a joint one? Why doesn't Andrew have the bank account?
What? Did you notice that? 1 second there. This goofy bitch just gave the game away. She just
Asking why-
proved me right that this is one of her gals. Notice what she says.
I have a joint bank. I said I don't
Pull up
have
again.
bank accounts in
Now be careful. Be very careful what the bitch on the right says.
my own name.
Yeah, she said, why do you even have a
She said, why'd you even have a joint bank account? How do you know that that's a she? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This bitch just gave the game away. Uh-oh. How'd you know that's a she? I saw this is a male-dominated podcast. One would say he said, not she said. See how careful the pronoun talk is? I'm telling you boys, I got like a sixth sense for this shit. You know what I mean? My mind just picks up on these little things and it's like, wait a second. Hold up.
joint one? Why doesn't Andrew have the bank account himself?
He does have multiple accounts that are only in his name. The only one I have access to is the one that he wants me paying bills out of because I do the paperwork part of the budget every month.
Okay, so that's their argument is why, do you have a joint one?
So
Why
that I
doesn't
can
Andrew?
do the bills because he told me to do the bill. He says, I don't like doing paperwork and bills. I'd rather you handle all that. So I'm going to put that money
And that's
that I want you to distribute to bills in that account. And that's what you can use to shop and pay for things. He's got his own
So it is
accounts
a
that are in
joint
his.
account still.
There is one joint account. So
What do you think about this though? So Andrew, and
Mm-hmm.
he's been doing this. He's been financially abusing Rachel for years.
It's crazy.
Wait. Her book royalties, the money she makes from her book, Andrew steals that from Rachel and buys firearms. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that?
What I will say is when I first spoke to your husband.
Well, do you want to address the stealing of the book royalties?
Yes, poor Rachel. We need to start a GoFundMe for Rachel to have the financial freedom
Andrew
to
will also steal
to
that money, too.
afford financial independence and choose what to do with her life. No, when I first
I've already chosen what I want to do with my life, and it's to honor and serve my husband.
When I first heard,
I'm very happy. I don't need your help. You have listen. You have nothing I
was
want.
thinking of starting.
You
a
have
GoFundMe
nothing in
for
life
you.
that I want. I've got kids. I've got a husband. I've accomplished a lot in the intellectual.
Fantastic.
I've done everything. There's nothing you have that I want. So please don't help me. Please, I don't want your help.
Likewise.
You said you wanted to have a husband and kids.
And I am. It's a timeline matter, not a.
Okay, so I do have. I do have
Are your
something you
eggs
want.
frozen?
Not.
I'm goals.
You asked me the same
I'm goals
question.
for her, you guys.
Wait,
I'm goals.
Are your eggs? Have you frozen your eggs? Or?
No, I have not frozen my eggs.
Well,
my
we
eggs
have
are fine.
I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah, my eggs are fine. It's more the men that quite literally need to be checking up on their the same.
I love how you think that you're
Same
going
word
to
for
win
that.
over the public opinion by constantly insulting men. This
I'm not
whole
insulting
podcast. Oh,
men.
you've been insulting men
I'm
this
telling
whole
men
podcast.
that they
I'm
are
telling men. I'm telling men.
unhealthy. They have.
I'm telling them how they can be better.
They have
be
the
better, men.
testosterone level of their grandparents in this day and age as the average testosterone for men within their 30s and their 40s. That
My
is
grandma would be
terrible.
like, you know
That is
what?
terrible.
You want to talk about people's grandparents? If my
And-
grandma was here, she'd be like, if you want kids, you better get on it. So, I mean, let's not talk shit about all the men.
I have
let's
not
do
once
that.
talked shit about the men.
That's all you've done this whole
No,
show.
I have not.
You've been calling them incels, telling them how they're not good enough, telling them where they need
I
to do
didn't say
better.
men are
Men,
incels.
be better.
I
If
think
the men be better, the
there's-
women will be better after. But you
Again,
have to be better first,
hecklers-
and you have to lead, but only the way that we want you to lead.
Heckler's veto. Heckler's veto.
If you lead in the way that we approve of, then we'll let you lead, and then we'll do stuff if we want to. But it just depends.
We have
you just
a
have to do what we
hysteric.
want.
We have a hysteric woman here. Maybe we need a lobotomy.
I'm doing an impression of you.
I'm gonna
so.
lobotomize both of you. How about that? Here, look.
yeah.
Let's let me get through some of the chats.
Again, you-
wait. Hold on.
Love
We got
the
some chats. We got
interruption.
Pasty George. Hey, it's our good friend Pasty George. Guys, I think it's been a month or two. Can we get some
Hi,
W's in the
Pasty
chat for
George.
Pasty George? It's been a while since we've seen the guy. Thank you, man. Brian, could you please make a poll asking the chat who they think, Rachel or
They spelled it wrong. How sad.
Big. Can I call you Big D?
No, we need
Can I
to
call
get
you-
people. We need to get people
I don't know.
on the right
Hold on
page.
and finish it. Is making the more valid points in their arguments using facts rather than hearsay anecdotes. I did do that for who would be most likely to be lobotomized. I could do that once I get through the chats. But Pacey George, good to see you. We have guys, and if you want to get messages in, now's a good time. We have I am right. If I tell you the sky color is red, you can never tell me I'm wrong because as a man, if it is up to me, I can force you into a cage and hurt you until you tell me I'm right. Sorry, lady.
That kind
Okay.
of that proves my point.
He's being hyperbolic.
I know, but that proves my point that it still doesn't make it a reality. That's literally the argument I've been going up
It's
against.
actually
Rachel.
reality, though. Like,
Yes, it doesn't change the fact of the sky being a different color.
oh, I thought you meant men putting in a cage.
Oh,
Samian
comes through as
44
TTS.
X donated $200.
Thank you, Sam.
Explain Hume's guillotine, please. It's pertinent to this debate.
Watch your fucking fail. We got Shante. Also, first of all, we got Williams that needs to know $5 through the PayPal to Ko-Fi to avoid the next script break because I don't know what you heard, chat.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free. It's fan funded, okay? We don't take no advertising money. We got no sponsors, okay? Who the fuck would sponsor a fucking leprechaun like myself? You know what I'm saying? We got to do this from the chat, okay? You are the ones that fund this, okay? Shout out to you guys. Shante says, men seem to be having babies just fine. It's the women causing all the issues. Based. They have no issue getting women pregnant. Despite all the fucking pills that they take, the condoms and all this kind of shit. It's the abortions and the women who think that they deserve billionaires. You know what I'm saying? Like Large Marge, for example. You know what I mean? Like this whole thing of like, oh, like the men don't have testosterone, the correct testosterone amount. It's like, what, you read a study before you're reading studies before you're settling down? What the fuck's going on here? Do you know what I mean? But like this is the whole thing. Like the mere fact that that's the first thing out of her head is that, oh well, if the men just got their act together and if they were just willing to lead, but lead when I want to be led, when I don't want to be led to not lead me, whatever the fuck that means. Do you know what I mean? It's clear men are doing their duty. We got men on the borders, we got men on the infrastructure. All that shit is sorted. Okay? It's the women. And every single fucking time we ask these questions, it's always, well, what about the men though? What about the men though? It's unbelievable. We got RSRSPAK saying Ireland with a strength sign. Appreciate you, sir. Appreciate you, Candy. I have no clue what this means, but I guess, you know. And also, you fuckers better help out Shante. Shante is literally soloing it. Apart from Dart's 15 from the 5 memberships, been all Shante. Unbelievable, gentlemen. Unfucking believable. You're letting a woman do all the donating for you. Man. Unbelievable. Lead me to lead you. Yeah. It's like this whole like self-help. If you helped yourself, then how the fuck does it help? You know what I mean? I want to be financially independent with you. How can you be independent with someone else? It's literally basic logic, definitions. It's unbelievable, Shante. It's unbelievable. But like I said, we gotta sacrifice the brain cells to get through the debate. Then we can understand what the fucking problem is. Do you know what I mean? Unlike this bitch, we can sacrifice some brain cells. This bitch has only got one. And as Pink Nuggets was saying earlier on, that one brain cell is fucking working overtime. You know what I'm saying? And as William would say as well, she's a fucking man.
My fucking man!
Shout outs to Shante. Well, yeah, it's literally ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, it's not like Rachel like played the blind or perfect and all that kind of stuff. Like I said, I highly, if you are listening, Rachel, or if anyone can send this on to Rachel, when they bring up democracy, just point out that it favors retardation. It's a retard supremacy fucking ideology, democracy, right? That if you give the one vote to an ignorant and one vote to the fucking intelligent, and the fact that intelligence is a lot more rare than ignorance is common, reason is rare, it means it's a retard supremacy movement. You're saying, let all the fucking ignorant lead rather than the actual intelligent. Right? That completely blows up her position because then she can't say, oh, you're sexist, you just don't want women to vote, or you're fucking racist because you don't want black people to vote and all this kind of stuff. You cut through all that bullshit. You know what I mean? I appreciate you, Shantae. You know what I'm saying? Shantae is one of our top tier roses as well, chat. You know, poor Jack is still recovering. That's why he's not here tonight. He told me, Teriak, I need to recover. Shantae's been laying into me 24/7. You know, she's like a ninja, man. She's like a ninja. You know, just when I least expect it, boom, she roasts me. I was like, don't worry, Jack. Don't worry. You can take the night off, you know. But the rest of you motherfuckers, get the donos in. You have a woman embarrassing you. I think this is what Jack's like. You know what I'm saying? This is like Jack's, this is Jack's typical response to Shantae's roast.
I'm scared to death. I'm frightened and I don't know what to do. I'm confused and I want to go home.
Go ahead. Shantae, never stop roasting.
Rachel, do you want to?
I can then explain something else that you obviously are not an expert on, but sure, go ahead.
The luteal phases or whatever?
Oh God,
boy.
not the luteal
boy.
phases.
Getting
I don't know. I know kind of a lot about that. I've had a lot of babies and female things. Well, just to put it like super plainly, because I'm not a specialist in this. Andrew is. I'm okay at philosophy. I'm good at basic logic. I'm pretty good at like fallacies and spotting them and stuff like that. But it's just the idea that you can't take an is statement and get a moral ought from that statement. It's a classical philosophical problem that Hume kind of popularized. And it just, people assume that if they just state facts that the logical inference of what morally should be done about them is obvious, and that's not the case. And she couldn't prove it was the case the whole time. So.
Sure.
Before you get into the luteal phases or whatever.
Yeah, might as well get something useful.
Tiffany, can you pull up Twitch really quick? Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video, get us to 5,000 likes. Also, guys, if you have a Twitch account, drop us a follow. And if you have a Prime sub, drop us a Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick for easy way to support the show every single month. Guys, can you get us?
Get those
we need
Primes,
4 followers
baby.
to get to 121,000 followers, and drop us a Prime sub if you have one available. We barely run any ads over there on Twitch, only 3 per hour. That's the minimum you can run without somebody getting hit with a pre-roll. So show some love, drop us a Prime sub over there on Twitch. We have some more chats coming in. We have Turbo Bill. TPUSA FemCon, instead of asking why people are sending in money to ask the questions, why not just answer the fucking questions? Such a bad faith guest avoiding super chats.
Oof, somebody needs to, just calm down a little before typing things out.
Such passive aggressive woman stuff to constantly accuse, oh my God, are you mad? I made you mad. Wow.
Yes, I
are you
do.
crashing out? Such a Gen Z
And
thing.
so are you.
That's what we need more of, ladies. Take notes. Shantae, get your crayon out, okay? Do you see what Rachel just done there? Technically, she betrayed the sisterhood, right? But we need more bitches to do this. Call out this passive-aggressive bullshit that they do. It's like, oh, that's small dick energy, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Answer the fucking question, bitch. Stay on the argument. You know what I'm saying? These people are paying hundreds of dollars to put out messages, and you're just there going, well, you're just mad. You know what I mean? Autocorrect is a bitch, especially on super chats. Always piss me off. Hey, it is what it is, Shantae. I feel the pain. Especially when you're trying to like put in words and you have to like rejigger it around. And then like you're trying to use curse words, but then they're not able to read it and all this kind of shit. I don't need my crayons. I've been doing that since I could crawl. Hey, it is what it is. Shantae's like Tommy. You know what I'm saying? From the Rugrats. She's got like a bat belt kind of type situation. She's always got her crayons at hand. You know what I'm saying? Come prepared. You know what I mean?
Dude, why are you crashing out right now? Oh my gosh. And people are like, we're
I think
not
she might be
crashing out.
millennial. Are you? I think
I'm a millennial.
She's
You're
a
Gen X.
TikTok brain.
Yup.
Definitely.
That's
that,
Gen
William.
Z.
Are you on
Jazzy's an
TikTok though, a
OG.
lot?
I am on
feel like I'm
TikTok for
TikTok.
work
Uh-huh.
reasons because I'm in media and marketing. But yeah,
Accusing other people of like getting upset and losing their cool when they're clearly not is like a Gen Z meme.
You
I'm
have
not.
plenty
Everybody
of times before.
Yeah, okay.
Most of
Doofus
this
here is
show,
just
actually.
doing a little follow up. I mean, the guy.
You wish.
You know, for some of these
This
guys,
is what now,
they're
350. We're at 350 from Doofus.
It is below the threshold, but some of these guys, they're patrons of the show. They want to. Of
course.
We got to put on more debates, so they want to support the show. And I mean, this guy probably wants to pop a ball of champagne or something at this point. I don't know, but oh wait, I already showed this one. My apologies. We have one coming in from the Unknown Soldier. It's going to be a bit of a delay, but he writes, she's the epitome of the utterly failed education system in America. She's too dumb and has way too much ego to recognize it. Like all college-educated women, listen to your conscious, Brian.
So all
Conscious.
college-educated
Does he mean
women,
the super cheddar conscious Brian?
all
Brian's
college
consciousness or whatever it is?
All college-educated women have too much ego, and yeah, that's probably another reason why
They do tend to be
you are-
overly confident in their intellectual capabilities.
It
I would
sounds like
agree.
somebody's ego is
like an
threatened
ego.
by educated women. which
Well,
is-
we have Piano Dean.
The projection.
And he says,
The projection is crazy. Holy shit. She's calling out other people's egos. She's calling out other people's egos. She tried to turn the whole fucking debate into one big ad hom and tried to turn the audience against Rachel and all this kind of shit. Oh my god. Unbelievable. You might as well just like superimpose a fucking projector instead of her during the whole debate.
it's amazing how many times in this debate, Driana
Oh, you got it. You got it right.
Rihanna.
He wrote it right. That's
has agreed with Rachel, yet somehow believing she won the point. Thank you, Piano Dean. And by the way, thank you everyone else who has sent in messages. You can.
Yeah, because the only thing I disagree with Rachel on is on women voting
Well,
and
you
having
disagree on quite a bit more than that.
lot more than that.
having equal financial rights. So being an equivalent to men according to the law, which is just rational and a conservative position.
Again, missing the is-ought gap. And you had a lot more to say that you disagreed with. You brought several color-coded folders, which very...
Those were just printed facts.
Yeah, I'm just saying you clearly
back
had a
up-
whole bunch of
to back up
stuff.
my
And no,
claims.
you don't agree with me on anything. You don't agree with me that you're a libertarian. You don't agree with me
Because-
that you're a feminist.
no,
you
I'm not
don't
gonna
agree with me that
agree.
women don't need political power in order to not be oppressed. You think that unless they have financial and
Yeah.
political power, they're somehow
If I
oppressed.
call
and I'm
you,
saying
if I
that
call
they
you
don't.
something you're not, if I call you a
But
self-hating,
you are,
a
by
self-hating
definition,
woman,
you are.
Does that make
You're
it
like
true?
the trans people who are like, but I identify as a conservative though, and I'm like, you don't hold any conservative positions, and
There's-
you're like, but I call myself, well, I identify as conservative.
You are the
She's
one
a
that
trans conservative, boys. I think Rachel's hitting the fucking nail on the head here. She's a fucking trans. She is, I identify as conservative. You know what I mean? Like, do definitions not mean anything anymore? Wait, can I call myself Jamaican? What's going on here? Let me know, Cha.
have explicitly said you're not a conservative, right?
I'm not.
I'm
I'm way further right than that.
Yeah,
probably.
you're not a constitutionalist. You do not believe in the U.S. Constitution.
don't.
You do not believe in a constitutional republic. You believe in a monarchy.
I think you could have. I think you could conceive of a constitutional republic that could work, but you'd
That's
have
not
to.
what you said.
You'd have to limit suffrage, or you get progressivism, and the end result is this garbage we have now. That's
That's
what
that
will happen every time. I prefer a monarchy. Yes. Church
and again,
state working together. It's called Symphonia. The Byzantine Empire, which was the longest lasting empire in history, had this system.
And none of
yes,
this
I think
is
it's better.
compatible with Western values or conservatism in the United States.
American conservatism is dead and has been since Pat Buchanan fell out of the limelight.
So
at
we should
least
just
since
not
then.
do anything
and
about
I
it.
don't believe in Western values. That's why I'm
do.
not a Western liberal. You are a classical liberal. That's Western values.
You believe
American classical liberalism is your ethos. It is not mine. I am
Again, trying to box me into certain labels,
That's
and that's
crazy
not
that
exactly
the chat
how
just
that
came through right now.
works.
The 50-year-old woman doesn't know how to control her emotions. Of
Mm-hmm.
course, this audience is going to like Rachel, the promiscuous. Okay, well, I'm not.
I'm not
Gonna address that, but-
promiscuous at all. I've never.
Look, petite blondes. It's all the like the way she was. Remember when the facts don't care about your feelings, and she referred to it as, well, she said, as in the commenter, she said. You know what I mean? Now we got petite blonde. You know what I mean? Taking shots at Rachel. You know what I mean? And it's like this whole thing is she doesn't know how to control her emotions. You know what I mean? This whole game that gets played. I'm gonna say a bunch of ad homs, insults, try to pit you against the audience, all this kind of shit. Ignore all argumentation actually being made and not actually deal with the substance of the debate. And then I'm going to accuse you of being emotional. I'm going to accuse you of doing like gaslighting. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Exactly, K-Dog. See how fast they turn. Like all these feminists that say women should be seen and heard. And all this bollocks that they spew. But then when a woman stands up for something she don't like being said, she's an enemy. You know what I mean? She's a misogynist. You know? Unbelievable, Jeff.
Been promiscuous. So.
Yeah, and I haven't gone there and
Can I
attacking
just
her.
scoot like 1 inch?
There's a
that
lot
way?
of rumors that you hear about me online that are not true. So it's probably good that you didn't go there because it.
I didn't even
People just
pre-read
lie.
that.
People just
It was
lie.
a troll.
The
but
only thing I know is obviously you have children from previous marriages, and you know
Yes.
there's 3 or previous relationships, and you have children from
two
3
previous relationships.
from 3
yes.
different relationships is
Yes.
what is online. Also, because you and Andrew have done a really good job at cleaning up your online presence. I actually had somebody reach out to me who's a private investigator because they watched the first show.
Oh my God. Someone reached out to her that was a private investigator. Do you hear this bollocks? Do you hear this bollocks? Alright? I would love, right, for this bitch to be done with the debate, and then she walks out the door and it's just Shazzy, Shantae, and Creative Wish just waiting there. You know what I'm saying? Holy shit, like dragging this bitch through the coals and everything. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. Now, obviously, like I'd need to be there to make sure they don't kill the bitch. Because like that's one thing I've noticed with like with men fighting versus when women are fighting, like women just keep going. You know what I mean? Like men, it's like boom, boom, boom. Some dude hits the deck. Maybe there's like another slap or something like that thrown in, but then it's like, yeah, everybody walks off, go about the business, all this kind of shit. Women keep fucking going. Do you know what I mean? But I'd pay good money to see that shit happen. You know what I mean? These bitches come face to face with actual women. You know what I mean?
And they're like, oh my gosh, you know, this guy's kind of crazy, your husband. I wonder who he is.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
if we're-
I wonder
this
who he is. And
this feels like it's getting into like a docs
no, and then
territory. I don't want to go.
No.
A private
I'm saying-
investigator,
That's
huh?
crazy.
Yeah,
Okay.
reached out to me and
Okay,
and then tried to
Anybody
find,
who tries to dig into your shit online
and
now
then tried
calls
to find
themselves
info
that,
on
so.
you online. And my
Okay.
point.
No, I'm not saying none of that, William. I'm not saying. I'm pretty sure they just give Shantae a fucking wrench and she'll go to town. You know what I mean? But it's more so like just that scene of like her walking out and then just like Shazzy, Creative, and things saying, hey, let's have a chat. Let's have a wee little chat, girl. You know what I mean? One of those things. You know what I mean? And then she goes to like ring the cops, something like that. Like, you won't be needing that, little girl. You won't be needing that. It's holy shit, man. You know what I mean? Men will when women are encouraged. Yeah, true. That is a fair point, Shantae. Because I like the women be kind of saying, like trying to lead on, like, oh, like you're not a real man, all this kind of shit. Can you hear what he's saying about you, all this kind of shit? Whereas, like, if you're genuinely the A side, like imagine if I walked up to like Floyd was it Merriweather or Mayweather or whatever the fuck his name is, right? You know, the dude that had the boxing match with Conor McGregor. If I walked up and started talking a bunch of shit, like he'd just like laugh in my face. You know what I mean? Like men, like proper, like grown, fully like mature men, none of that shit actually gets on their nerves. But if it's a man with his woman, and she's doing the whole like whispering in his ears, oh, are you gonna take that shit? Are you not a real man? All this kind of shit. That's when that shit turns out like that. Do you know what I mean? But if it's just two random dudes that like were fucking in a crowd or whatever, and that like they bumped each other, hey, fuck you, and then he started throwing a few schmacks. And it's just them, they're not with the women or anything like that. It's literally boom, boom, dude hits the ground, and then maybe it's another slap or so, and then they walk off, all that kind of shit, and then the crowd makes sure the dude's okay. You know what I mean? Rings the ambulance if needs to be, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? But holy shit. I'd pay good money to see that. I would pay good money to see that. Like one of these fucking like fake bitches with the fake lips, the fake teeth, the fake eyebrows, all this kind of shit. Oh, shit. Oh, boys. You know what I'm saying? K-Dog says, yeah, man, this is crazy. She just said she wasn't going to go there, and then she explains what she wasn't going to say. It's crazy. And even like you can see Brian's like, listen, this is Doc's territory. Shut the fuck up, bitch. You know what I mean? And she's still going to keep going. You know what I mean? Lol, the wee chat would definitely be creative. I don't really like to fight with women unless they can't help themselves. But like, this is what I'm saying, Shantae. You know what I mean? Like, the world needs to witness Gaelic women, specifically Gaelic women, but the Anglo-Saxon have a bit of fight in them as well. They need to see that in full force, like the beauty of the Celtic women. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, Shantae, you'd be able to do the same thing. Just give you a range, you'd be grand. You know what I'm saying? You got like those House of Horrors and bad cases of abuse. It's always the women being the ringleader. 100%. 100%. J. Kim says she was waiting to say this. Oops, I'm 3 minutes behind. Yeah, no, like we all knew this was coming. Anytime there's an Andrew debate or a Rachel debate, and it's one against like one that's against like these like what I call like the propped up script readers. It's going there. We know, like we've seen it with the Snizzlicker. Charlie and all this kind of shit. Like they have that kind of like, that's going to be the closing, that's going to be the dessert. The starting course was the whole like ad hom shit, then trying to like hint at a personal thing and all this kind of shit. The main course was this whole thing of like trying to like pit fans or the audience against Rachel, all this kind of shit. And sprinkled in there was this whole thing of like saying, "Oh, you're against democracy," blah 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 blah, all this bollocks. And we've gotten to the the final, the culmination. How long's left in it, actually? About just over an hour. So yeah, we're about on time, J. Kim. We're about roughly on time where she's going to start doing the nasty shit and all this stuff, and then she'll say, "Oh well, I was held against my will for 5 or 6 hours," and like all sort of like back justification, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable. Unfucking believable. But the thing I would say to the likes of Rachel, Andrew and stuff, that's how you know that they've won. When they're digging into this deep shit, all you have to do is just sit there with a smile on your face going, I knew you were going to say that. Your mask has slipped. This is who you truly are, you goofy bitch. You were sitting here saying that you want to treat everyone nice and all this kind of shit, and now you're bringing up a bunch of personal ad hom shit, which isn't even true, by the way. It's all gossip and hearsay and all this kind of shit. You're going to throw that because you couldn't make an argument. You couldn't contend with the logic. You know what I mean? So, like, that's the key. But it's very difficult to do that, though. It's very difficult. Especially when, oh, man. If these cunts were talking about my nieces, oh, bro. That table is gone. The table's already been flipped, and like that bitch is like halfway out the fucking window. You know what I mean?
Well, we're
is
not.
that
I don't
it
think that's
wasn't.
fair to reveal.
Do you know
I'm not
why?
gonna
I
reveal
don't think
anything.
that's fair to reveal things some private investigator.
It's hard to find
did or
stuff
did
on
not
me
dig up.
because we're old
But-
and I don't like we didn't have an online life until like
Hold
5
on,
years
but
ago.
There's
that's
scrubbing
immaterial to the
that has definitely
conversation.
happened,
Alan
but-
Roach.
Rubbing of what?
Hold on, Alan
Personal
Roach.
information.
Oh, baloney.
Alan Roach.
You're full of it.
$100.
Hang on a sec, bitch. What are you talking about scrubbing? Why are you in contact? Like, this is what I'm saying about the whole projection thing. Like, be very careful of like the weapons that your enemies try to use against you. Okay? Like this whole thing of like that which they accuse the Jew of, they are guilty of. An example of the Muslim will accuse the Israeli as a colonial state, as a colonist, right? But what's been the whole history of Islam? Colonization. You know what I mean? What they accuse Rachel of, this bitch has got a private investigator, and now she's talking about scrubbing the internet and all this kind of shit. Oh, bitch, let's drill down further. How does that work? That's what I'd be like. I'd be too coy in this shit. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, I'd be sitting down to that as if it was like I was a police detective. You know what I mean? I'd be saying, what you mean scrubbing the internet? Well, how does that work? Oh, tell me more. Oh, this is so interesting. You know what I mean? And just like, let them fucking hang themselves with the rope. You know what I'm saying? Shanti says, yeah, from what I've seen, there isn't like a ton about her and other people than her time at TP USA Online. But this is the same thing with what was the Sarah Stock. You know, doing the whole like, you know, I'm done with social media, the picture of the ring on the hand, all this kind of shit. I won. And then she kept posting on social media, and then this whole shitstorm. I don't even know what fucking happened. All I know is that bitch said some shit, or she cheated on her husband or some shit like that, and everybody was basically saying it's like, yeah, you know, Brad conservative here, you know, cheating on the husband, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Every goddamn time. You know what I'm saying? Well, this is what I'm saying about noting like what are they trying to use against you, and then press down on it. You know what I'm saying? So when she starts talking about the private investigator, when she starts talking about scrubbing the internet, what have you done, bitch? You know what I mean? Those, like I said, that to me is where like the Columbo ears go up, and I'm like, oof. There's some good pay dirt down here, boys.
Australian. Just grant or give her the unborn males. It makes no difference. They will not survive long enough to raise them and will not have the skills to teach them.
That's correct.
This did come in.
I thought about
a while
going
ago,
into that, but it's just like she just stonewalls and obfuscates, so it doesn't matter.
All right, we have Andrew Thrasher here. Good evening, whatever podcast. Former senior airman Andrew Thrasher here. Question for the fake conservative. What exactly do you bring to society? What makes you a productive member of society other than giving false information? What are you worth? I don't see it. Not one step back.
Again, I don't know who the fake conservative is here, but I will say that I am a high contributor to not just society, but taxes that I pay in actually helping conservatives get elected, not just saying women bad, stupid, and should not vote. I actually have knocked doors so that conservatives get elected, not just talk about getting conservatives elected or how bad the situation is. I've actually talked the talk and walked the walk, something Rachel here has not done.
What?
And so
Okay,
I think
demonstrate that.
yeah,
That's
there's
wild.
pictures online on my social media profiles of the work that I've done to actually
Wait, you
elect
think I need to go
conservatives.
out and
So if I Photoshop an African village at the back of my stream, does that mean that I actually don't? Shut the fuck up. Dog says, yeah, what exactly are they looking for? Because Andrew has a big presence online, and because of him, his wife has a presence online. So what are they looking for? No, what I'm pointing out, K-Dog, is she's the one that mentioned that, not that she reached out to a private investigator, but that a private investigator reached out to her. Okay? That already is fishy as fuck information. Because when does like a private, like how many calls have you ever gotten in your lifetime from a private investigator? You know what I mean? And like I said, the fact that she mentions the private investigator and then she starts talking about scrubbing things online, To me, you're trying to accuse Rachel of something that you yourself are guilty of. You know what I mean? It's like, so what? Even if I did do that, even if Rachel did do that and all this kind of shit, you know what I mean? Why is that bad? You know what I mean? She knows it's bad because she's done it herself and she's ashamed of it. That's why she knows it's bad. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy. Like I said, I can't explain like the mentality I have or how I cultivated it, but like I just see patterns like that. And then people say like, Terry, like, how the fuck did you notice that? I don't know. That's just how my brain works. Do you know what I mean? But that would be something I'd be honing in on. You know what I'm saying? And like you see it like with the whole like the Islamists who were calling the Israelis colonists. Like, what the fuck did you do to North Africa and Spain? You know what I mean? It's unbelievable. Even if Rachel did, people who know her would speak up, so it's pointless. But that's what I'm saying, Shantae. Like, even if Rachel did do that, do you know what I mean? What would make it? It's because she done it, and she's ashamed of it. She's ashamed that she had to do that. So that's why she's trying to throw what she thinks is shit. She's trying to throw shit on Rachel that she herself is guilty of. That tracks. I mean, I don't got no receipts. I don't got no evidence. But if you're to ask, Sherlock Yak or, Columbo Teriak over here, Detective Yaki, that's what I'd say. Jazzy says, that's actually what I thought the first time I heard her say it when it was live. That's why I looked her up and isn't much about her online. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Machiwa, Shante.
Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. And William's just here going, what the fuck is going on?
What the fuck is going on right now?
I have the gift, or like, I think like Jack called it like clairvoyancy or some shit. Nah, bro. Like it's like being hypersensitive, or like I can't explain it. Every single time I try to explain it, I always fucking sound retarded. But it's something got to do with like being like extremely good at empathy or some shit like that. That's the best I can explain it. But I don't know. Like I said, it's my brain just makes these connections, all this kind of shit, and then like it turns out, actually, Teriak, you might be right about this, Teriak. You know what I mean?
Get GOP candidates elected when I don't
I think
support
that you should
the GOP.
go get people that believe what you believe elected if you actually want to basically prove that you're serious about what you believe in.
You know what's more effective than that? Winning the prop.
And this makes so Sarah pause on again, William, but this makes so much point. Because like she's saying, it's like, oh, Rachel doesn't have a lot online about her. She must have done the same thing I did. Got you, bitch. I got you.
Propaganda war and taking back the institutions.
And
if you want to talk about
suck at that.
prescription, I don't suck at that.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Because most of your followers are men. Most of the
That's
people
not true.
Most of the people that support you
right here,
are men.
no, that's
not
not
women.
That's actually not true.
No?
This book right here cracked. I'll explain it right now, and I'll prove it. This book cracked the top 30 on all of Amazon books, which is practically unheard of for a self-published book. It is vastly outsold things from mainline publishers.
Okay.
I have
Do you deny
lot
that
of
most
women.
of? Do you deny that most of your following is men?
It depends on what platform you look at. So like my
I'd say
Substack readers are actually mostly women.
Most.
I'm not really on YouTube. I'm not really on Instagram. I'm only on X. And on X, it's like a 70-30 split. But I get the most emails, DMs, and letters in the mail from women who say, thank you for giving me a voice, because as a stay-at-home mom, I always felt less than. I always have been made to feel by the women around me like I'm not doing enough, like I'm a loser. Thank you for that. Like I get tons of mail from women.
Well, that's
Way more
really
than men.
sad that that is the case, that they're being told
It
that.
is.
But I think the reason they feel that way is not because other women are saying
yes, it is.
that they don't have inherent value. I think if it's not mostly men, it's at an equivalent level, because a lot of men think, oh, you're just a stay-at-home mom. What is it that you bring to the table if I'm providing food and shelter for you? You get to stay at home with the kids.
I never get
That
criticized
doesn't-
by
that
men
doesn't
for being a
have inherent
stay-at-home
value.
mom. I never get criticized by men.
well, I can
have
tell
gotten
you-
criticized by women for it my whole life, including a Candace Owens staffer who told me
can-
I wasn't a good American because I wasn't contributing to the GDP.
Okay.
It's always
So
been
random.
femcon women
So
who
random.
come at me.
No, well, in my
And leftist women.
in my situation, it's definitely been men being the ones that say that women don't have value if they are just stay-at-home moms, and that is a luxury for men to maintain
Conservative
them.
men say this?
Not conservative
No.
men. I'm saying men in general. Men
I have
in general.
I don't hear
in
men say
general-
that.
Men in general
and-
are saying what?
That there's a lot of men.
So I told you, Shante. It's just a bunch of commie gobbledygook. You know what I mean? They never talk about, like, when Andrew gets all the emails and he's about people saying, it's like, bro, like, I was genuinely on the brink. And then I started listening to you and everything just started making sense. And I turned my life around. They never bring up that shit. They basically say, oh, you're a meanie. You know what I mean? Exactly. What is she talking about? Most men love and want to protect a woman they know at home. They don't look down on them. You know what I mean? What she's trying to say is like the whole, like, what do you bring to the table? This is the question that, like, men throw at women because they ask, like, they act like the boss babe and all this kind of shit. And fundamentally what it exposes is these women are so busy acting like men. What is the point of even having a man? You're going to do the protection, you're going to do the provisioning, you're going to, like, get all the resources, all this kind of shit. You're going to provide for the family and all this kind of stuff. And you're going to have the kid. What the fuck is the point of the man? Do you know what I mean? Shanti says, I had two bitch boys telling me being a stay-at-home mom is a spoiled mentality and oh, you're one of those women who want to not work and rely on a man and not work. But this is what I'm saying. Like, they fundamentally misunderstand what Andrew's saying. Because I'm going to play the Andrew clip again because it deserves to be played.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Absolute mic drop. And again, this is said specifically to the boss babe bitches that you've none to offer other than pussy. But what else can a woman offer? I can be a mother. I can be a mother. But again, this is the whole thing. If we give them the answer, then they say, oh, I can be a mother when I choose to be. And then, like, 2 or 3 years into marriage and I choose not to be all this kind of bollocks. You know what I'm saying? They're weird and 100% sneaky fucker types. I don't think a woman would really say that to my face. No. Of course not. Like, that's the thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like mischaracterization out of context, or like retro was it like retrofitting or whatever, or basically like straw man. Like, there's so much shit that they try to do to it. But fundamentally, it's like, if you're a boss babe and you want to act like a man, What the fuck do you bring to the table? Do you know what I mean? But if you're hitting me with like I'm dedicated to the family, I put the kids above my, I put the kids first. You know, like I'll genuinely be a mother. I genuinely be a wife. Submission with no you know, opt-out clause. Like there's tons of shit that they could say, but they never do, and it makes Andrew sick because that is modernity. You know what I'm saying? They definitely say it, Rachel, because of Andrew. What can I say? What can I say? But that's what's happening here. This whole kind of like, oh, you say that women have no value. No. You say that women can't even answer the question. But they demand as though they're equal to a man. It makes no sense. A man can't be a mother. We went through this whole thing with the trans movement. A man cannot be a mother. So women do have value, but a lot of modern day women choose not to give that value. They'd rather just take their clothes off and be a slave. Like that's literally like what slaves. That's how we identified slaves back in the day. Whoever was naked was a slave. And now women are fighting for, I guess, quote unquote, their right to just get naked for attention, which is literally like, congratulations, you were as valuable as a slave, I guess. You know what I mean? When the answer should be, I want to be a mother. Give me, put some babies in me, wherever the fuck. You know what I mean? That's valuable. I can work with that. But this whole thing of like, oh, I've got a fancy education, I'm beautiful, or I'm pretty looking, like I'll do like I'm a freak in the sheets and all this kind of shit. Bitch, get the fuck. Get the fuck. You know what I mean? And that's why I say like they fundamentally, like I genuinely think they do this shit on purpose. But then the other side of me thinks like, no, they could just be retarded enough. They genuinely don't know. They genuinely cannot understand what's actually being said. You know what I mean? This whole thing of like, I'm going to be independent with you. How the fuck does that make any sense? It's I'm independent from you. They don't even understand the difference between with and from. It's unbelievable. What also is unbelievable is our girl Shantae on the Ko-Fi with the $5, preventing the grift break single-handedly. Gentlemen, what's the crack? Are you gonna let Shantae do all the work? Unbelievable. Shantae, let me play a guitar striking clip for you. Are we having fun yet, folks? I know Shantae is. Don't know about the rest of you. I don't know about the rest of you. You know what I'm saying? But, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to it.
That believe that women don't have value or aren't contributing equally to them for being stay-at-home moms, that they should consider themselves lucky to be able to stay at home with the kids while they pay for food and shelter. That is a belief that a lot of men hold, and it is probably contributing to women like the ones you mentioned feeling less than for being stay-at-home women. I think that women, more than anybody, understand the value of being mothers, because we know that we know what we have to sacrifice. I've been called a baby
factory. I've been told I'm a brainwashed victim. You yourself have inferred that like I'm only here because I'm a pick-me. I'm not using my own thoughts. I'm not using my own brain to look at the world and go, wait, everything is fucked up. This is not how things should be.
So women shouldn't vote as your prescription.
No, you don't take me seriously because I don't hold your feminist views. You think that
I don't take you seriously.
The only reason
your final argument is women shouldn't vote. That's why I don't take you seriously.
I don't care. about the whole women vote. That's stuck in your craw. It's not stuck in mine, whatever. I don't think women should vote. So what? Why do you think it's cool to call me names like a pick me and infer that I don't have my own mind, that I didn't come up with this? Do you think men wrote my book for me? Do you think men told me to say this?
That's
Or do you
an
think,
accumulation of
or do you think that
historical facts.
I am actually a really smart person who looked around and went, everything is out of order. Everything is all fucked up now. How did we get here? That's how I started writing this, by looking around at the world and the way it is and going, this is out of order. Things are all messed up. What is wrong here?
Yeah.
And through the process of my own analysis,
How did
over
you
the
end up with
years,
the
I
wrong
came to-
conclusion, though?
It's
That-
And also, not just blindly believing some sort of a fucking script that clearly this bitch on the right was fed. Like this whole thing of like, oh, did women really do this? Let's double check. Oh wait, no, it's actually a man on this. Okay. Did women really invent the computer organ? No, it was actually men that. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So it was all a lie. It was all a lie.
Not the wrong conclusion.
That women shouldn't
It's
vote.
not. Feminism has destroyed life for women. And if you want to talk about how things have turned out,
I'm not arguing
tell
for
me what feminism has done to improve life for women
You're
like
not
me.
going to get me to argue for something I
you
don't
can't,
believe in.
You
So,
have
again,
lost this debate badly, and you are coping.
I think people watching.
I think people watching will be
that.
determining that too.
And the fact that
we'll
at
see.
the end of this, you're trying to get me to argue in favor of feminism, which I have not done this entire time.
I don't
says
need
a lot.
you have, and you just don't realize it because you
Says a
don't
lot.
understand words.
Says a lot.
You don't
I think
understand
we're
the meaning of
ready
words.
I think we're ready for closing statements. At least I am. Are
Yeah,
you, Rachel?
sure.
Yeah.
She's tapping out. She's tapping out, boy. She can't handle the heat. I think it's the first time we ever say, if you can't handle the heat, get the fuck out of the kitchen.
In just a moment. And I don't know if this adds at least some degree of clarity here at the end on that last point. Andrew Wilson, who you squared up against and is obviously, well, Rachel's husband, he describes feminism as a movement towards egalitarianism with a rejection of patriarchy.
Yes.
Would you agree with that definition of feminism?
No, I think that feminism just argues for additional rights above egalitarian rights to men. I think that's what crosses the line to feminism.
Like what?
Wait,
Everything
for
outside
women?
of everything outside of voting and equal financial
Well, what's
rights.
one thing that
Feminism.
that you think feminism advocates for that you don't?
Special treatments.
Like what?
Like, let's say, hiring requirements, quotas for women in the workplace. So you have to have X amount of women and X amount of men. I'm against that. That's special treatments. That's not hiring based on competency or skill. It's hiring based on gender, which is wrong. It's DEI. So I'm against DEI.
You're against DEI, but you're for forcing banks to force financial equality. And you're for forcing
That's
political
wrong.
equality.
That's a straw man.
What I'm trying to tell you is
where
it's
you're
all
trying to
forced.
misrepresent
This is all
my
forced.
trying to misrepresent my position, which is
Oh, boys. We've got high grade, the highest grade of copium. You know what I'm saying? This is like top tier copium right here, boys. Poor bitch is overdosing on the copiums. You know what I mean?
all that law did is that it stopped banks from discriminating based on gender, not
yeah, let's
not
do closing.
forcing.
She's just gonna keep repeating
not
the same
forcing
stuff.
banks to give out loans or credit based on gender. That is a completely different thing, and that is false.
I've got two more super chats, and then we'll get into the closing. Jory, thank you for your super chat. Brianna, that's some sort of
So
mutant
close.
combination of us,
But-
I guess. Have you read Ayn Rand?
Ayn Rand.
I apologize for the
Yeah, she's
mispronunciation.
read
It
'em.
sounds like you would subscribe to her philosophy of objectivism.
I do agree with a lot of the ideas behind objectivism. Absolutely. I think everybody should read some of Ayn Rand's works, like
But she's not a libertarian, folks. She's a conservative. Unbelievable.
The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged. Have you heard of that one before?
You know, she's
Yes, I know
like
that.
one of the
Atlas
top
I'm not a
libertarian
socialist,
philosophers, right?
but I get my philosophy
So
from
just
Karl
embrace
Marx.
the libertarian You're a
pick
libertarian.
and choose
Just embrace
from
it.
where I want to, Rachel.
Wait, didn't she have
but
some
yes, I
rather sexist
Yeah.
views?
That's why I say I don't necessarily
wasn't feminist
prescribe
enough.
to. That's why I say I don't, label myself by.
Yeah, she
any
openly
kind of
rejected
title.
feminism. She called herself
Objectivism or libertarianism or conservatism fully. I pick and choose
Okay.
based on from what I think is right.
What
and
the
most people,
fuck?
if more people did that, I think we'd be better off for sure.
All right, well, Jory, thank you for your soup chat. We have Red Fox, blonde Cuban chick for the third time. Do you think you are a good role model for women? Stop running from the question.
Absolutely. I am financially responsible. I am somebody that times basically what I'm going to do with my life and having kids and a family when it's right, so that I don't become a burden upon society, a tax burden, or shift my responsibilities to anybody else. And I'm also going to make sure I give my kids a father that stays within their life for the rest of their life. So yeah, definitely a benefit to society.
Do you not see? Oh my God. I'm going to give my kids a father that's going to stay in their lives. So, like, what the dude does is actually her being benevolent. Like, what she's giving to the kids is she's going to pick a man that's going to stay around. She's literally taking credit for the men. She's doing the whole feminist shtick. She's taking credit off the accomplishments of men and saying, oh, no, that's because I chose that man, of course. And then, like, any of the shortcomings of women, it's like, oh, no, but that's the men's. That's the men's fault, though. It's unfucking believable.
And like I said, I've also made sure that I advocate and work for electing the people that have these conservative values. Not just talk about it, actually get out in the field and do it.
Like
So, yeah.
Trump with his conservative values.
Definitely better than the other option.
I voted for
Kamala.
Trump. He's better, but he's not conservative.
Nobody
He is
is
not
into the
conservative
field,
at all.
do you think getting into
He's not conservative. He's not Christian. Like that whole like what it's unbelievable. Like when you actually kind of like break down like what like conservatism actually is versus like what Trump actually is. You know what I mean? He ain't conservative, but he is what America needs. I will say that. But is he conservative? Fuck no. He ain't even Christian.
Run for office then, Rachel?
Why would I do that?
Well, don't criticize other people.
You know
for
what?
doing it.
You're right. I'm going to do that. I'm going to run for office.
I
And then when I
highly,
win, I'm just
highly
going to abdicate my seat to my husband. I'll just be like, Psh, you can just take over. That's what I'll do.
I mean, that's what, it's funny. That's what some people have done. Some politicians have done. Yeah.
Do you have a critique of either Rachel or Andrew, or I suppose even possibly me, or even other people who do online discourse and are primarily online, that because you're describe yourself.
She doesn't even go here, Shante. You know, I'm not even conservative. You know what I mean? Send her on the bus. Send her on the bus. William's got the right idea. Boy, he's MVP.
As a conservative operative, that you're not going, that we're not going out door to door knocking on doors. What's that called? There's a term
Canvassing?
for canvassing. Yeah.
Grassroots work. It could be canvassing.
Is that what you did? Was canvassing?
That was part of it, but mostly actually mobilizing people as well to do that. Do it myself because you have to lead by example, but also mobilizing other people to do that. That is part of grassroots work, yes.
But
which
would
is
you
very
say
important.
that, at least for the 2024 election, the most recent election,
Did I knock doors? Yes.
well,
Did I get other
do you
people
think
to do
that
it?
the
Yeah.
work you did, and to be fair, I'm not familiar precisely or in total of everything you've done, do you think that that is superior to say the work Rachel has done or Andrew has done or I have done or other online creators have done in perhaps the success of Donald Trump's campaign?
That's a very specific question. I think that you have maybe in your specific show, you've probably mobilized men to go vote for sure and hype them up for Donald Trump. Has it had a similar issue within the female population? I think it's the opposite. So I don't know.
You think we've had a negative?
Gladly, William. Gladly.
It's very offensive because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
That bitch is blind as a bat. And yeah, Shantae, it's like, do you have a womb? Well, if you don't have a womb, then you have no argument on abortion. Like this whole shtick. You know? If you're not a woman, then you shouldn't be talking about abortion. Then Rachel Wilson comes up and it's like, wait, not her. You know?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think the following of this show is mostly men anyways.
Yeah, sure.
So since you target them and...
What do you mean target them?
Well, you have a base that you can talk to and mobilize that is mostly men. And if you tell them to go vote for, Donald Trump, then that does help that campaign and that movement. Absolutely. Now, what it does societally, the one that Rachel's going to be here for tomorrow and that I was on here last time, is it helping men and women come together more? Is it helping men view women in a healthy fashion? Or is it warping men's reality of women to where they think, well, most women out there are sexually promiscuous. There's a lot of women out there that that are working in sex work. Most women
Never
are
made
not
the claim. We already
very intelligent
show,
because they answer
total straw
questions
man. Never made that claim.
that are simple incorrectly. I think that aspect of the show definitely divides the sexes and doesn't help as a society.
Can I ask you a question? If so, you're given that you're conservative, do you think are you anti-trans?
Nicely noted, Shantae.
Okay. Do you think that that's divisive to humanity? Because clearly there are people who are pro-trans. So you're just like going even beyond gender, beyond sex. You're just divisive on a humanity level.
No.
That would be divisive, wouldn't it?
No, because first of all, there's no such thing as trans. There's just men and women.
People disagree with you.
With body dysmorphia. That's basically
okay, well, I agree with you on that point, but other people disagree with you.
Okay.
Is it divisive?
Does it help society if I affirm a trans person's delusions? No.
Does it affirm society if I affirm a woman's delusions that she deserves a man who makes $10 million a year when she's an average woman?
No, but it also doesn't.
But it would be divisive, wouldn't it? But what would be wrong with that?
No, but it doesn't help. It doesn't help show men that these are the women that are out there when they're less than 1% of the population.
What do you mean?
Generally,
who's less than 1% of the population?
For example, sex workers.
The majority of our guests are not sex workers.
Are less than 1% of.
We already went over this, and the amount of sex workers he's had on the show are representative of the amount of sex workers in the population. They went over the statistics live.
Yeah,
you may not have seen that.
Yeah, and I again don't have the statistics. You can pull them up from YouTube or whatever. I think in the past year, and I haven't watched the show beginning to end.
I haven't watched this show, but you have a disproportionate amount of sex workers on your show. I didn't watch your show, but I'm going to make comments on your show.
That's stupid.
It's mind-boggling. She wants Brian to highlight the strong, independent boss babes like her. Think you're onto something here, Shantae. Think you're onto something.
Especially the ones on Sundays because it's a 10-hour podcast. But yes, I think anybody that follows the social media accounts, Instagram, and gets clips would make the rational would believe that the majority of women that go on the show have some kind of background in sex work. Is it true? I don't know. I don't have the stats. Is it a fact that most people have the impression that the Whatever podcast brings on a disproportionate amount of...
Now notice the framing. Is it a belief or an impression that people say this? So basically what she's trying to say, is it a fact that it's a rumor that you have a disproportionate amount of sex workers on your show? See what she just done there? She's now gone from a claim to, well, it's a rumor. Like, it's true that it's a rumor, right? So what exactly is she going off? You know what I mean? Is it a fact that people have a feeling? Do you know what I'm saying? Listen to this shit.
Show have some kind of background in sex work. Is it true? I don't know. I don't have the stats.
Is it true? I don't know. I don't have the stats.
Is it a fact that most people have the impression that the Whatever podcast...
Is it a fact that most people have the impression? Where's the data for that?
brings on a disproportionate amount of women with a background in sex work? Yes.
These
that
are
is
two separate...
Do you see what I'm saying? Is it a fact that people have the impression? Do you know what I mean? And where's the data? Where's the empirical data or the empirical facts to prove that? Because now you're basically going off hearsay. So now you have to have like a public poll that gets sent out to everybody, and then so you can determine what the impression is. But there has been no studies about that. There have been no polls about that. So how are you able to even make that claim that that's a rumor, bitch? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm going to make the claim, but you got to prove it wrong. But they do. Like, Brian literally proves this claim wrong. Live on stream. He goes, here's the data. Here's who we pick from. And when you look at, like, even the Andrews one, in one of his recent videos, there's like a montage where it's all like the 1v1 debates that he's had against these chicks. And it's like, they have a master's in this, they have a bachelor's in this, they've got an undergrad and then a postgrad in this, they've got like all these like degrees on this kind of shit. And he's like, I got a 10th grade education. No, sorry, I got a 10th grade education. And he's just like slaughtering these bitches. You know what I mean? The worst thing to ever happen to the student loan concept has been Andrew Wilson. He's single-handedly shattering these colleges. You know what I mean? Doing this whole fucking like student loan shit to take out this massive loan so they can get a liberal arts degree. Holy shit. If there's one good thing that Andrew Wilson is going to change in this world, it's these motherfuckers that are charging student loans for liberal arts degrees. Holy shit. A 10th grade education is beating masters and PhDs. It's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful.
We
Hold on,
literally, those are two separate things.
Hold on, disproportionate and majority are two separate things. So,
majority.
like for example,
Majority,
disproportionate, let's say like the amount of women between the ages of 18 to 25, 10% of them do sex work, and like we bring on 15%, 15% of our guests do sex work. That would be disproportionate, but majority would mean 51% and more.
I can just speak on the last panel that I was on. The women that were on the panel were not 15 to 25.
I'm interested in the truth.
There was a much larger age range, was there not?
I don't see how that'd be relevant.
So then you'd have to put the equivalent age range that you had on the show from the youngest girl there to the oldest one, and then see what the percentage of women within that age range that work in sex work.
I'm willing to actually grant. I'm actually willing to grant that. Of the women who come on the show, in terms of the comparing to the general population, the proportion of women who are sex workers, I'm willing to grant that, say, it's I think 10 to 15% of all the guests in total that we've ever had on the show do some form of sex work. I'm willing to grant that's disproportionate,
to the
but that's
1%.
Not majority. Your claim is the majority of the guests who've been on the show are sex workers.
I just looked it up, and it's like women under 30, between 18 and 35 it's estimated to be like 10%.
We can just look this up on
Well,
ChatGPT.
I heard 18 to 24, 25 on that one. but,
Yeah, 18 to 24, it's even higher. It is like 15%, which would be
But she's
in line
shifting the
with what's on the
goalposts
show.
because
Yeah.
my claim is never that the majority. I've never
He's
made
never
the
said
claim
the
that
majority of women are
are
sex workers.
I know you haven't, I haven't said that either. I'm
You
saying
literally claim that.
I'm saying
You're basically
I'm saying
complaining that,
I'm saying
you
that
don't
it
like
gives-
the women who are. This is the same criticism everyone has.
I'm
Oh,
saying-
he picks women to come on that look extra stupid and bad, and it's like,
yeah. And I'm saying
No, they're just stupid and bad. They have their chance. I mean, like what? This is the thing, right? I can show you like a left wing panel and what the types of shit that they do, where it's like they already have preloaded clips to help out the left wingers. And they basically bait the whole thing of saying, wait, are you denying that Trump ever said that he would go to new wars and all this kind of shit? And they like the quote moderator like literally plays a clip in the middle of them talking all this kind of shit. Like, do you know what I mean? They have it all like rigged up and set to go. And then there's the whole mutant thing and all this kind of shit, right? When you look at like the debates that take place when it's Andrew versus one of these bitches, there's no mute mic, or there's never been a mute, or like, oh, you need to go off into the corner. None of that kind of shit. It's like, if you can actually contend with the argumentation, you should be able to make this 10th grader education fella called Andrew Wilson, you know, you should make him look like a toddler, right? You've got a fucking master's degree. You've got a PhD. You went to college. And that's what digs at them the most. Because the ego can't lie about that. That's what drills down on them so much. They thought, oh, I'm going to get a college education. I'm finally going to be smart. Got nothing got to do with your title. Intellect, God given. You know what I'm saying? This is why, like Plato says, like, you will not find my philosophy written on some sort of passage. Yeah? You have to be able to think for yourself. If you're not able to think for yourself, you will never understand Plato. You'll never understand Nietzsche. Right? And this bitch just reads the script. Same way with like all these like liberal arts degrees and all this kind of shit. If you just basically say whatever the teacher says, you'll get the A. Unless they're grading on a bell curve, then it's tough shit. You know what I mean? You're just able to regurgitate whatever the fucking teacher tells you. That's how you get ahead in education. But that's not true education. Education is developing and cultivating critical thinking. Thinking for yourself. Yeah? That's why they get absolutely roasted by Andrew, because Andrew can think for himself. He can think critically. He applies logic. You know? I don't even get this argumentation though. We workers are still your average woman. They aren't just retarded droolers because they do sex workers. Sex workers, not we workers. Oh, sorry. I don't even get these argumentations. Sex workers are still your average woman. They aren't just retarded droolers because they do sex work. Hey, but that's the thing. That's how they poo-poo it. Like, oh, he's just going against like some chick that, because like they know for like the sex workers and all this kind of stuff. Like all they do is they just throw their legs up in the air, and then they're taking money. You know what I mean? It's like the lowest of the low, or like the least skill possible. You know what I mean? But when you look at like what Andrew does with the whole like being an intellectual, being a like not only an intellectual but also being entertaining, that's a skill. You know what I'm saying? But that's what they try to poo-poo. Is like these women don't even have education. These poor women, they were forced into sex work or somehow whatever the fuck, all this kind of thing. But one second, I'm actually going to dig out the clip just to prove it. Where is it? The Crucible. Look on the Crucible. Videos. Where is it? Here we go. It's this video, I'm pretty sure. Where is it? Oh, here we go. One sec. The man, the myth, the legend. Okay, everybody sit up straight in your chairs. This is Andrew Wilson talking here, okay? All right, let's listen to what Andrew. One second, I'll even take off the banner. Okay. All right, Andrew, what do you got to say?
Of a almost 10th grade education.
Oh shit, he doesn't even have a 10th grade education. That's my bad. It's an almost 10th level 10th grade education.
Almost. Let's see how that stacks up against these who are underqualified to speak about these problems.
Not so erudite. She has an undergraduate in psychology and a graduate diploma in psychometrics. Is Naima. She's a senior at USC. Charlie. She received a master's degree in fantasy literature from the University of Glasgow and a BA in English from California State University, Sacramento. She received bachelor degrees in psychology and creative writing from Ivy League School, Brown University. She plans to pursue a graduate degree in public policy. She graduated from University of Florida with a triple major, getting her BS in psychology and BA in philosophy and economics. She will be receiving her bachelor's in psychology.
May.
Which university, or if you don't want to? No worries, no worries. She will be receiving her bachelor's in psychology in May.
I'm a political science major. I graduated with a psychology major recently.
I graduated from FIU, Florida International University.
This bitch looks familiar, don't she? They're all college educated. And our boy Andrew here barely even got a 10th grade education.
With a double bachelor's in international relations and political science.
I'm Deborah Leah. I'm from New York City. I'm 24 years old, and I have a bachelor's degree in government and politics.
Any education?
Yes, I am college educated. I have my bachelor's.
Hi, I'm Millie Weaver. I'm a conservative journalist, big on YouTube, Millennial Millie on YouTube. And I'm also a co-founder of a tech company called QUX.
My IQ technically is at 140, so is it higher? 143?
By the way, the song only lasted so long. The list is quite exhaustive. Who are far more educated than me.
They didn't even have a song long enough for the amount of goofy bit. It's unbelievable. And this bitch, oh my god. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Even a chunk of sex workers are college educated. They just see it as easy money. Exactly. There's tons of chicks that like have been on the panel and says, no, like I actually like I had my law degree and everything, but then, throwing the legs up was a lot easier than going to court each day, so I threw the legs up. You know what I mean? So it's like, and this is the whole thing where it's like they're actually shooting themselves in the foot at this stage with the feminism. You know what I mean? That like they're like, oh, we want to make it so easy to make money by taking our clothes off for attention, all this kind of shit. But we also want women to be college educated and all this kind of shit. It's like, okay, well then your college degree is useless. It is useless. And then if anything, you use the fact that you got a student loan to try and become a lawyer to then justify why you became a sex worker. Like, it's literally shooting yourself in the foot. You know? Vintage says, I never went to college or university. I had a below average high school score by our standards here. I'm the best top earner of my class, only second to my best mate who also didn't waste his time in college. Exactly. You know? And if you found a way to make money without having to take out a student loan, who's really the intelligent one? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
That is the impression that is given for those.
So you want him to curate only women that make women look good. You don't want
that follow.
He just puts out a thing and says, "Hey, if you want to come on, come on." And these are the people who volunteer.
Did I screen you out? Were you screened out from coming on?
No,
Are you a sex worker?
I messaged the show to be on,
just like everybody else does.
Correct. Most people, or a benefit to being on the show for those women that do sex work is that they do get
But the majority of the girls who come on,
subscribers,
the majority of
followers.
the girls that we have on the show, they're not even like non-sexual content creators. They're just like some girl from
They're just
Kentucky,
random
some
chicks.
girl from like
Yeah.
Alaska who works as I'm trying to remember the guest that we had on last week.
Baristas and
Yeah.
stuff.
Like they're not
or
they're
college
not even-
girls. Or college girls.
The average age of our guest is 25.
Okay. Again,
Prefrontal cortex fully developed.
They can vote if they're old enough to vote. They're old enough to decide if they want to come on a
What I spoke
podcast.
about last time, again, is that the impression, the PR, what is the brand of the show, whether you like it or not, is that there is a disproportionate representation of women that work in sex work within the show. Maybe it's only because the ones that work in sex work are the ones that say the most outrageous things, and then those are the clips that get posted on social media. I'm saying that that is the reality. People see it, and now men that watch that think, oh my God, there's so many dumb, promiscuous women out there. We are cooked as a generation, and that doesn't help us societally.
So if
that is
Yeah, but Shante, this is her whole kind of like way of like doing the jab or whatever the fuck, where it's like, whether you like it or not, your brand is known for this, right? Which again, she's taken as truth with no evidence. We just reviewed the evidence. The song wasn't long enough. The song wasn't even fucking long enough to go through the amount of bitches that are college educated, that Andrew absolutely decimated. You know what I mean? So this is a whole thing of her being able to get around saying, I don't know if it actually is the case that there's an overrepresentation of sex things, but there's a rumor or there's a perception that it is. So we're going to run with the rumor or the perception. We're not actually going to run for the truth. You know what I mean? It's oh my God, like, and this is where I say it's like, this is nefarious. And like, you've seen her multiple times, like she'll do the passive aggressive thing, even towards Brian there. You know what I mean? Like, and they deliberately say it, knowing that they're wrong, just to try and get a reaction. It's unbelievable. The most broke, Vidya says, the most broken, destitute among people I graduate with in school are the ones who had straight A's, went to university for 4+ years, and can't afford to eat because of the student debt. Go figure. Exactly, Vintage. And also shout out to Vintage for becoming a member. Let me play a little clip for that one. Salute you, sir. If you want to add an extra $2 so we hit the goal, I can play you the Australian meme as well for that one. But like I said, we're $2 away from the goal, folks. We're $2 away from the goal.
What if it's true, though, that because of the way things have panned out with all this feminism garbage and everything, what if it's true that we now have a young generation of women, that women from 18 to like 30 are very promiscuous, not very smart, not good at critical thinking. And why? Because in the age of social media, they don't have to learn how to think. They can just be pretty. You can just be pretty and put pictures online and things just come to you. So they never develop maturity. They never learn how to think. They never learn how to be useful.
Do you think that's the actual case?
I have two daughters who are in their early and mid 20s. We were talking before the show about this. And I will tell you that both of them call me regularly about having to talk down their friends from starting an OnlyFans, like on a regular basis, that their friends are all being promiscuous, that my daughter called me one morning and was like, Mom, I'm at a brunch with a bunch of girls and I'm so glad that you didn't raise me like this because they're acting crazy and they're still drunk from last night and they're just telling me stories that are turning my hair white. Yeah, I do think that we've created a young generation of women that are very problematic and we should address it and fix it.
I agree.
And furthermore, it's like this whole thing of like, I'm never going to listen to my husband. Why? Because I've got ChatGPT. I've got some fucking all-knowing AI, apparently, even though ChatGPT is dog shit as well. But, ladies and gentlemen, I got to play the clip. Ask and ye shall receive. We got Carlos with the big 5. Just coming in to support. Appreciate you kindly, sir. And we got the original vintage with the $10. Says, just realized my auto sub to you expired 3 weeks ago for some random reason. Had to add a donut to the pot of gold to make up for it, including interest. Hey, my man. Nita waiting for a mate. He's just been waiting for a mate.
What's going on? I'm just waiting for a mate. Is that why your car's all smashed up and you're up on the grass at the moment, or what? Yeah.
Been too long. It's been too long. Appreciate you too, Carlos. But like I said, we absolutely smashed it. I am only going to be going for another hour because I want to make sure that I don't sleep in for the debate and all this stuff tonight. Because like I said, I got a really important debate with Trench. Then I've got an even more important debate the following day as well over in Kai's as well. So we are going to be doing a cope stream later on after the debate stream. So the way it usually works is I just click the button on Easy's end. So then it's just like the whole stream just kind of automatically does all the stuff. Then when the debate ends, I'm going to be raiding into Easy for the after panel. And then, like I said, after that, we'll be doing the cope stream. And then for Kai's one, I'm pretty sure the lefties like to do Discord. So I might have to do that all on my end. But like I said, either way, we're going to be having a cope stream afterwards for that as well. It's so absurd that bro looks like I said, man, it's uncanny. It's uncanny. A debate Swords of Reason, of course. Going to be over on Easy Swords of Reason. Going to be against Trench. Prompt is precisely the US should not be fighting Iran in 2026. French Deacon is 4. And yours truly is against. Make sure you get your asses to that one, boys, because it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. And like I said, I basically have Trench beat out the gate. Be interested to see because technically he's going to be giving the intro or his introduction first. And then I'll be doing mine. So I can't really do my whole like Mystic Mac or anything like that. Like I said, no matter what argument he makes, I have every avenue covered. It's going to be a good one. And let's get back to the video. 100%, William, 100%.
I agree with that. I have had different experiences. I have different friends curated that have never been in those kinds of circles or situations. I think, again, it goes back to the individual and what kind of company they want to keep and all of that. It is true that being promiscuous is marketed and offered to women as an easy way to make money, especially and of course they're gonna see
and that it's cool.
I don't think
it's been marketed as cool.
I don't. You know what? I
look
honestly,
at all the pop stars talking about having casual sex and.
So I feel bad for the women that do resort to sex work rather than chastising them, because I do feel that it just corrupts the soul, and I think that deep down it makes them unhappy, makes them depressed.
Well, they all tell us differently, don't they, Brian, when they come on here?
People say different things to reality to, put a front. But I do feel really bad for those women, and I would want them to come out of that kind of world. The way to do that, I don't believe, is talking down to them, telling them the truth, obviously, but not talking down to them. The majority of them, or a good amount of them,
we are cutting it close with the time chat, so I literally cannot pause the video anymore.
Abuse in the past that then gave them some kind of trauma, some kind of PTSD.
So I'll just talk over this goofy bitch because she's not really saying anything, you know what I'm saying?
I don't.
So anytime she's talking, I'm just going to talk.
There's no evidence to back that up.
I see them as
she's just going to keep going.
I see them as victims of society that we need to help.
It's the Drianna show. We all just have to listen to her tell us, dictate to us how things.
Okay, but
I think they're victims of society.
Nobody is forcing women into prostitution anymore. 100 years ago, it was something you did if you were desperate. It is no longer the case. Now it's middle class girls who don't need the money, who just think it's fun and sexy. They want the money, but they also love the validation. They love the attention. They love the idea of being sexy and people wanting them.
I agree that some.
And what OnlyFans has proved to us is just how little encouragement young women need to prostitute themselves. I don't like that either, but I'm not going to do this thing where it's like, you're trying to prove you're for the sisterhood. And you've insinuated through this whole thing that like, oh, look at Rachel. She's just a pick-me. She's just trying to pander to men. Her whole audience is men. And it's like, you think that we should deny the truth and not say true things that are offensive to women
that's not the
in
case.
order to protect the sisterhood.
That's
and
not
the
the
reason
case
I'm always the enemy of you and women like you is because you're like, why aren't you protecting the sisterhood? Why are you out here saying things that are true if it makes us
not the
look
case,
bad?
Rachel.
And
That's
I
not the
say,
case.
stop talking over me. That's all you've done this whole time.
No, that's what you've
No, that's
done
what you've
the
done.
majority
No, that's what
of
you've done. That's what you've done. So,
Aren't you
no,
okay,
I will say things that are true. I have
Let me
statistics
not
and data to back it up. I know history better. I know more about history than you'll ever have enough
And you still
lifetimes
can't
to
convince
forget.
people.
I
with
do
your
convince people.
positions.
I convince people all the time. Go read the comments under my Joe Rogan experience. Okay, it's 1.5
You don't
million
convince
views.
any
It's
of the right
99% positive.
Yes, you don't.
I don't agree with
convince
you.
the
I
right
get I get letters from women all the time. I don't convince you because you're a hard-headed girl.
You reaffirm people's beliefs. Some woman.
I don't.
Some
You
woman,
reaffirm
some
people's
woman
beliefs.
telling you that
you're
they
the
feel
one backing
happy.
up the sisterhood. You're the one saying, "Listen, women are inherently good, and they would all act better if men would just be."
You gave an
women only do
example.
something bad if men make them do it. And I'm the one who's saying, "No, women can be bad all on their own without men doing anything wrong." And you won't.
You gave the example, right, of women sending you letters saying, I'm so freaking happy that somebody is standing up for women because I'm a
For
stay-at-home mom.
moms.
Right, so
And
that
for
is
those
so
of
that
us
is
who
a
don't
woman,
want a girl
that is a woman
boss.
who you are confirming what she already believes, her values. You're not changing.
Well, do you want me to
anybody's-
bring up all the emails of women who told me that I changed their
You're not
mind, including
changing.
2 of the girls I was on the Whatever podcast with who emailed me after
not,
to say, you know what? I never thought about that, and I went home and cried about it. And I'm gonna.
So,
one of them was an OnlyFans girl. She took down her OnlyFans because she had a daughter, and she's like,
"That's
You made me think of things I had never considered before."
Mm-hmm.
And I went home and had to like really ask myself tough questions, and I cried a little bit, and then I decided I'm not going to do this anymore. So yes, I do reach people.
that is
You would have no way of knowing that.
Oh, I
you
got a
just
message.
want to be a
Wait,
brat.
let me read a message. So
Same thing.
hold on, let me
No,
read
you
a
just
quick
wanna be a
message here.
brat.
I got
That's
wait,
what-
really
I
quick.
think-
I got a message. I got a
think I've
mail.
got-
Wait, really quick.
Go.
I received a message. Thank you for the content, man. You and Andrew's channels have probably saved my relationship by opening my girlfriend's eyes to the culture that a lot of modern women subscribe to. She now loves watching with me. Look at that. We got a couple. We got a man and a woman. They're in a relationship watching me and Andrew's channels. And I get these messages pretty
I
frequently.
can pull up my accounts too, and
Okay,
the
let me.
messages-
Can I do one real quick?
And the messages that I
Listening.
got after
This
the
is
first
from
show
a
and this
lady.
one. We
a
all
lady.
have our sound, our fan
Listening and
base.
trying not to cry. I had a very successful business, graphic design, and what made me quit for good was someone who wanted me to design book covers for a series of goddess books. I had been living in the boss babe goddess culture for years, trying to hold on to my Christian ethics, and that was it. Since leaving it, I have been deprogramming myself. It has been a horribly toxic effect on me. It's made me a worse wife, a worse mother, and definitely a worse Christian. Thank you for your book. I feel less crazy for thinking this damaged me like it did.
Also, really quick, I
She
do
got
want
damaged from
you said
from painting.
hold on
Feminism.
You-
From the
you
feminism
made a-
boss babe goddess worship
You
stuff.
smuggled in a claim earlier that either it's me or Rachel or Andrew that we're talking down to these women, to the OnlyFans
Yes.
women. What do you mean? Can you give me like it doesn't have to be verbatim. Give me an example of talking down to the women. What does that
I
mean?
think anybody can go, and they can. I mean, your show's tomorrow, right? At
Sure.
what time? At 4:30.
Well, yeah, but that's tomorrow.
Yeah,
What-
tomorrow.
Something that happened in the past.
Well, they can see tomorrow's show or go back.
Why
and
would
see
you
any
assume
show.
that somebody's going to be talked down to tomorrow?
I know that's the case unless you're
So you just-
unless you're becoming
it's
a little
just
bit more
prejudiced or
self-aware
whatever?
on
Okay,
that.
well, that's
but
great.
even the tone in
The
addressing
tone.
women,
Okay,
even
so great. My tone is terrible. Why don't you?
and even telling women to shut up or do this, the way you address
yeah, give me an
them
example
is-
of talking down.
I just mentioned it. If you're, hosting people and you
Yeah.
tell somebody, shut up or shut the fuck up or anything like that, that is talking down to women. Do you agree that that's an example of talking
Well,
down
I
to
could
women?
say shut the fuck up to a man too, I suppose, but
But that is also
if somebody is
talking down to women,
so-
and it has happened, and I watched.
Yeah,
it.
sure. I'm absolutely going to agree that there have been moments where I've told people to either shut up, shut the fuck up.
Women.
You shut the fuck. I've definitely said it. I've absolutely said that.
yeah.
However, you're kind of missing the part where the person is not shutting the fuck up.
That is not what I observed in the last time I was here. I was actually so surprised with those interactions because never in my life
Right, so
have I
when
seen
you've
those
given people-
interactions between men and women.
That's great. When
Yeah.
you've given people instructions on multiple fronts over messages before the show, you ask people not to be interrupting.
Does not matter. That's a part of being a host,
Good
Brian.
Okay, well,
point,
you might say
Shantae.
that it's impolite, but you're doing something different here. Again, I'm asking you, what is the specific talking down?
Talking down to women in calling them unintelligent
When did
or
I
in
call someone unintelligent?
I'd have to, I guess, go back to shows but again, I don't have the time to watch these whatever 10-hour podcasts done on Sunday. But yeah, I think anybody that does watch them will see those negative interactions against the girls. That's what I saw when I was here last time. I was really surprised by how bad it was, honestly. And again, I think those kinds of interactions don't do anything to help get those women out of what you want them to do. You know, you get more bees with honey than you do with poo, right? That is what I'm trying to say here. Like, if we're trying to bring people to our side, get them to agree with us, I'm not saying distort facts.
I'm not sure if that's actually true, to be honest.
Don't distort facts, but the delivery does absolutely matter.
Well, I'm actually interested in exploring somewhat related to this. You're
I'm actually kind of tired.
we'll wrap soon then.
Yeah.
But this suggestion that either Andrew Wilson, Rachel Wilson, or myself that we are divisive, right?
Yes, when it comes to relations with men and women. Rachel.
So we just
Rachel
we divide
is a
men.
different.
What specifically is the
category.
divisive content?
Again, portraying a majority of women to be somebody that has a background in sex work, even if that's not the case on the show. If you go on social media and you see clips,
Nobody portrays it as the majority. Do you want to pick different words?
It's the impression that is given. Do you understand how public relations work?
How would
and
that matter
media
if some people have the perception
If
that
most
a
women-
majority of
if
the women
most-
on the show are sex workers?
Most people have the impression that that's
I
just
don't think
How
that's
would-
true at all.
How would you?
Hey,
first
chat,
off, you'd
do you
have to
think that
demonstrate
most
it.
women are sex workers?
No,
Because I
that's-
don't think you do.
I'm saying that from the clips being presented on social media.
Oftentimes, wait, hold on. Even if you were judging based just off the clips,
If you do-
the women in the 60-second clips are not saying, "Hey, by the way, my name is Becky and I'm a sex worker." Most of the clips omit the woman's profession. So how would you establish that the women in these clips are even sex workers?
That, I guess, again, it's the impression
It's
that
just the
impression
okay.
that's
I think
given.
that's your
So you'd have
impression.
to.
I think that's your
Yes,
biased
I think a good
Her
way to
impression,
test this out, Brian,
because
would
she
be,
looks
why don't
down
you
on
do
sex
a
workers.
Man on the street
All
video?
these women
So
look
go
down
with
on
the
sex
camera on the
workers,
street, walk around
but
this
they'll
area,
rally behind
and
the
ask
sisterhood
people
and say
first if they know
feminism, we
of the
want
whatever
sex workers and all this
podcast,
kind of
then
shit.
Second, what do
The
they
same
think
thing with the trans thing they
or
done,
what
bro.
is their impression of the podcast?
All these
and
uggos.
would they believe that
Gaslit all these people to make
sex
horrendous
workers are
fucking life choices.
overrepresented in the show?
One, you're just wrong, but what does this have to do with my actual question that related to in which way? So I was asking you, what is the actual divisive content of the show? And then you just defer to a majority of people think or have a perception that your show primarily has on sex workers.
Why is it bad?
Why would that be divisive? And and secondly, it's just false.
Because for the men watching, it gets them thinking that the reason why they are single or lonely is because a majority of women are promiscuous, a majority of women are just not intelligent, instead of reflecting upon themselves, taking responsibility upon themselves, bettering themselves as men.
What are you saying? What are you?
That,
You're not
you
even
know
saying
exactly.
anything.
You know exactly
I
what
don't
I'm
know what
saying.
you're saying.
Men watching say, or men watching
Can somebody
might
have
think.
hold
Men
on.
watching.
Can someone have a false perception?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and that's
Okay,
what's
so then,
going on.
So then that's
So then they
that's
can
an
justify.
error. That's an error on their part. I'm asking you,
They can
in
ju-
truth, in actuality, what is the divisive content of my podcast?
Again, the divisive part of it is that the end goal, the end result of it is that
And-
men have a more negative perception of women as a whole from watching it. Do you disagree with that?
Hold on, repeat that one more time.
That the
The end
perception of
perception
men watching
is
that podcast
what?
is that they
Oh,
have
sorry.
is that they have a more negative perception of women than they did before watching the podcast.
It turns out when you let women say what they really think, they don't look so good sometimes. And she doesn't like that. And she would like you to conceal that. She would like you to hide that, please,
When you
because it
bring
doesn't
on-
make women look good.
Well, when you bring on women that are
We don't hide the
young,
truth, boys.
dumb girls from
Oh,
UC Berkeley
wait, if they're young and dumb, why are we letting them vote?
being indoctrinated by their
Ding,
college
ding, ding,
professors.
ding,
But you want them to
ding.
vote.
If we're bringing on, sex
She's
workers,
just going to ignore me.
Then yes, you're going to get ridiculous questions.
If these women are so ridiculous, why are you pressing them to vote?
Because unfortunately, even the most ridiculous of people and ideas
You still
have
didn't
to be
answer-
I
defended.
agree. It's pretty
have to be
unfortunate that they're voting.
Have
I
to
agree.
be defended at the ballot box, and we
You
have
still
to.
didn't actually answer my question.
We have to convince them.
You didn't
not
answer my question.
bar
You
them from
simply said,
voting.
even if I were to grant that the
We
end
have to convince the
results-
dumb sex workers to vote for us, guys, rather than just saying maybe they shouldn't vote.
Well, hold on.
Because
But
they're-
you
How
didn't,
do
you
I
didn't
know?
actually you didn't actually answer my question.
This is a 2-to-1 to end this.
So even
It's
if
fun.
even if
like to
the
take it.
end
You're
result,
strong,
oh my
independent
God.
You got this. I believe in you.
Even if what you're saying is true and the end result is that a proportion of men had a slightly increased negative perception of women, that still doesn't answer my question of what
Mm-hmm. Why is that bad for
specific
society?
no what specifically
Mm-hmm.
is the divisive nature or divisive content
Mm-hmm.
on my podcast? What is the divisive nature or content of it? What am I saying that is divisive?
It's not what you're saying. It's the result of it. What is the end result?
But
What is
okay, that's not
that
the
is my
question.
point.
That is not the question I'm asking.
It
I'm
would-
asking.
it would
you're
vary.
saying, Brian, your content is divisive. I'm asking you,
It would
what is the
vary.
divisive content? And
It-
you're saying some men end up having a negative impression of women.
It would
that doesn't
vary.
answer the question.
Yeah, it would vary on an episode to episode
Well,
basis.
okay,
what the
what is the
divisive
divisive
content?
what is the divisive
content is.
ideological positions that I hold, or that Andrew espouses?
Again, saying that men and women are not equal
Never.
in the
hold on.
in the legal sense. That women do not contribute equally to society as men do. That's
What?
an argument that Andrew has
Hey,
made.
If it was
Shante.
factually true, would it be divisive?
Yes.
Well, it's not factually true.
It is
one.
factually true.
Whoa,
Men
wait.
and women equally contribute to society. You can't have one
Hold
without
on.
the other.
How could that actually?
So,
wait,
so
you know,
again,
define
you just,
equal.
You gave me
Define equal.
equal in value.
Wait, hold on. So men and
To
women.
society.
Wait, hold on. Let me make something clear. Men and women have inherent equal value.
Mm-hmm.
They're equal in moral value,
Yes.
inherent value.
Yes.
Men and women are equal. But you can
Yes.
never make the claim that in terms of what men and women contribute to society, that they're equal. Their contributions
Yes.
are equal.
Yes, they are.
They're
They're
not.
different.
They're not equal.
But equal.
That's
No.
actually not true.
Same,
My friend
same,
Aaron Clary
but
wrote this
different.
fantastic book called A World Without Men. Cannot recommend it enough. And he's an economist.
And this is
Listen,
why
it's
women
my turn
don't
to talk
want to
now.
reproduce with men.
He's an economist
because of
who's-
Hold
this
on, let Rachel.
baseline
Yeah.
thing.
Hold on, let Rachel.
I have been
hold on,
sitting here
let
quietly.
Rachel get through her
This
thing.
is why women aren't getting married. I mean,
Wait, what? Hold on. Wait, we have to explore that. but Rachel, please
Okay,
finish your
if you believe men and
This
women
is
don't
why
live
women aren't getting married. Rachel's
You have to
married.
make women
to
happy,
people.
or they'll hold the
Rachel
whole
finish.
human race hostage and refuse to reproduce and let humanity die out. So be nice to women. Tell them what they want to hear.
No.
Anyway, my friend Aaron Clary wrote this fantastic book. I cannot recommend it enough. It's called A World Without Men, an analysis of an all-female economy. And he goes through the top jobs that women do and the top jobs that men do in the economy. And he's very fair. He's not like me. He's way less radical than me. He's pretty normal, chill guy. And he breaks it down in such a way that he shows what jobs are essential, what jobs are like pretty important, what jobs are not that important, and jobs that are totally useless. And the split between women is like men do 70% of all the essential and very important jobs that just like we can't live as a species if they don't do.
Is having kids not the most essential
That's
thing
not, but
for
we're
us
talking
as a
about in the
species,
workforce. In the
Rachel?
workforce, women aren't having kids, and you said the
okay.
women won't have kids until the
but
men
that
do
is-
what they want.
But that is the value that they bring to society.
Yeah, but they're not doing
And
it.
both of
You're not
you-
doing it. Most of them aren't doing it. It's 1.5 kids per woman now.
both of
Women
you-
aren't doing it. They want to have an office job.
And both of you just said that what men contribute to society is of greater value than what women contribute
Now
to
it
society.
is, yes.
Which I
After
disagree
feminism,
with.
it used to be equal. The women were having children and raising them themselves.
I don't think that's the only reason. I don't think that's the
I think
only
that is
value
the only
She smuggled-
essential
bring
job
to-
women can do.
to society.
Wait, she did smuggle something in there.
So-
She smuggled a whole
smuggled-
bunch of shit in.
You
I
did
love
something
this 2-to-1
interesting
debate.
there.
I guess it takes two of them against
Well,
one
you're
actual
directing some of the-
conservative
okay,
to make their points.
Okay.
Just wanted to call that out.
Call what out?
The fact that now it's a 2-to-1 debate.
Well, I think it's fair if you're
Because you're a
addressing-
contradiction machine.
If you're
You,
addressing-
you
No,
assert things
because
you
it
can't
takes two
prove.
of you to go up against one of me.
Oh, yeah. Oh gosh, Brian.
it's fair-
If that's not the case,
I'm
then
so
prove me
scared.
wrong.
I think it's fair.
I did for the last 4 hours.
Prove me wrong that it takes just one of you.
I think it's fair if you're gonna,
I whooped your ass for 4 hours straight with no help from Brian.
Sure, Rachel.
Yeah.
I think it's fair
Sure,
if you're
Driana.
directing-
Sure, Driana. Sure, Driana.
Drano, I think it's fair if you're directing criticisms towards me that at that moment I can engage specifically on that. But here,
You asked questions about your show. Of course I had to answer them.
Well, I think it was related to something you had brought up specifically.
Look in the monitor at your face. Look how
My face?
smug. Yeah, you sit there like this and you go.
Having good
Oh
posture
boy.
is
Here,
smart.
wait. Let me.
No, it's your face. Your face does like a.
Because I find
And if
this
you read the
genuinely
comments of your
entertaining.
last appearance, all anybody said was, she's insufferable, she's so smug, she's so arrogant. It's like, I've demonstrated to you that you're wrong on multiple accounts, and you just stonewall, obfuscate, ignore.
Because you're wrong on the fact that
No,
women
you're
should
wrong.
not be allowed to vote, period.
That's
Point
your
blank.
opinion.
Point blank.
You don't have anything to back it up. That's just your
Point
opinion.
blank.
Why should women be able to vote?
Because women and men have equal inherent value.
That's
and so therefore
again the
they
Izot
have-
gap. This is why people are like
we're
in
gonna
the
go,
comments
again,
begging
round and
me
round
to
in
force
circles.
you to answer the Izot gap because you're like, they should because they should because they should. That's
And
what you're saying.
that's never gonna
Women
change,
should be able to
Rachel.
vote because women should be able to vote because women are because
Yep.
and you just repeat. That's not an argument, darling.
We have a
You're
right-
very pretty, okay? You're very
We
pretty,
have-
but that's gonna
Well-
run out at a certain point.
We have a right to.
That goes away when you
Give her
get
another
older.
5
So
years
you
or
have
so.
to learn to use your brain. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So you can't say women should vote because women should vote because women should vote because they should because they should.
We have
That's
a-
not an argument. You didn't even make an
We
argument
have a right
this whole
to
time.
life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, which used to be property.
More
We have a right.
platitudes,
We
more
We have a
slogans.
right.
That's
We
in
have a
the-
right.
that's
We have a right because
in
we have a
the-
right because we have a right
What is a
because we have a
right?
in
right.
the U.S.
Am I right?
Constitution. that
Why
this is
should we let everyone vote?
because it is what is morally correct.
Based on what?
Oh
natural
my
law, natural
God.
rights, which you don't want to accept.
No, natural,
as
no.
a reason
Natural law does not say everyone gets a vote. It literally says that nature works in a
and our
hierarchy
US
and that there's patriarchy. That's what natural law says, so you are incorrect.
And our U.S. Constitution, which I believe in and
Constitution.
support,
I'm done, Brian. She's
actually
just-
mentions and outlines
we'll go to
that our
chats and
laws
do closing.
Yeah,
that our
she's
laws
just gonna
we should
prattle.
do-
from
You know what we should
God
do?
and from
It's
natural
bad
law.
because
the
it's bad
chat
because
law.
it's bad.
Hold on.
We should because we should because we
Rachel,
should.
the problem
That's
is
not
that
an
Let's do this.
argument.
Hold
Rachel,
on.
the problem is you're not
Go
convincing
back to school and learn
anybody.
how to make an argument.
You're not convincing anybody to
Neither
your
are you.
position.
You're not convincing anyone of anything.
not helping.
Well, actually, no. You've convinced everybody that
You're not
you are
helping.
arrogant and insufferable, that you're incorrect, you're ignorant, and you're way worse than I thought you were going to be in this debate. I thought you would come with something better than women should be able to vote because women should be able to because they should.
I thought somebody closing 50 would be a less.
I'm 45 now. Come
a
on,
less,
let's not push
Hey,
it.
whoa,
Let's
whoa.
not push it. Closing 50.
Hey, you're
Come
pushing
on, I'm
40 over
45.
there. Oh,
Yeah, you're
yeah.
pushing 40
We're
over
pushing
there.
40.
Would be a lot less emotional in their arguments.
Yes,
would
you
be
got
able
me.
to
I'm
make
very emotional.
more logical
Uh-huh.
arguments instead of just trying to
Honey, I
interrupt.
just demonstrated to you what logic is, and you can't comprehend it. You can't even understand what I'm saying.
Are we ready for
Yeah,
closing-
let's do
closing-
it.
Let's do
closing
close.
statement?
I love her telling me
here's what
about
we're gonna
logic.
do.
It's almost as good as when she was telling Andrew about logic, and it's like,
Yeah,
Here's
where
what
he
we're
I
gonna
love
do.
that part where
Andrew
you
is
know,
an actual logician.
he
You don't.
also couldn't define hypocrisy last time.
No,
that we
he
were on
did
the show.
define hypocrisy. He defined it correctly.
No, he did.
Yes, he
He
did.
did not.
Yes, he did.
Could not
See,
understand the basics.
This is why you don't let women vote. There is no
basic
amount of reasoning,
definition of
logic,
hypocrisy.
talking to them, explaining, demonstrating. It doesn't matter. She's right because she's right because it's her. What it comes down to is her preference. She prefers things a certain way, and therefore it is because it is because it is, and that you'll never get past that.
It
She's got like
is
an
what it
intellectual ceiling that
is.
forbids her from understanding anything past. I want because I want because I want, and it is because it is.
Here's what we're
I
gonna
suggest
wait,
people
wait,
go
wait.
on
I'm trying to
my.
get.
We should go
I'm
if you
trying
guys
to-
want to go on my social media platforms,
I don't know if they
especially
wanna do that. I don't
Instagram,
know if they
and
wanna-
we can and you can watch the debate between myself and her husband on those topics.
Well, you know
and-
what we're gonna
and
do?
judge
Everybody
for
already did
yourself.
watch
I don't know if Andrew.
Have you looked at the comments?
I don't know if Andrew's
I
still
was-
watching, but Andrew, we'll get you a 1v1 with Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll get you a 1v1 with Andrew.
That would be
Don't do that to my poor husband.
Here, look.
Why do you hate him, Brian? What are you doing?
What can I say? I'm a sadist, or a masochist. I don't know. I don't know which
Maybe a
one.
little of both.
Probably a little bit of both. We're all gluttons for punishment, I guess. But here's what we'll do. We have some. We have some reads that we have to do. We have some super chats, but we keep getting a little distracted, so we'll do closing now, and then we'll save the reads for after the closing statement, so we can at least get through the closing statements. So for those watching, if you want to ask a question, leave a statement. We do have some that are in the pipeline. Those of you who are patiently waiting, we'll get to those. $10 display, $100 read. Drop us a follow, Prime Sub, Twitter.tv/whatever. Drop us a like the video. Buy Rachel Wilson's book. Oh my God, my mic almost dropped. Occult Feminism, Amazon.com/ or
Amazon.
Amazon. You can buy her book there. Also, Debate University, if you want to learn how to become a master debater.
You scream at the mic. That's how you do it.
debateuniversity.com. Okay, so let's do closing statements. I believe you get to go first with your closing statement, and then Rachel will go second. Go ahead.
Sure. My closing statement would be that, again, rights are natural. Men and women deserve equal voting rights. That's basically it. And saying that women deserve equal voting rights and financial rights as men does not a feminist make. By that definition, which you like to put upon pretty much everybody, then most people would be called feminist. And I think you do the movement, the conservative movement, a disservice pretty much by advocating for relinquishing women's rights as a whole. And if you don't agree with, like you said, a constitutional republic, if you don't agree with women's voting rights, if you don't agree with women not having financial independence, may I suggest visit Iran, go live there, one-way ticket, anywhere else in the world where women don't have rights, and actually practice what you preach. And also don't vote, like you said you have before, and that, like how you said, you will continue to do in the future. I actually walk the walk and talk the talk. I practice what I preach, and I think that is what proves that my ideas stand. So just like I would tell a commie that lives in the U.S., if you don't like it here, if you don't like our values, go to Cuba, go to Venezuela, anywhere else in the world. That's what I would recommend. Go somewhere or set up your own country, call it whatever you want, where women don't have equal values to men. Me, on the other hand, I'm actually going to make arguments that help people come to our side rather than tell them
Still
the
waiting.
solution is you don't get a right to
Don't
vote.
hold your
That
breath,
is
Sha.
illogical. It's
I don't
never
think we're
gonna
going to get a
happen.
single argument.
And so it's a non-solution. It's just a grifting talking point. That's my closing statement.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Rachel, if you'd like to give yours.
Yeah, so all we heard for the last several hours was contradictions, logical fallacies, conflation, just a total contradiction machine. She would make libertarian arguments and say, I want individualism, I don't want the government involved, and then make arguments where she'd say the government needs to come in and equalize things. Just lots of obfuscation, stonewalling, no actual arguments at all. She doesn't even understand what an argument is. An argument is not just asserting your opinion. You have to have a grounding foundation behind what your opinion is. And you have to be able to demonstrate it and point out that the other person has incoherencies or inconsistencies in their worldview. Not only did she fail to do that, but she just resorted to being obnoxious. So basically everything I predicted in my opening is exactly what happened. She came to a debate completely unarmed. Like I said, if this was a beauty pageant, she'd do great. Unfortunately, debating is not her forte, and after this, I expect she'll fade back into relative obscurity among the sea of conservative MAGA Barbies who are out there just posting these same garbage talking points that haven't helped anyone or done anything to move us in a direction we want to go. Certainly not as conservatives, because as we demonstrated, she is most certainly not a conservative. So this idea that my job as a woman is to maintain the image and the PR status of the sisterhood at the cost of truth is bullshit. I understand why it rubs a lot of women the wrong way. I understand that it makes them uncomfortable. I do not care. And the reason I do not care is because the undeniable result of almost 100 years of feminism is that children are growing up in broken homes. They are growing up without their dads in a lot of cases. They're growing up being raised in daycares because moms think that they need to work and they prioritize career over their own children. They outsource the most important thing they can do with their lives to some random daycare worker, wage slave, and let the state raise their kids in public schools. And I'm not going to ever sacrifice the well-being of children on the altar of feminism so that people like Driana can feel good about her life choices or whatever it is that she wants. I've been super consistent. All my arguments were coherent. I had grounding and foundation for all of them. I had history and facts on my side, but I'm also able to actually articulate why things ought be the case and poke all kinds of holes in her baseless assertions. So, yeah, this reminds me a lot of her telling me, please don't come on here and say the truth about women if it makes them look bad, because it gives up the game. Reminds me a lot of Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton preventing women from being able to vote on whether or not they wanted to vote. If you don't know that, it's actually a fact. Women always voted in referendums not to pass the 19th. Women overwhelmingly voted against giving women voting rights. And it wasn't because they don't like women, it was because they didn't want everyone to vote. So there should be massive restrictions on voting, not just women, but people who are taking more from the system than they're getting back, people who weren't born here. There's all kinds of restrictions. You probably should have to pass a civics test. You should probably have to pass tests on basic knowledge about government. So it's not only women. However, I do think that letting women vote against their husband's vote separates families. It pits the sexes against each other. And if we do care about families and intact marriages and getting men and women back on the same page, we've got to stop with the delusions about the women's liberation stuff and that it could ever exist in a world without the technology and the simps that allow it. So I'm going to say what's true, regardless of whether or not the sisterhood likes it.
Fantastic.
All right, we're going to let some chats come through here. Remind you guys, I wanted to hold some of the display chats just while they were giving their closing statements. $10 for display, $100 read. If you've enjoyed the stream, like the video. Let's get into some of the chats. We have Craftsman Ethos. FemCon being a tone police. Please remember you're being allowed to talk right now by a man. Brian. Okay, thank you for your super chat, Craftsman.
That's hilarious.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Craftsman. Guys, W's in the chat for all the supporters tonight. Christopher Scott, thank you for your super chat, Chris. That's wrong. Most men who watch realize that Californian women and FemCon women, such as yourself, are
read it correctly.
retorted.
Fecon.
It's like the combination of tortoise and retarded. Thank you for that, Christopher Scott. I do appreciate that. We have Solo Rob 90, who invited the fake blonde Kamala Harris. Oh, sorry, this is below the threshold. I apologize. That should have just been a display. Oopsie. Oopsie.
I know.
Here we
She's
are.
as blonde as she is conservative. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Why don't you accidentally post some of the ones that are calling out Rachel and you?
We have.
Yeah. Oopsie.
What?
There's plenty of low threshold
that?
comments that.
Well, it has to, if they're talking shit, it has to be above
Well, I
the
noticed
threshold.
one of your good friends posting.
Well, not just my friends, but
No,
other
like
people,
your
yeah.
bestie from your Instagram was
Oh, I
posting
saw him on
nasty
there
stuff.
too, yeah.
So,
as well.
so you've got your little trolls in the chat too. Don't
Hold
pretend
on.
like you
Trolls,
don't.
no, actual followers and supporters.
Wait, hold on. Okay. We have.
By the way, what's that whole thing with,
Membird-
like-
Hold on.
MAGA women. I feel like that's just out of envy. Is the blonde MAGA?
No,
women.
they all jumped on this grifting train. Like, there's one named Patriot Barbie who did this. There's a whole bunch of these girls that were like, "Oh my God, Trump! I'm MAGA. Come to my Instagram and look at pictures of me in my star-spangled bikini. I love Trump." It's definitely
would
like
you-
a phenomenon.
Would you call the host at Fox or Real America's Voice? or all
Immaterial
these
objection,
MAGA?
immaterial objection, relevance.
It is
Meme
relevant.
Bird to FemCon. If you didn't have breakfast today, how would you feel?
Lighter.
And what do men need to do to fix it? To Rachel, you're awesome, and Andrew has a great beard. Mem Birdman, thank you for that.
Zeus
Appreciate it.
type
We
beard.
have the Unknown Soldier. I don't see why Nitwit is complaining about Brian bringing on dumb girls. He platformed you twice. Show a little gratitude, honey. Okay, there you
I
have
think
it,
Brian
folks.
is grateful for all of the donations.
That is true. I'm
for
very
bringing me
grateful.
on the show, or else it would not have been as.
I mean, we
as
could have
generous.
put, honestly, we could have put another feminist in that chair.
I doubt it, because
We could have
nobody really triggers, or apparently you've told me that nobody's triggered you as much as I have in the last show.
I don't think I said that. Although, to be fair, you were.
She's very special,
she
Brian.
ruffled my feathers.
She's a
little
very
bit. You did
special and
ruffle-
very
Easy
important
to.
person.
You did ruffle my feathers a little bit, but
Yeah.
not
too hard.
I missed some. Hold on. We have Flavius. Oh, as a TTS.
Flavius_Asinus has donated $200. Now this Pusa has modicum of modesty.
All right. Thank you for that, Flavius. We have Doofus, which will be a delay that I'll just read it now. Again, fix my toilet and then sit down. Rachel is right. That is from Doofus. From Doofus. He wants you to
Priscilla,
fix his toilet.
bitch
That's
from
a
the
great point we didn't
Dalmatians.
get to touch on. I'll believe that she wants equality when she demands equality in dirty, difficult, and dangerous
I can
jobs.
hire
Until
somebody to do
then,
that.
then you're full of shit.
Rachel,
you don't
men-
want equality.
Men can hire women to cook for them and clean for them, and women can hire men. to
Okay, well,
do
where's all
stuff
the
they don't wanna
women
do.
volunteering to clean sewers and pick up trash
Why would
and
they
do
volunteer?
logging?
Why would
Well,
they
they want
volunteer?
equality. Why don't they want to do all the dirty,
No, they
dangerous,
want-
difficult
they
stuff?
want equal choice, Rachel. There's a
They've
difference.
always had equal choice.
Yeah, they can choose to go.
They
into
could
those
choose to do those
professions
things
or not.
before. They could choose to do whatever they wanted before. Feminism just
you, Pasty.
forced everybody to make them
You're the one
elevated.
that's trying to force people into
I'm not
being
trying to
one
force
thing or
anything.
the other, Rachel. I think women should be mothers.
Oh,
but they can also do
Priscilla.
whatever the
I
heck
thought you were
else
talking
they
about
want.
Priscilla. I was
say
like,
they
that
couldn't?
bitch from the Dalmatians.
No, I never said that.
You
Of
said
course
they
I didn't.
shouldn't.
I said they can do that after they fulfill
that
their
they-
duty to society. You can do more than one thing. Yes, I agree with you.
Okay, we have, he sent it in twice, I guess, Joe Blow.
Joe Blow donated
As a
$200.
TTS.
Now
That's a
this
slightly
pucer
different
libtard has a modicum of modesty. Typical.
I don't even, the sentence is not coherent. I've been doing this. We've been here like, what, 5 hours now?
Yeah, we're just, there's a few chats that are finishing up. We have Joss.
It is a coherent sentence.
Tomrin, you can boil the vote issue down to the fact that men are forced to go to war if need be. Women have got the comfort of the vote without the responsibility on top of abandoning their procreating.
I am not in favor of any kind of draft or men being
It doesn't matter.
forced
We live in reality and we have
to
a
go to
draft.
war.
We have a draft though. You're
that
not
can-
getting rid of it and it's not going anywhere.
Yes, that can actually,
Now things can change, Brian.
That's a
Imagine
larger,
that. Wow.
that's actually
another
more realistic.
contradiction.
That is more realistic.
Wow.
Be perpetually binding. Like, okay, you get rid of the draft, but
War is not going away.
some
So
sort
the
of-
draft is not going away.
Definitely
Even-
not.
even if
Although
they
I don't
passed
think
a
it'll ever
law-
be used because of, like you mentioned,
wait,
Rachel,
we're closer.
technology.
Oh, that's crazy. You don't
Did
think
you just see
Oh my
how many men were killed in Russia and Ukraine over the past few years?
I'm talking about the
technology
US,
did
US, Rachel.
It would be the same
we're at
thing
war
if we
with
were.
Iran?
We
Yes.
have service people who are being killed right now there.
I disagree with. What I'm saying, my argument is that we are not going to invoke a draft anytime.
How can you say
You
that
can't say
definitively?
that. There's
Blind as a bat, William says. This bitch is blind as a
It's very
bat.
offensive because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
This bitch is blind as a bat. You know what I mean? Now back to the show.
and the last podcast talking about how you're logical and you have the logic positions and you love logic, and then you said there's no such thing as the laws of logic.
What are
There's a single definition of the law of logic. Is that what you're arguing?
No, there's 3 laws of logic.
Okay.
That govern
So there
how
isn't
logic
a single
works.
law of logic.
He said,
Which is- Oh
of
my
the laws of logic, which law of logic does not allow women? Would it be the? I'm not even gonna. The law of
When he says
identity.
what law of logic? He's asking which.
The law of non-contradiction. These are laws that govern what is logical. Otherwise, how would you know what's logical?
What's logical is that men and women hold equal inherent value. Therefore, they should have equal
She's a
legal
politician.
representative
She's a politician.
value and an equal vote.
She's a politician. She doesn't give a straight. She won't give you a straight answer. You can ask.
That
a
is a
question.
straight answer.
That wasn't a
It's
straight
not
answer.
the answer that you want to hear.
You have 2 master's degrees?
2 bachelor's degrees.
2 bachelor's degrees.
Holy shit.
All right, we have
college
Jim
is
Bob.
getting cancelled. They're gonna have to shut down all the
Blondie is not
universities, bro.
conservative. She still has not been able to give the actual definition and attributes of a conservative.
Holy
She
shit.
also will never get married. If she was wifey material, her current man would have
Oh
put a
my
ring on
God.
it, as we know after a few days. In her defense, she has been married before.
I have.
She has, so she did get married.
Mhm. So
She's no longer married.
Yep.
But she did get married.
Correct.
She got you there, Jim
already-
Bob. She's got you there, Jim Bob. Okay, let's see. We have some. Let me just check. Yeah, we do have a few more coming in. We have Airborne. Where is it? Hold on one moment. Airborne Animal. Oh, did I? Wait. Airborne Animal. Leftist women. I'm not going to, like this butterfly, purposely misrepresent the whatever, good use, misrepresent the whatever podcast precisely because it holds a mirror up and reflects their actual toxicity, dishonesty, and ignorance, not one step back.
Not one
Thank you,
step back,
Airborne
boys.
Is that
He's an
not
animal
one step
that's
back thing,
airborne.
like a Gen Z thing? I've never heard of that.
It's a crucible thing.
Oh, gotcha.
Hell
gotcha.
yeah,
So people
brother.
that are your husband's fans.
You know, you could
Not one step back, boys.
Show a little love to the chatters.
I am reaching out to the people that are you guys read your comments live. I was going through mine, telling me congratulations
okay.
on this debate.
All right, woman, come fix my toilet and fix the sewer and say we are equal. And yes, this is 450. He's keeping a spreadsheet of
450.
of all the
Gotcha.
yeah.
It's the same guy.
Yeah.
Hey, that title he decides to go under doofus. Actually, kind of appropriate. 450 so far on the show.
Shit. Oh, you got me. You got me.
Just to leave comments.
We will never financially recover from this one,
All
boys.
right. Well, I think that's
was that last
pretty
one?
much.
A troll.
They're below the threshold. I didn't even read them. Oh shit! Wait. What? Okay. I think that's it.
All right.
Yeah,
done here.
those are the last
Fantastic. Do you promise me Andrew then for the next one, like he said on the show? Last time I was there.
Let me tune in.
This stupid bitch.
This stupid.
You know what I'm saying? This stupid bitch. Unbelievable. And you see the way I was like, did you have Andrew for the next one for me? You know what I mean? So desperate for clout. He could blow $500 in super chats. I'm sure he's going just fine. Exactly. Like next show, I'll probably drop another 500. You know what I mean? These are the big boys. The true self does not reside in the physical space. The issue is you don't. Oh my god. GT, explain to me how the mind is physical. Thoughts are physical. Emotions are physical. Not as physical as a rock, but still physical. What the fuck do you mean they're not as physical as a rock? So they're kind of like they're halfway between physical and non-physical. What the fuck's going on? No, don't just keep making baseless claims. GT, address the ludicrousness of the mind is physical. Because like I said, you're in a cult or you've read some newsletter or some shit like that, and bro, your mind is gone off to a whole different thing. They're trying to say, oh no, the self is different to the mind, all this kind of shit. Trying to do this whole shit where they make you pay to go into the next level, all this kind of shit. I'm worried about you, GT. But explain how the mind is physical. How a thought is physical. Where is the physical thought? You know? Starship Alien, nah, she had 2 chances and failed. Now the Femcon wants another chance. Fuck you. Exactly.
Into
Fuck
Andrew's
you,
bitch. Andrew, I can't hear the audio. Thumbs up, thumbs down, Andrew.
Are you next, Andrew, now that you sent
Do
in
you
your
want
wife?
to debate, Andrew? Do you thumbs up, Andrew, if you want to do a debate with Drano?
Drano?
Sorry.
Brian.
Driana.
Yep, for the 100th.
Andrew, do the Troy, the Joaquin Phoenix,
Be a man, Andrew.
he says thumbs
did
up.
2
There you
thumbs
go.
He
up.
double thumbs up. He wants 2 debates with you.
Fantastic.
Oh shit.
He looks so handsome.
Oh shit. There was one thing I wanted to ask. You had been interfacing with somebody online, and Trump recently tweeted that he was glad this guy who was prosecuting him died. Now, I personally, I actually disagreed with.
Okay,
I disagreed with
There you
Trump
go.
on this. Look, I understand this guy had it out for Trump and was probably like trying to ruin Trump's life, essentially. And I think it's okay to strongly dislike or even hate somebody who's trying to ruin your life. But I do think, and perhaps even privately, you can have a degree of, okay, well, this guy's dead. I'm not going to shed a tear. But I do think it is in bad taste to say that you're glad somebody's died, even if it's an enemy. And you seem to be totally fine with that.
Why? Because of Trump's.
You were fine with Trump's comment. You're like, yes, I'm glad.
Where have I said that I'm okay with?
Somebody sent me a message. Perhaps if I'm incorrect, feel free to correct me. But is that your position?
I don't agree with a lot of the tone. Again, I'm big on tone.
Surprise!
No, it's not surprise.
Surprise,
It's consistency, Rachel,
surprise,
and not
Jen.
hypocrisy. I would definitely see how some people would disagree with Trump's comments. I neither endorse nor condemn. I think that the reason why Trump got elected into office is because he says things as he feels them, and it's the most honest of a president that we've ever had because he has no filter, and I prefer a president without a filter over anything else. So that's my comment on it.
That didn't even answer the question,
She's a
but
professional
You
obfuscator.
didn't answer a single
Because
fucking
I'm
question,
a lot more
Brian.
diplomatic and can control my emotions.
well,
Rachel does not mean I'm a professional.
hold on. It had nothing to do with
obfuscator.
controlling emotions. It's
Yeah.
just like you don't answer a question in a straightforward manner. You don't
don't-
even answer the question oftentimes.
I answered your question. I again just didn't answer what you
You
wanted to hear.
meandered around the question. I
No,
guess that's one way
I know
to
it's
put it.
triggering to not get exactly what you.
You know,
want.
she accuses me of not controlling my emotions, but she's so passive aggressive, which is typical like snarky woman behavior. Like if I'm just having fun and I'm talking like this and I get a little animated, it's like, oh my God, look at her. She's so out of control. But then she'll do the passive aggressive snark and the smug and the arrogant. Like that doesn't come off horrible. Like everybody watching isn't going to
Doesn't even
notice
go
that.
here.
Yeah, I think
You think
people
they're
are
stupid? You
I
think people are dumb and they can't see right through you?
I think most people watching this will have the right opinion of me and of you afterwards.
Oh, I think they will too. We agree on that.
Okay, we have Doofus. The title Dorfus, it talking to you, woman, and yes, fight it. He must be liquored up a
I was
little
just
bit.
going to say, he must be doing shots.
He's Dorfus.
my
You need to change your name on Streamlabs to Dorfus from now on. Doofus. You got to change it to Dorfus. That's like Dorothy and Orth. Never mind. But I don't understand why feminists and femcons refuse to watch Andrew or Rachel debate. Before these debates, how do you come in not knowing the basic positions? Is it just laziness? Says Cha XD.
It's very easy. I have all of her talking points written down, and they're all the same. I didn't have to sit and actually watch them, though. What you can do is download the transcripts on YouTube and then extract all the different arguments, which is what I did because I'm efficient on time and don't want to waste it hearing incorrect.
I can see that
arguments.
not preparing properly did you a lot of favors.
Yeah, it
Should we
definitely
do
did.
a roast session?
A roast session?
I'll leave it up to both
is
of you.
9:37.
If you guys are down for a little roast,
I
we lower
have-
the TTS a little bit.
No, we can come back though. You can
We can
invite me back
lower
for a
the TTS
roast
a little bit,
session for
roast
sure.
session.
Is she doing dating talk tomorrow?
I don't think so.
No?
No,
Okay.
she's.
I'm going
It was
back to
just.
Miami.
We have other good people on the panel though, so that'll be good. Okay, we're gonna wrap it there. We did have a long debate. Well, I do want to, even though
Wrap it up. Appreciate you kindly, Brian. Rachel, of course. I can't really say much for the dumb bitch over here. But thank you very kindly for putting on a great show. Also, shout out to Steelborn for the $2. Says, but what about the great African philosophers? I was like, you see, actually, Steelborn, when I brought up, yeah, don't give me Egypt. Don't give me fucking Egypt, because Egypt was basically like an amalgamation of fucking like the Greeks and the Jews and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Don't talk about Greek. Let's talk about the West Africans. Let's talk about the great fucking accomplishments of the fucking sub 70 IQ retards. You know what I'm saying? See how all of a sudden she's there throwing up the fucking potato farm and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? It is what it is. Everyone should know where the not one step back comes from. Crucible, baby. They're going to learn today. Yeah, I was saying, Starship Dating saying, I think the femcon boyfriend is assessing his options or maybe just wants the sex. Oh, no, 100%. She's being led along. She's, you know, in that perfect, I think, like 32, 33 range. That's what I said. She has about 5 years left. And then, when you start getting the crow's feet, the baggy eyes, the wrinkles, the cellulite starts to no longer be hideable, all this kind of shit, you know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying. Like, this whole thing that, like, she's assessing her options. Nah, if you got a millionaire CEO, you're doing the best you can to baby trap that motherfucker. I'm just being real. I'm just saying the way it is. You know what I'm saying? And I was saying, sorry, send the middle of your thing was doing. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Everything that you believe. No, GT, you're not going to continue with the whole, like, making a bunch of baseless claims. You have to address this argument of the mind is physical, thoughts are physical, emotions are physical. Not as physical as a rock, but still physical. You're saying that it is physical, but that it's not physical. Same, but different. Okay? And like I said, warning. Anytime you start talking like this, more than likely than not, you're in a cult and they're trying to use you for either your labor or your money. This whole thing of like, there's a difference between the self and the mind. Bro, the mind is not physical. You know what I mean? It was in order, my end. What can I say? All wrong, you're right. Hey, that is a safe way to play it, Shantae. I'm not going to lie, you know what I'm saying? I blame YouTube for making me say it that way. Yeah, fuck YouTube, man. Thieving bastards. You know what I'm saying? I'm just yapping while high, just ignoring it. Yeah, you're not making sense. You're saying the mind is physical. That makes no sense, GT. The mind is metaphysical. Or non-physical. Potato Africans, history is yet to discover. No, basically, I insulted some bitch on Easy's panel because she brought up the ancient Greeks and said the ancient Greeks just stole the knowledge from the Egyptians and burnt everything, which is completely wrong, by the way, right? And then I said to her, okay, like, name me some African philosophers. What great dialogues do we have from Africa? And again, not the Egyptians, because the Africans like to play up on Egypt, and Egypt does a whole lot of fucking heavy lifting. You know what I'm saying? Talking about the West African philosophers. Where are the great West African philosophers? There are none. But 2,000 years ago, we can go back to the ancient Greeks and we can look at the conversations they're having. And they're a whole lot fucking more sophisticated than even modern day dialogues taking place. You know what I mean? So explain that one to me. 2,000 years ago, when they didn't have the technological advancement, they didn't have the great metropolises and cities and all this kind of shit. Before all that shit was built, explain to me why the ancient Greek philosophers are way more intellectual than even modern day fucking Somalians. Because they're more intellectual. It is what it is. Said you ran out of free bitch going, hey, fuck that. Yeah, they can fuck off. This is America. This is America, boys. Chat day yapping while high, but saying we just don't know yet. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The mind is physical. Science just hasn't caught up yet. GT, you're in a cult. Leave that cult that you're in. Holy shit. Chat, could we get the 70? Starships Alien says, make it 75, William. Make it 75, William. You know what I'm saying? Late to the stream, but still entertainment. Appreciate you kindly. Appreciate you kindly. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe. No, I'll give you an Ave Maria for that one.
Go, my nigga. Go get money.
Many grazie a playing to you, Starship Alien. Thank you very kindly. And shout out to you. And oh fuck. Everything just crashed down. That is funny money. That's what would say. But yeah, mass shout out to you and mainly Shante, not gonna lie. Basically, Shante made everyone, all the men in chat at least, a bunch of bitches. Well, apart from Vintage, because he actually donated and he became a member, so shout out to Vintage. But the rest, y'all, motherfuckers, you were slacking. Poor Shante here was the reason why we didn't go on grift breaks. Or that we had like a very short grift break, I think it was like 15 minutes maybe max. You know what I mean? But shout out to you, Starship Alien and Shante. But he's got it all figured out. You see what I'm saying? Shante ain't buying it. She's not buying it, GT. Everything that exists in the physical realm is physical from gross to subtle. Bro, just get out of the cult, bro. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. You know what I'm saying? Love yous all. You too, Starship Alien. That should be enough to get the $5 I wanted. Exactly. The Aussie money worth nothing. Still money. Exactly. You know, we might call it Monopoly money, but Monopoly money is still money at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So appreciate you kindly. But yeah, like I said, just real quick, I have a debate later on today / tomorrow, depending on what time zone you're in. It's 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Actually, let me pull up the Easy's thingamabob. Does he have it up? No, he doesn't have it up. Fuck. Okay, so it's 9 p.m. tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time, the Americans' times. And it's going to be the prompt. Where is it? America should not be fighting Iran in 2026. Trench Deacon is for. Your boy Teriak is against. And like I said, folks, no matter what way he tries to go with this, he is fucked. He's going to be literally, well, not literally, he's going to be metaphorically glassed. We're going to turn it all to fucking dust, essentially. Like I said, it's a three-pronged plan. Just to give you a little taste as well, it's going to start off to say, right, if he brings up any of this Juiceberg nonsense, we have this easy one to play. You know what I mean? If he goes down the line of American Blood, I have an easy counter to that, and then some, to put the pressure back on him. And then the final closing one is Let's talk about the monies. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm 100% cult material, but that's why we love you, Shantae. That's why we love you. But anyways, to end off as William wants, we gotta hit him with a little bit of, where is it? Oh fuck, I've lost it. Sec. Firstly, we gotta say that bitch was blind as a
It's
bat.
very offensive because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
That bitch is blind as a bat. She denied the laws of logic. It's unbelievable. Thankfully, we've got Andrew Wilson.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Absolute mic drop and a half. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless America. God bless Donald Trump, and I'll see you all later.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.